in-game or on our official channels. Joining us in person? Here's everything you need to know to make the most of it. Take part in in-game activities and earn exclusive rewards. The countdown is on. Mark your calendars and see you in Manila.
Is a basic skill, so they can and just go all in as what they're doing right now.
Oh yes, they are trying to all go in here, trying to bit of a fight for these two teams. The Winter is here to get landed a little bit too far behind there for the side of Blacklist. There basically eyes is on the prize for the side of Blacklist. Over the wall is Dragon, placing down the Winter is here. The world is not bored, comes down as well. Ray gets a knock up onto Dragon, so a ground turret into the mid lane. And right now they're just trying to get out of the back line, just trying to waste a lot of abilities from Jutsu. We do see the support ability come through there. A 2-2 trade, and when you're approaching the crystal, it's not exactly what you want on the side of Elevate. Game 2 maybe closing out here. They have no minion waves. They do now have the minion waves coming through, for Gen G, but Jizzix is actually doing a fantastic job keeping Gen G away from this crystal. Maybe the Overton window is Rock being taken down by the side of Elevate, but right now we're seeing that they're just trying to keep these minions away, because if they allow the minions to push and then the side of Gen G get this, oh my god! Mitsuri with the crucial kill that went through from Elevate. Is this going to be enough to get game 2 in their belt? It's definitely a start, as Ray is looking pretty low. Ray goes down. It is a Jizzix with a triple kill. But hey, Tempest Dragon again. Kin was not trying to say it. He was telling us that the fable of the second Tempest Dragon of day 1 of the group stages of Season 3 Invitational is here. And oh my god, Inu, he gets the Sage's Sanctuary wiped, and then Mitsuru is like, boom, let's take the snipe from afar. But Azar is coming in with takedown onto Rock here for the Vasquez as well. Jizzix put it in the work. It is going to be Elevate coming back from such a far defeat in this game 2 to take it for themselves.
Yeah, as my principal used to tell me, right? You do it once, you do it well. You win that one big team fight, it is over. And the fans, they love it. Elevate.
Honor of kings. Honor.
Yeah, we still have quite a bit of time, like 7 minutes more.
Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko, gamitan mo ng utak.
This first game probably is going to be the longest series today. Maybe the BTR and Rapo era match will be long. No, I'm not casting. Today I'm on break. But I still want to watch the games, so at least I don't need to be professional about it. To a certain extent. Yeah, I can just stop my stuff here. Your karma means what? Oh, okay, wait.
Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
I need to do like additional settings to it.
Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Pupugaw kaya matik iba yung galing. Kahit gano'ng kang veterano sa'kin mukhang noob pa rin. Kahit letra ng galing.
How do I move you again?
Kahit pagsama-sama pa akin lang bubombahin. Yung asta boys in the hood, yung dating boys to men.
Yeah, I need to see. Wait. I need to see if there's double feet or not. I think no double feet. Try talking again.
Hello, testing 1, 2.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's good.
Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
I think if you watch on the stream, it's
There'll
gonna
be latency.
yeah.
There'll be a slight lag.
Give me a while. Or you can on your own YouTube lah, you know. Yeah, I'm doing on like for people platform.
Your TikTok, all that also lah.
TikTok no. I don't need TikTok when I live stream, right? I don't know whether it's because I'm like doing on too many platforms. The not latency. The internet is just quite bad.
The English broadcast always a bit slower.
I heard that the broadcast was
It's been crashing a lot yesterday.
Oh,
Crashed
really?
quite a bit. Yeah.
No, I thought I wanted to go into their restream, but I think better not.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. 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 Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
I think actually, I don't think AG stands a chance. I feel lah, my personal thoughts.
With recent performance, AG and Nova quite shaky here.
As in, if you take a look at their past, the way that they execute the games, I think maybe it's just nerves lah, huh? I don't know. But that's not their best state for sure.
Leo taking a lot of damage, and Leo was on spot pad of Fury. The Overlord is still up for grabs.
But Alpha 7, I think, improved quite a lot. It was a much better decision making.
Giving them a cry for their money,
A lot of people are favoring Vitality because of the mostly 5 dual citizenship roster.
I think it's regardless of roster lah, honestly.
Yeah lah.
Your citizenship doesn't matter.
Because it's the region that you represent, ma.
No, as in, this nothing to do with like nationality. I'm talking about, it doesn't matter where you come from. As long as you can execute the foundational skills that are necessary, right? It really doesn't matter where you come from. I think people are too hung up on that lah. Really, we are all humans, nonetheless.
Yeah.
But I'm curious how Dao Dao will perform. I think Dao Dao has been quite stable, very consistent.
Yeah. Then the last slot will be between BTR and Ruffle, right? Correct.
Yeah, that one. Wow. Hey, what's up, Kenneth? Yeah, this one I think maybe BTR bah. I think Rough World was very shaky. They were very lost. I'm good. Today is my break. How about you? I mean, on my end, I've been trying to watch the APL games also, and then see what I can learn from them lah. And when I say them, right, I mean like every single like the players playing, and then also like the casters. Actually, the casters help me learn a lot. Yeah. like some of the things they mentioned on the broadcast, it changed my perspective in the game. And I don't think it's regardless of like patch, regardless of what's that called? Game title, I would say. Like the Chinese version and the what's that called? Global version. Obviously they have like their own little differences in terms of stats and whatnot. But rotations, hero picks, hero choices, roughly it goes along the same line.
The meta is around the same one.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree, dude. This season damn tough, man.
It's the Dark Systems season.
I don't know what it is about the players this season, but they seem very one-dimensional. Like if you don't allow them to do what they normally do, I guess in their usual rank games, they just completely no idea. Then the one thing I don't like is they keep fighting. Like there's so many fights we don't need to take on. Just chill. we get the objective, we back off, and then don't give them the kill, don't give them the goal and the EXP, we win already. Yeah, but anyway, not everyone watches the professional scene, so it's okay. I'm very lazy to on my cam today.
Never mind.
I mean that's why I put a photo there.
Oh, that photo was a year ago.
I
Almost a
didn't
year
even
already.
know who the hell is
Final
this.
day of the groups for the Honor of Kings Season 3
What's
Invitational
up?
out
It's
here in the
Holler. Oh yo, why
Today
is
we'll find out which of these
Sir Claus
teams
cam.
are gonna
so
make up the knockout stage as they vie for the lion's share of
choppy.
the 300,000 USD prize pool.
This
My name is
HD,
Holler.
right?
With me is Sir Cloud. How you
I
doing
put at
today, Sir
1440
Cloud?
already, but
My name
then
is Holler.
Sir
With
Cloud
me is
and
Sir Cloud.
Holler looks a
How you
bit
doing
blurry.
today, Sir Cloud?
Oh, I'm feeling great because today we're going to see amazing matches as usual, but there will be a crucial match and we'll break that down a little bit later. But today, there will be also a couple of matches where we'll see seedings or placements within the groups.
Yeah, it's obviously it's important, right? You want to be the top seed because then you're going to be going up against the lesser team, so to speak, of that second squad. You want to be in that
Yeah,
top
I think
position and
today
making
is
sure that, of
Vitality's
course,
day.
you
Dude,
come out on top
Sabrina
of
is
these
to be damn happy. I think she should be very proud. So.
team groups that they have set up. But again, being on the top dog is going to be super important.
Or do you want to say some strats? And
Then
not
the
give
draw will
away
be
your
today
entire strat in
or-
preparation for
I
the
think draw
playoff
is
stage.
a
So
few days later.
anything could happen coming up.
Yeah, for
Dude,
sure.
Of
I
course,
actually
of course
I
it's
think
amazing.
Lee Sing, right,
I don't know if it's
is quite
like,
funny,
saving
but I don't know how
strats is
you.
one thing, and
So
obviously the global beta
I will
fan pick,
commit
we'll
some
talk
time to
about
go
that
and
a
learn.
little bit
Like the
later
other
down the
lanes.
road, but
Yeah, I
it's
think it's quite
super
fun.
important to kind of have the script of what sort of heroes that you want to present. Every team thus far in the games that they've played have kind of showcased what exactly they're kind of leaning towards. And I think it's up to the other teams to see how they ban out, how they kind of play into that one, so that they have to dig a little bit deeper into that hero pool.
Yeah, and speaking about hero pool, we've seen for the past few days some of the popular picks at the Dharma, Long, Dune, Algran, Yuhan. Expect these heroes to be picked often later
But I think the
on,
toughest
but
like
you guys
toughest
need to
thing
pick
for
up
me
this as
when I'm
often
watching
as
KPL
possible,
games
which
is
our
like
official
learning the
gaming
names and like
phone for this
having to
tournament.
memorize
The
them.
winner is TT20
Ah.
Pro, who's currently sponsoring the
Every
Honor
once in a
of
while, you know, their
Kings
casters they will
Season
drop
3.
they'll drop
And
like
if you happen to be
little
at the venue, you
little
can check out the
things
phone
like
yourself.
oh you know this guy
Yeah, and all the
he
pros are,
plays
of
since
course,
don't know
playing
what
that one
year
on
and
stage,
then
so
like
it's definitely
this
a nice
team
phone to
they
be
win how many
using, especially if
championships
they're
and
playing
that
at this
kind of
high
thing.
level, and we've
Yeah.
seen
The
highlight
stats
after
of it.
highlight
Yeah,
for those
I
past
think that's
3
good
days,
because
but
like
now we
I'm
are
not
in
a
the
I'm not
final
a
day
statistics
of the
guy at
groups.
all.
And
So
of
like
course, day
when
4
people
being
feed
the
me
most
information like that,
important,
it's
and
more
it looks like
interesting
we've kind
and
of
then
seen that
I
3
stay
of the 4
interested.
groups have
Yeah,
kind
and I
of set
remember it.
themselves up in
To a
terms of
certain
as of
extent lah.
moving on. We know where they're going to be. Obviously, seeding is
Nice.
going to be very important going into today, but we have the final matchup today between Bigatron Esports and Rough World Era. We're going to find out which one of these teams is actually going to go home, unfortunately.
Ooh, that is probably going to be the highlight match, right? Because it is the match that determines which teams will move on and which team will be eliminated. So it's a match that you don't want to miss. It's going to happen on our third series today.
I mean
ladies
this
and
is an
gentlemen. But
important match.
for our
Ideally
first
you want to be
series,
first
of
seed.
course, we're going to start it off with AG
Then technically you're
versus
fighting against
Vitality. Two teams
the
that we have
lesser
seen play
team
previously,
But
especially
I think with
AG,
the
who
quality
played
of the
yesterday,
teams,
Vitality played on the
that
first
will make
day,
it
but
over
Vitality, they had a
to
couple of days break,
knockout
so
stages. I
perhaps
don't think it matters
those
that much.
few days
Yeah,
might
it's
give
more
them
of
a
like
bit of a refresh and
what kind of
also
stress
give
you
them
want
the
to prepare
opportunity to
against
try
them.
to research onto AG on how to overcome them.
Yeah, just like Team Vitality, I was the last seen on day one, and I was able to see that. But let's check out the prize pool here. Of course, we talked about the 300,000 USD at stake. First place is going to get 100,000 USD. Second place with 50, 25,000 for third and fourth, and so on down the road. Unfortunately for them, we're going to find out which of these teams is going to make it to the top 8, guaranteeing you at least 15,000 USD as you move on forward into the knockout stage. It's going to be super
Leasing rate is
important
what?
that
The
you do survive. So
the
again,
NTCC
the
one,
last
is it?
series of this group stage is going to be Bigatron
I see the
Esports versus
Chinese
Rock
players,
World Era
they
is the home
they
team,
use the
one of the three
like
that
they keep
got
throwing
here
shit out
as
on.
per the Philippines qualifier. Are they going to be going
light
home?
form.
Oh man.
Is that the red one?
Going home.
Red one should
losing
be dark form.
5,000
The one with the
US
attack speed
dollars,
do one.
that's
The one
not
that
the news
back
you
doors.
wanna hear. But looking back at the standings, in case you just joined us for this season, Group A, we're done.
Cedar will reset on 5th March. Yeah, around same time as
Huh? So
CN.
fast?
correct?
Oh, what the hell?
Unfortunately,
Oh, I
It's
better
been
go
about
and
3
rank
months
that.
already.
yesterday, followed by Group B. Now, this group we will be watching right after this features of Vitality as well as AG Global. Unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to Alpha 7 who lost their game yesterday.
Yeah, unfortunate for them. They're going to be
Oh,
going
to
home. I think
PH
they're
team.
going to be heading to the airport somewhat soon. But, you know, this is one of those things where, hey, Team Vitality and AG, right now, this is going to be the first matchup of the day, ensuring that whichever team wins this one is going to be the top dog. You want to be that number one seed. I think it's going to be super important, and it will pay dividends as you go throughout the knockout stage, ensuring that you're playing, again, the team that might have struggled a bit or have kind of been found out a bit. But let's talk a little bit about Group C here.
This Impunity
and
Nova game
that's
is
going to be
also
another
quite interesting.
banger. That's going to be matchup 2. That's going to be coming up after the first matchup of the day. But this is going to be a good one. I think that there were a lot of heads, you know, and a lot of questions going
I still
in,
firmly
especially
believe
since Nova
Nova is
lost
going to
that
beat
first game,
Impunity.
but then they really
But,
shut up for the rest of the series as they 3-1 them.
To me, if
and
Impunity
knock it
beats
out
Nova,
again.
to me that's a
Yeah,
surprise.
it is the
Because
El Clasico between
but
Nova
based
and
on
Impunity, they meet
Impunity's
all the
performance,
time. And in Group D,
and
this
Nova's
is
performance
the
yesterday,
decider
I think
match
maybe
between BTR
there's a
and
slight
also
chance,
RWE
or a
because
pretty close chance lah. Good chance that maybe
whichever team
IMP
that
wins.
will move on
But
to the next
if they
round.
win,
Now,
it
this
has to
will
be
a
like
two-day
a
schedule
nail biter,
in case you
3-2.
need the timings
There's
to
no
be
way it
fair.
goes
Do
like
take note
3-1.
that the timings are
in my
based on
opinion.
a rolling schedule, so if any games end earlier than expected,
I don't think it'll be a
we're gonna
3-0,
roll
that's
the
for
next
sure.
game right after.
I mean,
I
yeah,
think the
anything can
craziest
happen.
part
So
about going back
we'll
to
see.
Group D was the
Yeah,
fact that
man.
Nongshim Red Force, a lot of people were kind of like, is this team even worthy of a spot into Season 3? They've proven everyone wrong by knocking
Caller
out the
calling
number one
people
squad
out.
of Bigatron Esports from Indonesia, as well as Rough World Era, right? I think they made a name for themselves, but again, this kind of sets up the stage of, hey, if this team isn't that strong and we're kind of going in as maybe the 2 seed to kind of potentially go up Nongshim, is that a proper strategy even moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, not too sure about that, right?
Agree. Nongshim have not been tested yet. To me lah, to me.
All of the quote-unquote best teams in honor of Kings. And so they went right into it, and they got the number 2 squad, all gamers global, showing up big.
Yeah, and even though they had a emergency swap, but it
But I feel Leo
didn't
quite
disrupt their
shaky in the
performance.
clutch lane,
They were
honestly.
amazing yesterday, especially
The Malaysia team, both the clash laners are like quite shaky
who joined at the
in
age of
performance.
16 and now is playing the global
Nova
stage.
AG,
And we also like to
AG,
introduce their opponents,
Leo is on
Team
whose
of
team again?
Vitality.
AG.
This is another
AG,
big, strong
yeah.
team, right? This is I think that the team, again, this is a complete new roster. They brought in Dao Dao, and who's an absolute monster from Fearless Esports. They're representing Europe because of the fact that they do have a lot of European PRs, and they were able to create this super team. This is a team that a lot of teams don't have a whole lot of data on. They've kind of hid their strats. They even put Dao in the farm lane for one game just to kind of throw people off a bit. But we know Dao belongs in the jungle. That's where his heart is. And this is a team that's going to be making some waves. They want to clearly dominate here and setting the tone and going up against AG. This is a big one in terms of setting up the stage for that knockout stage.
And that's a really good point, right? Like, they are very versatile. They can shift players around the roles and also
Xiaohen
come up
was
with, unusual picks, perhaps.
quite
just
surprising
throw
to me
opponents
yesterday.
off. And again, introducing the players of All Gamers Global, we have Leo, Kira, Saber, Ja, and Dao Han.
Yeah, and this is, again, a squad that's kind of, All Gamers Global have struggled against Fearless Esports, right? Dao, it's personal. Obviously, the organization, the players are a completely different side. But Team Vitality, you have Dao. He's going to be your all-star. The jungler, you have Wen, you have KK, you have An, and Mu Chen, of course. This is a team that was really hitting their stride. They were ending games in 8 minutes on day one. They were an absolute monster. Coming into this one, though, are they putting enough tape out there where teams are able to kind of see what some of those holes might be? Because from what we've seen thus far, Team Vitality, very strong, looking to be top 3 at least.
Yeah, and speak about being an absolute monster, Dao was an absolute monster during their debut game. He was the MVP the entire day, and it is shown through his experience playing with Fearless Esports and also competing in the last championship as well. So this guy is going to be a key player for the team. Now, by AG Global knowing that, they might want to find a way to try to shut down Dao.
Yeah, I mean, teams have tried. It's not the easiest of things to do. But that is the number one target, right? I think that you have a lot of other players that, yes, they've been proven or that they can really show up when they need to. They can kind of help carry, and they provide a lot of space for Dao. But if Dao is having a bad game, are those players able to really step up and, kind of fulfill that role that, you need to carry that team?
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's a team game, right? So I'm pretty sure they have worked that out. I mean, obviously, they've been playing together since the qualifiers at least. Well, we don't exactly know when they were formed, but they've been playing together in the qualifiers, and they are obviously here, and they've played their first day, and we have seen how they dominated their first day, and without much info onto them, they definitely stepped up their game and put in a good first impression.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, a lot of it's going to come back to you.
Both side AG, red side, Vitality.
You have to have Akira really step up. I think that he needs to be very aggressive and not take anything from Dao, really taking as much farm from him as possible. This is the one where, again, it's going to come back to the junglers in terms of setting the stage. But let's also look at the roam side, because I think Saber and Mu Chen are both absolute monsters in terms of kill participation. Wherever those guys are, they're going to have, basically team fights are going to happen. So you got to be super careful in terms of where, again, understanding where those roamers are.
Yeah, don't underestimate your roams and your support. Always appreciate them. I mean, we're both support players, right? We could use a bit of love, and I totally can understand that. Now, coming into the draft
looks like
for
yours
the
is
first
faster.
game, Yuhuan, very popular pick, and will be the first ban for the side of AG. And normally when a team is on the blue side, they would try to somehow sneak in the Mai. So it's down to Vitality whether they want to choose to ban.
To be a standard Mai and Ali ban from the side of Vitality. Then AG will probably not ban out the more meta like priority picks so that Vitality has to trade with them.
To deal with the high flying Mai.
So Dia, Doria, Loam, Ali. Vitality has to make a choice.
Very good ban, and you want to kind of stick to your roots, so to speak, in terms of heroes. Right? I think that Dia is going to be in play. She's what? 70% win rate. She's been almost the first pick.
Doria, Ali, or Loom. Then AG picks up either Doria or Loom.
Who's been 8-0. He's also 100%, but I don't know if he's going to be first pick worthy.
Yeah, and normally teams would reserve that for the second.
Vitality should look to pick up Doria here, honestly.
You have lesser options to pick.
And then something that can synergize with her
definitely one of the top
ultimate, the Celestial Melody.
Highest of win rates, about a
80 Sun Ming.
Win rate, but still, it is a good pick, especially with the Flaming Palm. You're able to land that last hit, even though your opponent still has a decent amount of health.
Yeah, and I love the
Is
fact
Ming
that,
really
hey,
the best
Lung is
pick
there,
here?
definitely
I don't
top
think
tier,
so, eh.
right? And then you just kind of counter ticket
To win lane and pyro in the farm lane, but it's either a Ming or Doria, which I mentioned just now.
Really want to set the stage.
Yeah,
Both of them
I
have
don't like
qualified,
a
they're gonna
Ming
move
pick
on to the
here.
knockout stage
I think
regardless,
against a
but I
Lung,
think
right?
this is
If
a
the
time
Lung
of just,
snatches
you know,
your
again, you really
Ming
wanna
away in the
test
middle
some
of a fight, or
strats.
even
You
before
wanna put your
fight,
best
then
foot forward,
they're
especially in
entirely
game
useless
one.
already.
Oh yeah.
Especially if you have the Tolia pick right now, this opens up a lot of potential next picks here for Vitality. It could be the Elaine, it could be, well, I want to say like other farm laners, but it's already been picked up. But the
Yanpo
Elaine
is seeing
definitely a
very
better
huge
pick for
AoE crowd
Tolia. And we
control
have the Yeezy to get a bit
over
of
the
tempo.
neutral
Lots of
objectives.
lockdown here for the side of AG and Lung just to be the finisher. They probably could use
Yeah, I like
one more
it.
tag.
The
If they pick up
pacing
something
by
like a
Vitality is very
Sanjay, it'll
fast.
be perfect for AG.
Refresh on the
Yeah,
Unruly
it
Blade.
definitely has potential. I think that, you know, picking Team Vitality here, picking up the Dune, this is probably going to be onto Dao Dao. It shouldn't be an issue with him. But what we've seen, at least in previous games, is that they've kind of used the Guan Yu. You put him out of position.
I
so that even
think
if he
actually
unruly blades,
that's
he's
a
still
very
gonna be in a
important
bad
part
spot, and
of
you're able to take him
esports.
out. I think that repositioning,
If-
you already had
if
that with Yishing's
everyone is
taking liberties,
so
you have potential to kind of just
polite,
control him.
and then
You
they
want to
don't
do a
talk
little bit more of
nonsense,
that.
it gets
I
kinda
think that
boring,
the
you know?
latest heroes being released in Honor
So,
of Kings has been around
I like the
positioning.
trash
So
talking.
the
I think
high
it's good.
skill level ceiling is going to be super
The
important.
I mean,
and
end of the
Coach
day,
Queen,
is their opinion,
when
you know.
see
So
a Tolia
like,
on the other side, automatically you bat out the
there's no need to be
Elaine. It's
triggered by
like this
people talking this.
chemistry
Yeah.
that just 1 + 1 = 2.
We can
as
tell the
call it
difference
that.
in like
And Noah's
once
been
when
picked
you
up
have
by Vitality.
very like
Noah, a
high experienced
very
players,
strong,
the
high
drafting and all
ground
that is
hero.
very
They are
very
being
quick.
pushed back into their base. They're able to defend it well. They're able to clear out the
So Niwa,
minion
what was the
waves
last
very,
pen?
very
They
good
haven't
as
shown,
well.
but they
Combo
already
together
did it.
with the Lady Sun, so they have good defensive measures here for the side of Team Vitality.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, Nua's kind of, we've seen it, it didn't really have too much play in the championship. It is definitely, I mean, the latest buffs
Mulan.
really put it on the map, so to speak. We've seen it a good
Okay.
number of times. I need to check as of how many times we've seen it in terms of the games, but it's been, you know, able to clear waves and to also steal some
I like the
heavy
Mulan
neutrals
pick.
like Tempest Dragons. The outplay potential is quite there, but they're looking to close it out with the Mulan. Your thoughts on that one?
Wow, okay, this is Mulan's debut. I think we kind of, to a certain extent,
I think from the bad pick, you can tell that they are looking like they know that this will not be an easy fight. So both teams are preserving like the more tier 0 heroes for later in the other games drafting.
Okay, I have a question.
And of course,
The Mulan,
is
right? The
one
one
of-
where she
I
pushes them back
always
with the
say that
continuous
Mulan
slash.
is like a, it's like a
When
Myra.
if she
It's
lands
very
that onto
slick,
Lung,
lots
right?
of high
Can the
speed
Lung use
movements,
ulti?
able to just go into the
Is there a
backline,
delay
just
in
to
it?
go in and
There's
out
a
of
delay,
fights very, very
So he
quickly.
can activate ulti even
with
when
the
she
amount of
is
CC that
hitting
AG
him.
has, okay, they
Yeah.
have,
You know her
let's see
second skill,
here,
she
the
she
Yeah,
can,
that one.
ward,
yeah,
that is the
she can
best
escape.
CC to try to deal with the Mulan, but if Mulan is as quick
Correct,
as
correct.
we know it could be,
If he
then
can
it's
escape,
hard to
then
catch
I think
Mulan.
it's a little bit difficult for
It's hard to
Vitality.
catch the Mulan, but at the same way,
On
the
the
Jing, right? Like, how are
draft
you gonna
wise,
deal
I
with that,
am more
right?
favored towards
I mean, the Dude,
Vitality.
you potentially you get the win
It's
slash,
more
but then
balance,
you're kinda hoping that
I think
he
we'll see
kinda
lah.
messes up with the
AG,
mirror
there's a
lane,
couple
or
of
he
moments that I
perfectly
think
times
very
it.
important.
I think
If
that the Jing,
Akira
we're
gets
gonna
caught out
see
by
a very highly
KK,
mobile,
right, or
very
Kirker,
good damage dealer and a
then
way
I
to
think
get on that back line,
immediate
which is, again, very
cancellation of
scary for
ulti,
Nua and the Lady
Nua
June,
gonna put second
and as well
skill,
as the Dolia, right?
create that big
All of which
block,
are very squishy.
then it kind of messes
Yeah,
up
I
in
think
everything.
now
ah.
that you mentioned
But AG
that,
side, right, if
Vitality
the
has
Yixing,
an even bigger
Yixing
problem on
gets
how to deal with
a
Jing.
very nice
And we
ulti,
did
they
see
are done
Akira
for.
update the Jing yesterday, and it was
Very
amazing.
reliant
And the
on
Jing as well
Daohen's
as the Fury,
Yixing's
just
ultimate
so
battle.
hard to
No,
target.
which also means that Vitality cannot anyhow dive.
Even some of my caster
Mm.
pals, they say that it is so difficult to target.
they
you
get
probably
baited
need,
in,
like a single
gone.
target
Saber's
CC hero, like a
synergy with
Dai Chi to
Daohen
just deal with
is
it.
very,
The
very
fact
good.
that we don't have Dai Chi, so that we
If
find
he
a
land
way
the Tremor
to
Smash at the correct
deal with
timing, right,
the
everyone
Jing
confirm
instead.
kena
So
lock
this
in.
will be the challenge for these
Ulti.
two teams moving on.
But I think Vitality will play like more poke style, you know, with the Niwa and the Lady
I
Sun
think both sides
mobility.
are very evenly matched. I think
Pinsir,
that's
I-
just
I
on
think it might be
player
Pinsir.
execution. But in terms of
The Dao Dao
your
jump
thoughts
in,
going into this one, who do
Kirker
you
from
give the edge
behind,
to in this game
and
one?
then
Just
Niwa
on
just
draft alone.
keep spamming on.
Just on draft alone,
Yeah,
I
okay.
kind of do like
Just create space for the Lady Sun to be untouchable and do as much
What's
as
up,
the
Lamer?
Mulan, but Vitality has an even bigger problem to deal with Akira. So I would give that that little bit to AG. How about you?
Okay, first off, your Malaysian bias is showing. I think that's going to be a big one for them. But no. But to your point, I think the Mulan pick for me, it's definitely not like S tier. S tier, maybe even A tier at this level. Obviously, KK can kind of pilot her. But I'm thinking that this is more of like, hey, we're saving some of our better ones to deal with later. I think it's really going to come down to Dao Dao, how much space he provides and how much chaos he can eventually rain on the enemy team coming into the mid game.
Right. Okay. So add another trump card here, right? So.
What's the purpose of delaying your initial buff and going for the lane first as a jungler? Extra EXP?
That for the first time is
share EXP and go.
So it's just to speed up EXP growth, right?
Yeah, you want to speed up the jungler, right? Then it's especially crucial for early game junglers for like Assassin. Like, for both teams, it's Stun and Jingma.
Akira is going to farm much faster. Stun is a very slow
them as a
jungler.
squad, we haven't seen too much. Especially online or any other sort of game. So whatever strats they have are kind of in their back pocket. And this is where, you can kind of just set up that trap of being able to be like, hey, this is actually a well-synergized team. We know what we're doing, especially in game 1.
Yeah, but if we were to talk about like...
where are all these people getting the information on season reset?
They're able to go the distance.
Probably rumors.
Even if push comes to shove, like 20 minutes onwards. But if they're
probably the data miners or like rumors or normally like that.
Dao Dao, obviously for Vitality, and also Akira for AG.
They should add more farm laner because he lacks
stop these two
heroes.
players from
like who?
able to scale, able to play their game, then that side.
Actually, if they add the...
Really? Okay. All right. No, I do agree with that. I just think I will see Lady struggle with this. But the mirror domain going to be used instantly here. Dao Dao continuing to fight. He's tanking most
Oh, there's a
of
nice
this.
save.
He is a very tanky boy. And he's looking to get away. He does get knocked up one last time, but he will give up first blood to Akira. But Leo does go down.
One more hit.
It's a 1 for 2. 1 for 2.
All right, so they expanded 2 lives to get.
But it's still a win
Dao
for
Dao, and
Akira,
took
because Akira got the
forever
kill,
to take on Dao Dao.
right?
Can you imagine this? It is still very, very early in the game. Get Dao
Yeah,
Dao
correct. In
so
China, it's just a common strat lah.
Yeah,
To funnel into.
I kind of thought he was a little out of position, but you're only tanky to a certain extent, especially at this 2 minutes and 30-second mark. But let's check out this replay and see exactly what did break down.
Yeah, if you look at this, right?
But if you do it like low rank or that, your mid laner will probably score you for eating that wave.
Just in time. Gotta give it to Wen as well. You're right, just at the right timing to at least get one.
Jia was smart to play safe there.
If he didn't,
Because they committed 4 on the top.
If he was not alert enough, then he would have missed that opportunity.
Yeah, and also let's talk about Daohen. I think Yixing, and I've said this before, at least on day 1.
And I think, like
think
you
that
see,
this is the hero
these
that's
little
really gonna see a lot of popularity.
interactions
It's
in
definitely
the
high ceiling,
jungle
but
where
the
they
repositioning
feed
and the
one
amount of
camp
control
over
it
to An
provides
and stuff
is
like
just
that.
unmatched.
These are
It's
the
gonna
very
be
small
super annoying,
optimizations,
especially
right?
against,
That
heroes
the
like
other
the
teams
Dune
in
here,
the global
or
scene
even the
don't
Ogren,
do.
depending
Which
on
is
what you
which
want
is
to
why
do.
they're
But
losing
it
so
has that
badly.
potential for the power play of that control.
And speaking about control right now, they want to try to control the farm lane. Both sides opening up space for their farm laners. Of course, as a lone, you need a bit of space, especially if you're going up against a Lady Sun who's able to poke a lot at the farm lane. Wow,
Yeah, then both teams will contest over forming in Tyrant.
I find it interesting how An wants to complete the extra torment first.
Yeah, I mean, it's all set up, right? Knowing that the 4 minutes, the Tyrants were going to be set up here. They were looking to go for a kill. Dao Dao, this is his traditional playstyle, but they're looking to go in for this one.
Nice,
but
nice
the
deal.
steal has already been done. Akira will take this one already.
I think Dao Dao will, yeah.
He's
Go
trying
for
to ode away to safety. He does get back. Akira still continuing on. They found
Unpositioning
Dao Dao in a
a
bad
little
spot.
bit.
KK's been killed. Jia wants to go for Muchen.
Too passive,
just barely it out. Oh, he does get picked off.
But his
Daohen
team is
with that
already
snipe, and
backing
it's
him up
3
with
for
the
nothing.
No,
tanking and
he
stuff.
should have gone down a little bit more. If he followed Dao Dao, right, I think he would have been able to kill Dao Han.
Yeah.
I mean, granted he killed him now, but the thing is, Dao Dao wouldn't have died there.
Farming, he eats a flaming palm one last time. He gets the pick up on a Jia, and An making plays.
Are you kidding me? An! Wow, that is such a bold move there by An. Okay, I thought he got one. Okay, he's done. He was just
But An is
station,
playing very
but
passive.
He saw an opportunity for the second one. He saw
Just
Jia in
a
an
difference in
off
mentality.
position. No, I would say that Saber is in an off position to protect Jia, and he saw Jia open. He went in for Jia, secured the second kill, and the rest is history.
Yeah.
The frag grenades have
One of
been on
those
point
things
from
where
An.
They were coming in one-on-one, right?
He hasn't missed yet.
It was very easy for An to take, take the fights because he does have that cutting advantage. And just being able to maximize that range, it was actually huge for An to be able to just kind of play with his food, so to speak, understanding that who needed to have died and who was out of position so that he could get those kills.
Oh man, positioning is so important. Just look at this. The moment you're off
See,
position,
these
just
small
by
little
a
interactions
second,
are
you're
they
punished.
don't you don't
So,
see these with the
looking
other
at
teams.
current
When
situation,
Muchen got caught,
Saber,
right? When the
he
two of
still
them got
tries to
caught
go
in
by the side, which is
the
understandable. You
what was
wanna
my
open
board?
up the space, but
Most
he's
players,
also
what
aware
they
right
will
now
do
that
is
he
the
has
moment
to
the sliding
prepare to
stones
go
come
back to
down,
Jia to protect
the
He's gotta
support
keep
will
him
go
alive.
close to
that's
the
biggest
MM
thing,
because they
right?
want to
But
run
let's check
away,
out this replay
which
here,
will
because,
actually
I mean,
trigger
Miro
even
Main
more
was seen
passive from
alright, and the
the
win slash
sliding
was
stones.
legit, but Dao Dao gets focused. Look at how he's kind of like being pinballed around a lot, and he's getting killed. He's had a rough time. We were talking about how AG needed to focus on the Dao Dao.
So it looks
They
like
could've
the
done
X
a
of
good
Torment
job,
Rush
but
was the
An
correct decision.
somehow scrounging
I
up
would
2
have.
kills on
I
that
was
one,
thinking
kinda
whether
equalizing as best as possible.
the
I also want to point out how difficult
semi-item
it is
of
for
Master Sword would
Vitality
have been more
to target
effective.
Akira.
Because you
Like,
still
he
get
was
the
just
HP, you
dancing
still get the
around,
extra
you know,
mana,
shaking
but
here
then
and
you get
there.
the extra attack
Like, going Akira,
after every time you use a skill.
I think it's called Sword of Glory or something.
Yeah, I mean I would have
Yeah,
preferred
I mean,
that,
the mobility's
but
unreal.
I
like
think the
Shakira for
survivability and
props
extra
there,
damage
but
is
the
more
world is my
important
board. They're going
at
to
this
continue
point.
on the bottom T1, but here comes when they're going to look to just to kind of defend
The
this
CDR
tower.
also,
They want to ensure that they
Yeah.
got it as much
Yes,
space
and
as
CDR, yeah.
possible. Jian on again. This is the matchup to watch aside from the Akira Dao Dao, which has kind of favored Akira at this
Doom
point.
is going for either
They're
Starbreak,
probably going to go for the next
Starbreaker.
objective, which is the Overlord. We can see
Starbreaker
the shift
X.
happening towards that side.
Loom,
And early
Jia.
on, it was stolen by AG. Great work by Akira to land the smite on time.
Either
And
works,
Vitality
either
is
works.
not going to be happy with that.
No,
They
I
wanna
think he's
find
going
revenge.
X.
Yeah, for sure. They're
He
gonna
needs to
try
slow.
find it. I mean, look at the net worth. They're already back. They were losing at one
Oh.
point, but Leo, nice little play.
Oh.
He's gonna force us back to
No, no,
safety
no,
under the
it's a
tower.
horrible
But they
situation.
want to go in.
Yeah,
An
yeah, yeah.
not scared. He's
Oh,
so low.
okay.
He just goes for the formlessness, and An gets yet another kill.
If An don't die
man, he's
here,
racking
wow, it's
them
a
up.
huge win.
Oh, that is a very early lane swap that they did there.
Uh,
Probably lane
the
swaps
reason why
happen
Jia
after
is
the
in
first
this
tower
position
is
is because
down,
he
but
wants
they
his
swapped
riding the wins, right, to
before
be
that
more
happened.
effective. He
They
needs to
saw
help
an
with the
opportunity, and
CC.
it's probably also
Even
to
if it's
secure
not a
that
huge
lane just because they want to prepare
deal,
themselves to take the Overlord.
those small little
Yeah.
interactions, right,
We were
the
kinda
small
questioning,
stops
okay, if Dao Dao
does
has a rough game,
affect
which
them
he
quite a bit.
kinda has. Muchen's gonna get blown up here, the mirror domain, and
Nice.
it looks like Akira is playing
But still died.
around.
He's still dead,
But
lah.
can he survive? Can he get away from On? Rolling
he's still
raids
dead.
forward
He's still
under
dead.
the tower. Akira gets picked
Oh,
up
what was
by
that? Tao
An
Hen.
yet
Oh my
again,
goodness,
and
he missed.
An is almost doing it by himself. Yes, Dao Dao was there, but man, his target prioritization has been on point.
And just a tad little too late for Dao Han. If
Yeah,
they arrived
Vitality just
like 1 or 2
is
seconds
the
earlier
very
to
small
land the
extra
Warlords on board,
wins
then
in their
his
decision
teammate might
making
be
that are
saved,
winning them
but
the game.
It is what it is at the end of the day, but it just shows again how difficult it is for them to catch Akira. They have to like send like 3 players just to get him. It's so
Yeah.
hard.
I mean, it's one thing because they don't really have the catch. They don't have the CC to kind of deal with him, so they have to have numbers to kind of.
And Saber hasn't
basically you're setting
gone
up
as
cockroach
aggressive
traps, right?
as
To
I
catch this
think he should
cockroach,
have.
You need multiple traps, and those are the people in this case. And Team Vitality are kind
Like the
of
Tremor
setting up all
Smash
the different
Flash,
corners
he already
where,
has Radiance.
Akira could
Like
end
the
up being,
counterplay
and they're
actually is
made
quite
him
big.
pay on that one.
Yeah, and cockroaches are very, very persistent. And I'm sure Akira is very persistent as well. Okay, 1 death, that's fine. It's not the
Then
end
this
of
is
the
like
world.
very
They still
standard,
recover
like
from that, no
the
issue.
stronger
And
teams like to do is like trade in objectives.
It's just a matter of time.
Yeah,
till we
'cause there's
see
no
the
point
next
fighting.
Engagement. Probably going to be at the Tyrant side, and here we go.
Yeah, they're gonna go for the burst ramp.
Yeah,
I don't know
for
if
other
Akira gets the
opportunities on the
win.
map,
I don't
then
know if
they
they have
don't
the
trade.
burst to deal with
Yeah,
Saber.
yeah,
Ooh, nice one.
Tremor smashes away.
All he needs is one more, one more.
Not enough to kill him. They're just
All
continuing
right,
on.
let's
Dao
go
Dao
lah.
Not letting him go. He's gonna chase him down to the ends of the
I don't
earth,
think
gets
we'll
his
hit Tempest
infinite
this game.
fastness, looking to go back, but the world is my board. When it's been
If
killed,
Vitality
the
don't
infinite
let up,
fastness
right,
on
then
back to
I don't
safety.
think they
Gia,
will
very,
lose.
very low, needs to be
They will
careful.
last
Dao
until
Dao, the
Tempest.
menace up front, and they find Leo on the backside. They
And
have
now the fact that
numbers,
T1
and
in the
all
mid
because
is
Dao
gone,
Dao was up in front.
it's
Oh,
it's
Dao
going
Dao
to
is
be
just
a
so
horrible
disruptive
experience.
here. All he needs to do is just be there. Be at the front, pull like 2 or 3 players towards him. Let them
Saber
forget
needs to
about
be the
fight
one
line,
that
and his job is
initiates.
done.
But at this point, right,
Yeah,
because
his
the
job
goal
is
gap
definitely
is
done. I
around
mean, he was up
2k,
in front,
and
just kind
Saber
of-
is very, very
again,
far
you gotta
behind.
respect him
He
because
cannot
of
do
the
it.
amount of control that he had, but being able to catch out Saber.
The two core, are lacking in damage also. Akira and Jia.
Opens the door for Team Vitality to continue on.
I mean, that's
They
the
were
risk
not
of taking an
scared.
assassin jungler. Look at that. Okay.
Oh, the Tyrant. Oh, but Akira gets the
No, it's
steal,
not
but he
worth
does
at all.
pay
If
with his
they
life.
die here,
Now
right, it's
Dowen on
horrendous.
the run so low, they did get that
To
one
Vitality, this is
steal,
not a
which
loss at
pretty
all.
huge for them, but that, again,
Even if they get
he sacrificed
the
himself for
Tyrant
it.
buff, sure.
Oh,
Then they
man,
just clear the
again,
lanes a
Akira.
little bit easier.
Two
But now
times in a
the
row
next
you
big thing
stole
is
the
Overlord.
Tyrant.
And then it's a
That's
Shadow
why
Overlord somehow.
If you don't have enough CC to stop Akira, That's what he can do. He can easily smite and steal away objectives.
Yeah, but this is the Jing, right? Like,
The silver lining for them
stop
is
him.
that
He has so
the
much
side lanes are
mobility.
still
He can get
pretty,
dash
still
in. He's got the mirror
pretty
domain. It's very
protected
difficult
with
to
the tier
lock this
2s.
guy down. Again, it comes back to
In
the
this
draft
situation,
terms of
right,
how they set
if
things up,
their farm
but the
lane at the
execution of
bot
Team
was
Vitality, they
the
have
one
not been
missing
able
a
to
tier
catch
2 is
Akira,
very dangerous.
Although in a way
Vitality
they're
will
still
have a
winning,
very
so
huge
it
advantage.
might not be a huge factor for them.
Yeah, that's why when it comes to the draft, they saw the opportunity. Okay, we can put in Jing because they've already picked Noah, so you're not going to pick another Daji or another mid hero that's able to come up with single target stuns. So they saw the opportunity.
Now all they need to do
went
is
with it, and it's
just
paying them dividends.
push down the
It's
side
definitely
lane.
paying dividends, but what is paying dividends is Team Vitality here on this Lady Soon. This guy is a beast. He has so
But this
much damage
positioning
in
is
this
very
stage.
bad for
11
AG
minutes
side,
left, and he burns
Yeah, Akira in the
down
middle.
top T2 very quickly.
Okay, dude,
What's
if
he
Akira
doing?
does it again, I'll be a big fan.
And they
of
force out the
Vitality,
infinite by
but-
Bosners also already.
Here
Okay,
comes.
we'll hold you to your word, assuming he does that.
Oh,
But-
nice catch.
Okay, but it looks
Oh.
like Akira now on the run. He's being chased by Dao Dao. He gets the Unruly Blade trying to go onto him, but Saber's got his back, so to speak. But this bottom T2 is now open. That Vanguard, it
Yeah.
looks like...
Yeah, then they'll just slowly strike the turrets. They don't even need to look for a fight actually.
Yeah, right now it's just really pushing them back, that's all.
And speaking about objective gameplay, yes, he stole.
Go for blue buff, then push in a bit of the top
You
side.
can see that Team Vitality, they're so focused on, okay, we don't care about the kills too much, we don't care about like the small objectives, we don't go for the big ones.
Yeah, and I think it's funny. Akira's taken, what, 2 steals, and then he's also stolen your heart as well, Cloud. Am I right?
And this Mulan very smart. She knows that Leo Dharma will try to look for the flank angle on them. So her main job scope this game is just to look out for
that's what you want,
Leo's
right?
flank.
Like, you got to ensure that
At this
there
point of the
needs
game,
to be a huge foundational piece on that team in terms of that jungler, right? Because he sets the stage. Being able to get those steals is next level, ensuring that you're going to be, putting your team in a position to win. You got to be able to fight that fight, especially since junglers are pretty much all the rage in honor of King's Esports.
Yeah, and if we look at the items, right, for Dao Dao, interestingly, his items are still not like 4 or 3 items totally complete, but yet he's still that tanky, so he knows his threshold on how much he can actually tank within a fight. But speaking about a fight, we might see a setup here soon by Vitality.
Yeah, Clucker's job is just
They're
to
not taking the bait,
mess
but I
with
wanna
Leo.
keep an eye on
As long as
Leo
Leo
now.
doesn't get
He could be the
his
backstab guy.
preferred ulti, right, then...
I mean, anytime,
Yeah.
right? Anytime there's a Dharma on this the field, especially with Leo on him piloting, you have that flash truth, you can set things up. But let's talk a little bit about the net worth discrepancies. Almost every single lane has been, I mean, the closest one is
The
the
siege
mid lane
breaker will
without
take
it
very
being
long
somewhat
for Loom
close.
to
But, Lady Soon
be-
on has
to
been
have purchased
on
it up.
11,000, the highest.
Needs
on the team, and
another
there's a reason why he's
1.7K,
just
right, or
literally-
something?
He sees you,
Yeah, around
like,
there.
he's gonna blow you up.
I mean, close to 2K.
And
Yeah,
looking
he's
at the
far away.
formation of AG, right, they have themselves all spread out.
At
This
this
is
point
this is like my rank games, bro. Like, oh my
They're
god.
probably aware of the fact that, okay, we see a couple of them, but we don't see all of them, so we don't want to make that.
Yeah, Vitality,
But
they don't even care.
if
They can just
continue
reset
to
this
do
shit.
So AG would say, hey, that is
Reset.
fine.
I mean, they set it up with the world as my board. They're
Dao
looking to
Dao
go.
should
The
back
Tyrant
off a
actually
bit
is gonna
first.
reset. Saber
Vitality
needs to back
just
off.
needs to
be
drag them
careful
in,
as
that's all.
taking Liberty slows it down, but
Yeah.
now they want to focus on the Leo. Akira backing off. Mind you, AG have taken a lot of damage. A lot of them are at half.
At this point, AG should just give up. Should just trade for the Shadow
And that's what you need,
Overlord.
right? You don't really need to go in for the kills as long as you're able to lower
They're still
down
looking.
their health to
Leo is
Because at this
still...
point, your
No,
Your extra damage
Leo actually believes he still can make the catch here.
Fuchet getting about half life, needs to be a little bit careful. He gets tremor smash.
Oh, but the extra damage not worth the wave kills, yeah. Because you can open up the macro one.
Yeah, it's definitely not worth.
But again, AG still on the
But they
low
also
end.
cannot give it
Now
up.
has
If they give it up,
very
right,
low. Needs to be careful.
Vitality,
And this is still a
the
precarious
moment they get the...
situation,
They
even
rush
though
the
they're up 5
Tyrant,
versus 4.
they can also stop the
And look at
attempt on
reason
the
why they can't
Overlord.
go in, but they still went in
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah, they're not going to fully commit for this one. But they push them back. They're going to put a little bit of pressure on that tower. If anything, somebody
Because
needs
the
to
wave
deal
clear
with
not
it
very
when
strong
it's
for
there.
AG.
You
So
have
this
the wave clear
Tyrant fight
on
be
AG.
50-50.
Taking liberties is going to be used just kind of
Wow.
throwing things out a little bit. The Tyrant, they're going to look to start this. But on, looking to go for the steal. Akira takes it. He's got the fast fingers. And again,
But logically, even if you're behind, sometimes it makes sense to take Tyrant because the goal, the minor calculations that they did in CN server should be the same in global. But then the goal differential that you cover up is quite substantial.
More importantly is the wave clear lah. Because
Yeah,
because
correct.
of the lightning charge, right? You can actually clear waves a little bit better. So
Because they know that Vitality is still on par with them.
Yeah, still on par. I mean, yeah, there was really no way
Oh,
that they actually
Mulan,
could test on
CC
this one,
immune.
but they got pretty much what they wanted, which was that Tyrant.
But the look-
now they're
wow.
looking to go in for this. They're trying
Nice.
to go. Oh my
Ooh,
gosh, he's
nice.
going super
That was
ham. He
beautiful.
goes
That's why
directly
the
in.
Mulan
KK
is there, dude.
slices up
Alamak.
Gia and looking to get a secondary one. He does get a second. That's a double
Got
continuing
silence.
on.
There's no
They got-
way.
Then cannot press the ulti.
Yeah,
That's
there's no
a
way.
3 for nothing thus far, and on with that damage on the backside.
This is
AG
game
wins
1
back
for
home.
Vitality
And the
already.
minions are arriving just at the right time for Team Vitality. This is a chance to take T3 on at least 2 sides. There's nothing much that AG could do.
Kira trying to play around, but he gets caught out, and An will take the tower as well as Akira, and now they're looking to just end this
Yeah,
game.
very
with
sick
all
Mulan.
5 members
And
down.
they-
Team Ace
they preserve quite a bit of their draft,
Game 1 Team
Their
Vitality.
Clash and
Team
farm lane are not
Vitality.
0.
Even with the Mulan play, man, these guys, what else can they come up with? They are such a good team right now, and they just took out AG Global in a convincing fashion.
Yeah, in a convincing fashion. I mean, they were in full control. It seemed like they were losing a little bit like early, but they were not really panicking. They understood that we still play the long game, and we have ways for An to get some of those picks. Like literally, they were starting to lose, and An was like, no, I'm okay. I can get these kills, and I can get myself back in this game and just carry it.
Yeah, and we can see that AG Global, they really try.
There goes my points. All you bet, you place in-game predictions on the first game.
In all corners,
Damn.
try to just pin them down, but for Team Vitality, they didn't buy it.
Wait,
okay,
just
we know that
Whoa.
it's around
Kid, is it-
60, only
Kid,
one
your
of
screen is
three
black on
three
Huh?
Twitch, by the way.
Where are the other 2? Where are the other
My
3?
screen is
So
black?
They have that mindset
Eh?
behind
On
their head is
Twitch,
that, okay,
yeah.
as long as we don't see all 5 of them,
Oh,
we're not going to start
know,
an
I know.
engagement because we don't want to get caught off at the back line. And
Yeah.
they did it really, really well. That is like thinking 2 or 3 steps ahead of AG.
For sure. And it was also a moment where whenever Team Vitality
MVP
would
to
team fight,
Toon
they would just kinda
or
go in.
the
The
Lady
rest of the
Sun, I
team
think.
was right there to kind of back them up and just clear them out. Like you get one pick off and it converted into like 2 or 3 more kills. It was actually very smart by Team Vitality, able to find those weaknesses and understanding when to go in together. Just really well played by Team Vitality.
Yeah, and as much as Akira truly tried, and to me, Akira definitely deserves the MVP status for AG themselves, but at the end of the day, it is Team Vitality. And if we were to look at the scores overall, Akira still came in hot with a net worth of 11.27k, and that's pretty high across his team, and also a good KDA of 344, which was pretty decent. But at the end of the day, Team Vitality, they played as a literal team.
Yeah, it's funny because you're still positive on AG right after that game, right? You're still finding positives to kind of talk about. No, I get it. Akira had some good steals.
How
and
many
things
points
like
do you
that,
bet?
but, again,
Lema?
If we're talking
I
about
haven't bet
any
yet,
other
actually.
team going up against something
For
like
today.
that and being in that situation, I think you would have been like, oh wow, this Team Vitality is for real. Like they are on point. We were talking about questioning, who's going to pick up the slack in case Dao Dao has a rough start? And we saw exactly what's going to happen. He's going to be completely there. He had the most damage with 72,000, 25% on that team, just really carrying that team.
Dude, the fact that Team Vitality, they could still do well, play the Mulan for the first time. I'd like to see more new heroes being introduced by Team Vitality. But before we go more into some of the potential picks here, looking at the draft. Okay, if we look at this draft, both sides had their moments. But the deciding fact was, I would say maybe after the 3rd Tyrant, that's where Team Vitality, they just went all the way. Yes, they gave away the Tyrants to AG Global, but still, they were in control. And the one that was in absolute control is our MVP, An.
Yeah, on definitely the MVP, right? 7-0-3. This is a change of pace considering Team Vitality in their first matchup on day 1.
1K?
It was Dao Dao Dao, like 3 games in a row.
1K is a
like,
lot, man.
Every single MVP, he was completely carrying. But now,
Whoa,
when he's kind
1K, I
of
think
forced to
safe.
lay a rough
I just
game,
share
you'll
lucky I
see it in
put
the
AG
highlights
with the
here.
whole thing.
Really
That's still
putting
okay.
on that slack.
It's a series of
it started off
that's
with
fine.
this very first fight here. Like what we discussed before the game started, right?
All about
One of the
1K
key
though.
things that they might be thinking is that, okay, we gotta shut down Dao Dao just because he was like the ultimate MVP in day
If
number
Akira
1, and
survived
they
that,
tried
right,
to
the
do
story would have been quite
absolutely
different.
that. And when
I
they
think
focused
Akira would have
on
been able to find
Dao Dao,
An
they kind of
quite
forgot about
easily.
the other players like Wen's rotation, who came to save Dao Dao, came up with a double kill, and also the other
Lol.
players like
Classic
An,
mistake.
came out as the MVP.
His priority on like target selection,
Lineup,
not
and
that
it's like, yeah,
sharp.
they can kind of, you know, they
King
started
Kong.
off decently, AG that is. They were able to get some kills, but then you're kind of realizing that, hey, actually, we're very vulnerable to like high damaging heroes, right? People that can kind of get on you. And if you're looking at Team Vitality, this is Mulan, Dune, the new Lady Soon. If they find you and you're slightly out, out of position, they're just gonna blow you up. And that's kind of what they made them do. Was that they didn't have the heroes for survivability. They didn't get those defensive items, and they were just constantly blown up. Leo can't be everywhere to set things up for you.
And looking at the position of Dao, although he was not the MVP, but his positioning was crucial. He did not go too far in front, being the quote-unquote front liner, but he stayed in between his teammates and also his opponents. And when his opponents tried to surround his other teammates or try to go for the backline, he's always in between them. So I have to give it to Dao again for a very good positioning play.
Yeah, I mean, like towards the end, I mean, he's got the fundamentals to do everything really well, right? Understanding the team fights.
That's all
you need to do is just be that, that meaty guy that just attracts so much attention. But you have all of these other heroes that are really able to kind of complement that, what Dune is bringing to the table, and you're gonna have a good game, right? And I think that's what Team Vitality did in the end. I don't want to call that one a steamroll, but that was definitely a very good game for Team Vitality of just being able to close
The
that
YouTube
game
comments are
You
my
know
favorite
what?
playground.
No bias, but I don't think it was a steamroll.
I try not to say.
Because there were moments
Yeah, I
where,
wouldn't say
especially the
anything,
first
but
two
it's fun
Tyrants,
to it's fun to read the
Akira
comments.
came up
I know,
with
I know, I know.
steals and all that, so it kind of looked like, okay, it was shifting back and forth, alright? And I'm just putting facts
I mean,
out
I've been
there.
watching PPL all that for
At
like
the end of
many
the day,
years,
although
so I
it was
understand
kind
better.
of shifting back and forth, but
It's just
we
funny to
still
read.
see that Team Vitality had the bigger control of the situation. Yes, those
Oh,
small
it's
skirmishes
main game
or those
so they
small
start
steals,
getting my thing.
you kind of AG kind of win it, but Team Vitality, they win the big ones.
Yeah, they won the big ones, but also I do want to kind of just address that because in terms of map control, they were forced.
Yeah, honestly, at that point,
AG.
Dao wasn't the one doing most of the damage, man. An was
No,
main,
this
man.
whole game he should just go for An, dude.
Yeah. Because Dao will just look to protect An anyways, what? They know where the main their long burst and sustain damage is, what? Like anyone needs like the two like mid game, then technically she's activated, which is like 6 minutes. Then how fast she farm her Tome and Scepter. The big 400 magic power book is called Tome, right? Tome of Wisdom or something. Thanks for Tammy or thank you.
Huh?
Oh yeah, Kid, I've been saying this for the teams that have been drafting the Assassin Jungler.
Uh-huh.
So
Oh, thank you for the
there's
follow,
this-
One. And Lamer. Sorry, how come my stream elements is not rocking? What the hell? Sorry, give me a while. Hey, you just say what you want to say.
Oh yeah, so there's actually this strat that can be tried even in global. Is the fact that let's say you bring a utility mage that doesn't need farm like Yi Xing, Xi Shi, those like. So basically, and then you have a roam that can bring the smite jungle knife, the hunting knife. So basically, the first step is the roam buys the jungle knife. Straight away follow the farm laner. Then the mid laner pre-level 4 will have knowledge gem instead. Then the gold will just funnel into the assassin jungler. Because the knowledge gem alone doesn't share the gold. Then meanwhile this mage, right, once the wave is cleared, every time it's cleared, she just helps the jungler to farm his camps. Then they just reset and eat the wave again. So the resources actually is funneled more into the assassin jungler, allowing them to be more potent and more destructive in early game.
Yeah, but they were very distracted. Like I think Vitality really, to me, Vitality just made very, very micro decisions, right, that changed and compounded to add on to their advantage later on. I think there's one behavior here in the global scene that I think if they, I won't say get rid of it, but be more careful and calculated with it, right? Then it really levels their team up, which is the expectation that when you go into a fight, right, you need to finish the fight. I think that's the main difference. Because if you take a look at the KPL fights, right, when they feel like when they know cannot burst down, right,
Yeah,
they
it's
just
a
get out.
statement game, right? Team Vitality won.
And then
like,
at
hey,
that point, if you die, it's really because you're out of position,
yeah, you're the
right?
#2 squad,
But down
we're
here, right,
to take
all the
throne.
teams
We're
come
gonna
to a
do this
conclusion
one. We're
that
gonna
if
figure
you
out
are
how
really
to beat
committed,
you,
we must
and they
commit
did it
everything.
really well in that first
And I
game.
think
They,
that
again,
behavior is what
set the
cost them
tone.
games.
You know what? I had this thought in my head, right?
I mean, I'm not the best,
If-
obviously, in terms
if
of playing,
Vitality
but
were to
like
go all the way,
this
are they
pattern
considered
of
the
behavior
dark horses?
is the main difference that I see.
No. I mean, going okay, because of the fact that there wasn't a lot of tape on this team going in. I think that there were some questions, like how good are they? Is Dao good enough to carry, this team, right? And we're seeing it's not just Dao, right? Everybody's kind of molded into that specific role. Everybody's really started to step up. Like you saw On just absolutely carry that. This is a team that's really starting to hit their stride. Very scary team, and somebody that, any team in the knockout stage, if they get matched up against, are going to be very scared for.
And for An to be able to come up with that kind of performance, got to give it to the Dolia as well, who have been babysitting him the entire game. So you got to give it to your supporters, all right? Hey, don't forget to.
This
keep
spam
supporting
guy
the
is
game.
damn funny,
Don't
dude.
fight the game as much.
Chemi and
Just
Jusky,
Muchin was very good, right? I think that we always talked about the fact
He's happy can already.
will destroy all jungle and off laner.
The inner
Oh.
right.
I think that he was always there when you need to. And
The
again, you're a
BH
fellow
right, BH
role player
right.
yourself.
Give him
So
the
you're gonna
respect.
see that, the impact that you
Go
bring
side
to the
AG
table is
Vitality
not only
rates
shown,
up.
people don't
Same.
appreciate
No
you.
changes.
But Sir Cloud, let me just say, I appreciate you, brother.
Oh, okay. I'm feeling the love.
You see me, I listen to.
Well,
I'm just getting out the niceties early, right? Later on, I might not be so nice.
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. Whatever that's on the table.
Twitch black screen.
But AG, they cannot take this defeat.
Aya,
They
the
want-
moment I
they
type
want to
number,
make
then
that
it goes
comeback right now. And a lot of the big
irritating.
heroes have been picked up by them. At least
Wait, I need
popular
to change
heroes, that is.
the what's
Long
that
has
called?
been
My
taken.
hotkeys.
The Dharma is
La,
out as well.
la, la.
But of course, they do have
Second
a
place
couple of
Open
options,
Series
like
wildcard.
Ogren, like Yuquan, like even Dun, or even Zhang
Open
Fei
Series
is
wildcard
still in
second
the
place?
Who?
Yeah, and look,
Wait, I want to
this
search
global
the
ban
Singdas.
pick is absolutely
It should be the one that recently ended.
It makes
He
things
was a pro
way
player, Mano.
more exciting.
Yeah, I heard
Again,
that.
this is something that is an Honor of King special in
Second place is
KPL
what,
since
yeah?
what, 2018?
Oh, second place is Maelstrom
This is the first
Catalyst.
time we're seeing the power of this global ban.
It
pick.
ended
And
yesterday, I think,
and
for
again,
the-
if you're a new viewer, you don't know what's going on. But basically, if a team picks that hero, they can't play that hero again throughout the
Long,
the
Long
series,
taken
right?
out.
So it really opens up like these
Doria,
huge,
wow.
deep hero pools. You have to kind of dig deep in terms of what you're able to bring. And is your synergy really going to be on point, especially on the draft? It's going to be super important, especially in this game 2 and beyond.
Yeah, it's brutal, right? I honestly, if I were to be playing, I'll be scared of this global ban pick rule. Besides,
Yeah, probably. Oh yeah, they can qualify through the Malaysian League, right? The Pro League.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
You're like a one trick, like yeah, I'm the same way. I don't want to announce.
Yeah,
it
they
because I
are.
feel like if
So
anybody
Vitality,
plays
will they
against
let out
me,
the
then I'm like, oh,
Ali?
then I'm just like,
Will they
screw
let
it.
out Ali or mine?
Well, if your opponents can see
No,
you
Ali use already.
in rank before getting into the game, I don't think they can. But
Ali,
yeah, I
my
guess that
pick
the
first.
Late
advantage-
by
they see
late by
my
how
icon.
long?
They know.
Oh,
They know
yeah.
who I
Are they
am.
like super
But
strict?
it looks like
Like if you're
AG
late by
are gonna
5
go with the
minutes,
mine to
you're
start things
DQ'd.
off. They're gonna go high
For
flying
what?
to start it. Hopefully they
The
bounce
wild
back
card.
in this game
He
too.
said,
Right.
Lemo
I'll
was
talk
saying
a
the
little
wild
bit
card
about the
teammate
Mai,
was
right?
late.
I know the Mai is
Yeah,
not a
normally there's a
hero, but
buffer.
when the
I think
Mai
that
has
10 to
been
15 minutes.
in whenever there's the
Oh,
opportunity,
serious?
right?
But if
1
you're talking-
second?
It is kinda
Dude,
shaky.
that's damn
yeah.
brutal.
Personally,
Yeah,
from
got 10 minutes time to
looking
check
in,
out.
I'm
To
Oh,
check
then
in.
no excuse, ah.
why? Okay, I kind of know why.
I mean,
you have 10
minutes to-
ban pick, but then again, is it really that important to secure the buy?
But once you make it to
obviously
like
have
top
to
16
have,
and stuff, they will ask you to
the
on the
draft
camera
right?
software
I
and
think
stuff.
it's, you got to synergize well. You got to be able to blow it up, and then figure out some
Damn,
way to
okay.
get her back to safety. It looks like AG have kind of
Musashi
responded or
Kiran
complemented
also
that with
taking out the
Zhang Fei, which kinda,
Ogren
again, helps
pick
set
from
things
AG
up in
already.
terms of that counter
Zhang Fei.
initiation to
Don't-
kind of give your Mai a little bit of time to
Don't
go
Menki,
back out
Zhang
and
Fei.
then into the fight again. Right?
Impunity?
Lady
It's
Sun.
huge. And
No
of course,
lah,
sticking
there's
around
no
now for the
way.
Lady Sun.
I
Nice
actually
little
think
one-two combination there.
Blacklist will beat
And we do have
Impunity.
the Diren
Honest.
as well.
I think
I personally
Blacklist
think that
has
Diren
improved
is
enough to
really,
be able to
really
take
good right now.
off.
As long as you have a good amount of protection. And the
Maybe
protection might come
maybe
from Motor.
in this
And
scenario,
blast
if
from the
AG is gonna
back,
play like that,
stuns, like,
then
from
I think
off-screen,
Blacklist
and
can beat
this
them
is
too.
actually a really, really good
Yeah.
hero. But the fact that you have
So
a
I
Mai
would,
who's able to
I
just
don't
go
think
from
Blacklist
front
can
to
win the
back
whole
or even
thing.
to go for the flash,
Because
then
Vitality is
Motor,
just a monster.
need to stay clear of
But
fights.
Blacklist, I think they can definitely take
it's
third,
gonna be
fourth.
a nice little combination. Again,
Yeah,
Team
it's a-
Vitality, you're seeing the draft, the way the
First and second is between
initiations are
Vitality and
generally gonna
Nova, but-
start. Probably Musashi will kind of start things off. Or maybe you can actually add on another initiator, but he's gonna basically amass
Mozi
a
quick,
crowd.
huh?
People are gonna want to
Diren
kill
Jie
Musashi.
Mozi.
They're gonna focus in on him, and that's when the moats can be on point with his cannon blast to kind of just help combinate to kind of to have that wombo combo, and then you have J with just clean up duty, right? So you're
They're
seeing
taking out
at least
the
3 out of the
Yi
potential
Xin
5
can- I
members
think they
here,
take out the Xi Shi also.
where and how they want to start these fights.
气势 or Niwa can be taken.
And speaking of starting fights, I would
Eh,
want
no,
to
you are
see
used already.
AG pick up
西施 for the type
assassin
AG.
type of jungler to try to deal with the Diren Jie.
西施 for what?
Because assassin type jungler,
The
You already have mine,
Cao
what?
Fong.
they love their 1v1, so if they can
No,
pick up
as
like
in
Rachel
ban
Monday
Vitality
or
what? Because
Blanc,
Vitality
I
have a
think
big
that'd be
match
really
what?
nice. I would like to see the introduction of Arc as well, since we're talking about like potential new hero picks. And we have not seen the Arc at all. So
Wow,
they will
AG
develop
playing
it,
very
why
risky
not?
Yeah, so okay, you were talking about having
Oh, the
like,
pay really
a
meh.
high-flying jungler.
No,
It looks like
I
they're gonna
think
go with
Pei is a good pick.
I do
But the
think
thing
that
is,
Pei
Pei
has
is
had some
also a very high
serious,
risk,
play
high
in
risk,
season
high
two,
reward
right?
kind
The
of
potential is there, especially
draft.
with the burst. Now you have a
Mm.
You
lot
cannot
of
have
damage coming out
a
of Pei,
bad
Lady
early
Sun,
game.
and Mai, and then a lane just kind of jumping on that back line when
But
it
if they
needs
get to snowball,
It's
right, then
definitely a
Vitality's
squishier
draft
glass cannon
instantly
type of a
loses.
draft here. But Team Vitality
Shangguan.
respond with the Shangguan. Now you have a little bit of
This is a
finishing
Shangguan
stroke
debut
invincibility
in
love,
season 3, right?
and ways to kind of just hopefully push off or get yourself
I think
safe from
so.
all of this damage.
Ooh, the finishing stroke, very, very dangerous to Lady Sun especially, and that might be the main target that they try to get.
They don't have a lot of heavy
of,
CC, ah.
potential
They only have Zhang Fei
advantages
and,
towards Lady
Mai.
Sun. You've got to think about it. You have Shangguan,
No
you
one
have
else has
Musashi,
stun.
and you have the Charlotte.
I mean, if
And
you want to
even
count the
Moses
meteor
was
kill
the
by
best
a
that
lane,
he's
then
able to
yeah,
let it
sure.
kind of
But
blast from afar and try to find those side angles to try to stop Lady Sun.
Not really, that's like, what, a 0 point something second only.
Seconds before
Yeah,
the
it's not
attack
enough.
comes in.
Wow, I don't like the draw from
I like
AG.
everything about Team Vitality's draft except for the Charlotte. I'm not 100% sold. I think that there are better Clash laners. Charlotte right now is 2-4, a 33% win rate, not the highest. Hasn't been played to its proper, I would say, potential. It has had some issues. It hasn't really been kind of the stable Clash laners that we've seen it in past seasons. So something to take note of, especially going into this game 2 here.
Yeah, but the Charlotte is an interesting pick.
anyway,
because it
Lema, I want to
provides
tell you
the
a story.
mobility.
So there was once
Again, it
I
could
went
be
to
they were
compete
thinking of,
very long time
do we
ago.
want to go for
I was
Lady
playing
Sun,
Arena
or
Valor,
maybe they
and then
just
my,
want to
my
try
friends
to
and I we
throw
registered for
off
a
the
competition.
players of
And
AG.
it was 10 a.m.
They want to
10
try to
a.m.
break
local
their
time,
formation
our
as well,
time.
so that could be
And
one. It
the
might
guy
not
woke up at
even be
9:57.
defensive, but just to try
And we
to just
lost the
shake
match
things
damn
up
hard
and try to
because like
pick
he
them
was
off
still
because you
groggy
have a
from
lot of protection,
sleep.
with the
And we were
Zhang Fei
freaking
and
out that we were
also
gonna be
even the
DQ'd.
Pei. But
So I don't know what's
nonetheless,
worse,
we're gonna head on to team
getting a
number 2
teammate that
ladies and gentlemen. This is
isn't
AG
awake and then we
Global
lose,
versus
or not
Team
even getting to
Vitality.
play. Yeah.
Are you okay with Team Vitality picking Charlotte because you're into blondes?
Impunity used
Let's
Shangguan against
Let's go
Dragon
with this
Draft.
one. It's, of
Mm,
course, it's
I'll
gonna
go
be
and see a
game
replay
2.
later.
Team Vitality struck first. They got that first game, really setting the tone for this one. Can AG bounce back? I think that there's going to be a lot of questions. This one's going to be huge for them. AG definitely want to start off strong. They don't want to be, I mean, they were definitely winning in that early stage in game 1, but can they continue that and kind
It's a hard start
carry
already
into
lah.
the mid-game where they
Oh
did kind of
no
falter
no
off
no
in
no
that
no no
first
no.
game?
Hey, you know what? Recently in Chinese New Year, my mom has been asking me about relationships, and all I have to say to her is that
True. Okay.
you don't have too many choices.
Yeah.
and
Oh
pick
no,
one of
this
them.
game is over, dude.
You
Ah,
got the choice there. It looks like they're gonna
Lost
give up
from the
first
draft
blood, save
alone,
a
ah.
little out of position.
Ah, there's no way,
okay,
there's no way.
You got too many choices. Sir Cloud.
And well, the choice is being picked up by Team Vitality. Like what you mentioned, First Blood again. But of course, First Blood is it's just first blood, right? AG Global can still come back, but at the bottom,
Yeah,
Oh, this
I don't think that they need to
No,
worry too much
he's
about
forced
it.
to do it.
Obviously,
And
it's
I
just
think
the
will have
roamer.
enough
I
damage
mean,
to kill him.
Not to say that
Yeah.
roam lives don't matter. It's more of the fact that like everybody else, like your cores are still in the lane. They're still getting farmed. They're still.
He got
getting
enough damage to
bounced back.
force him
It's
to
just a
eat
little bit more
the
difficult for Saber, who's not going to be as tanky
fruit
as
behind
Saber
anyways,
now,
ah.
as he needs to play a little catch up.
all right. So good protection there by Saber, who came in pretty much just in time. If not to give him the shields, it's also at least to give him that psychology sort of a protection there.
Everyone doxing
that
themselves.
Team Vitality cannot continue to
In the
pursue.
YouTube
But
chat.
that's
Yeah,
all
bro.
right. It's unfair. He'll play
I'm
the
how
biggest
old?
angle
How
for now.
old? I mean, not that it's a very vital
I
piece of
mean,
information,
look,
but
both of the
I think
roamers
it's
will
quite
kind of
funny.
do the same, just ensuring that their farm laners get as much space as possible. I think that Team Vitality are probably going to be a little bit further away. I mean, those cannon blasts, if they're hitting, they're going to be super annoying to deal with, and it can actually stop you from even, being able to get that farm right on those minions. So something to take note of. But looks like AG prioritizing this top lane is they have 3 members to kind of deal with KK and to push him off, the minion wave.
Right, and if we were to see the farm lane, right? So Darren J is not having a good time, and that's totally
The rotation
understandable because
speeds,
his range is not
Vitality is
as
matching
far as the lane
AG.
Sun. So with that,
Like
he's
Wen is keeping a
able to
very
poke
close
bit
eye
more.
on
And
Talon.
yes, he does have the Moses together with him to deal the.
I'm pretty sure they
cannon
saw you
blast
in
from
the red-
far, but
in
because
the red
of
bush.
Zhangfei is able to
Huh?
block all
What?
those cannon blasters.
No, they saw Tao Hen in the
Even
right
he's
side
not able
bush.
to block it by
The red
himself,
mid
he's
bush.
able to provide the shield, so the cannon blast is
I mean,
not
he
able to
threw
give
his
them the
Kachosen,
impact
so
as what they would like.
I mean, it's hard to miss
Obviously
that.
very
So
important, right? But okay, your opinion as of who needs to really step up for AG in this game.
An is already leading. He has the
Needs to step up
vampiric
for
side,
AG.
so he's
Okay,
able to
that's
sustain a little
tough
bit
one,
more.
right?
Even though
I
Tia has
felt
a
that
meteor,
everyone's
right?
playing
I
their
don't
role,
think
but I guess
he's able to
if
survive.
based on game number 1, the one that needs to step up is probably going to be Leo. He positions
And the
himself
control
well,
coming out from
but,
Mu Chen is definitely more
maybe-
effective compared to
Maybe it's
Saber.
also team vitality, right? They have good positionings that did not allow him the space to actually go in and find those opportunities.
Oh, but the knockup, they've already
Oh.
found him. KK does get killed, and it looks like Leo, you just voice activated him as he turned it off. The meteor kill on
Oh,
the
that's
Wen,
nice.
just
Okay,
barely enough, and
finally.
Leo
The greed
gets
was
the
worth it.
double. Oh
So
my God.
Leo actually
Third
went
Cloud,
for
you're
the
calling him
Swift
out.
Swift Strike.
Yeah, that's what
Lance
you,
as
that's
his
what
first
we're
item.
talking about, right? That's what we're talking about.
So
Like,
I
he's
was a bit
literally
worried
like,
that
I'm
was a
gonna
little
show
bit too
you
greedy
casters that
because
I can do my stuff as well.
Kirker actually
And you know
went
what?
for
Like him picking this
the
lane, it allows him
defensive
the
item.
mobility to actually go in and do the sort of thing.
Yeah, they were doing. I mean, he just turned it up, right? But
Yeah,
you said
Kirker actually
casters,
went
I
for the
wanna be very
gauntlet
clear,
first.
It was you and not me.
So
on
he's
that
able to
one.
tank a little bit more.
So
damage.
yes, it was Sir Cloud, and they can find you online on all social medias at Sir Cloud. Okay,
Yeah,
all right,
yeah, you can
so-
find me on Blam Mobile at.
Other ways to find you out. But it looks like AG are kind of turned that one a slight advantage. Now the Tyrant here. This is about 4 minutes in. Obviously, there's a little bit of a struggle here in terms of space. Dao making his way over there, as well as Akira. The Tyrant's going to be probably the next big engagement. But again, people are just back in their lanes, at least for now.
But
And so far it is again of a stalemate at the bottom. Yeah, a couple of pokes here and there, but because both sides they have their own protection, especially with the Zhangfei. Zhangfei, he doesn't want to go all in. He wants to keep his unbridled outburst for the right moment, and he could be now.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, he was going to be right up front. He was going to use that unbridled outburst to push them away, but realizing that there was no reason
HOK
to.
now,
he
HOK
saved it. He got
2018, wow.
tremendous value, especially since they pick up the Tyrant as well, and they have that ult in case they need to go.
different year got
What's
different
really
meta.
critical
Eh.
about is Zhangfei, right? Because the unbridled outburst is a very expensive ult. You not only need to wait for the cooldown, well, frankly speaking, I think the cooldown is just irrelevant. Most importantly, to stack up the madness, so you don't want to use it all the time, like trigger happy. You want to find the right moment to get the best out of the unbridled outburst.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. I mean, hitting it at the right mark, but I think the angle of when it comes out,
I think Leo is
probably more
performing
important.
better
Being able
this
to
game.
reposition is huge, but getting that perfect one where
A lot
you
more
just don't
stable,
like,
ah.
screw up your own team fight and like push them away, for instance. I think that you gotta ensure that you again have the right initiation.
Yeah, as a Zhangfei main, I could understand that, like you thought that, okay, I'm engaging
Global
right
server
now,
for
but then
China
you're
players.
pushing them
Blame
front
this guy,
and
this guy
two
talking
steps
shit.
away from your own teammate.
No,
And
even
the
if you
opponent
ban
gets away,
global
so you
server,
really need
you
to
can't even ban
find
global
your
server
balance.
because the China players were.
In my personal
There's a
opinion, it would be the
separate
best to
server,
come
what?
from behind and
No, as
push the
in,
front, but,
this
you
guy
know,
is
for the
just
most
talking
part,
nonsense,
because,
ah.
like, you are
China.
attacked, especially in such a competitive setting, you
EWC
always need to
first
be
HOK
somewhat
champion.
in
Yeah,
front
yeah,
of
some
the
games they've been
opponent.
playing, they were second also.
I mean, it's kind of linear. You kind of expect him to be, coming at you. So as long as you're not like, completely caught off guard or getting hit by a blind spot, I think that you're going to be okay. I think Zhang Fei is a type of hero where has had tremendous success, especially in the championship.
It's
Had,
a much
crazy
tighter
win
game.
rate.
I think
The teams
AG,
were all
they
picking
made
it.
a
It was
little bit
very strong. It was very powerful, but we
more
haven't seen
better
it as
decisions this time.
well.
But not really getting the lead that they want to desire from a Mai and a Pei
Yeah,
combination.
they need more, but I think right now it's
I'm
still
dropping
okay.
out the stat, right? So his
The pressure is
win
going
rate
to
so
turn
far
around
in
though.
season 3 is only 36%. So as popular as he is, it's not really bringing the returns, and I can understand that because when it was first introduced in perhaps in season
will they
2,
get the tier
even,
2?
like, there were not as many
At least half,
heroes at that time.
You
And
will
now
I
with
think they will
the
be able to
variety
take
of
it.
heroes,
Because
there's
1000
so
is here.
many ways to counter the
They're too
Zhang Fei.
bad.
Yeah, there's too many ways. I mean, what? He's still the number.
Oh no, he missed. Oh my
most picked- Oh my,
goodness.
going in
He's
for this
dead
one.
lah.
He wants to go, and Dao is going to be killed when
Death by
made
sunset.
him pay. Ensure that he gets the kill on that one, but now Leo
Aiyo.
very low.
Yeah, but tier 2 at bottom
No, there's no way they
for-
lose this.
A little bit of breathing room, but Dao continuing on, not scared.
Yeah, they lose
He gets
this,
the
there's
pick
no
off
way.
onto Gia. That's a 2 for nothing.
Oh man, I was looking at Jeff's position.
Wow.
He was totally caught off guard there. The Zhang Fei, Saber, he was right in front of the tower. He was trying to protect
Oh, the
the
mid
tower.
turret also gone.
Yeah,
Wow.
because you
Oh.
have a Dao hand there. But kind of
Aiyo.
for a second there, you forgot about Jia and you left Jia in the open. Yes, he used his flash, but it was not enough for him to get away. And we can see that clearly back in this replay. Look at where Jia's position is at. It's all right that he was able to flash and Rider Alpha's jump came in, but it was
I think Kaka is dead here. No, okay.
I think he was playing a
Nice
little
save.
overconfident. KK is going to be killed. The finishing stroke, not enough damage, and it looks like Wen gets whittled
Zhang
down.
Guang will die here, okay.
Doing some serious damage on
I
this
think just
right
invade and
now.
take the blue.
Death
They
and
don't have to
Sunset
commit
keeping
here.
Leo alive.
Just take the blue,
They're
just
not
take
going to go for the blue, but AG got what they wanted, which is 2 kills.
and they even
Nice.
took out the blue.
Oh,
But
that was
they
nice.
Oh,
continued.
Dao dueling the death right on. He's got him in the
There's no
heart.
way.
He goes for Gia yet
Dao
again.
Dao-
The Unbridled outburst, but Dao
Huh?
is going to be killed as well. So they've got.
Dude,
their
you're
own
level
return
9.
kill. Team Vitality, man.
What are you doing against Dao Dao?
Super scary.
Yeah, straight up trade there by Team Vitality, but they're not stopping yet. They try to get Leo. The Cannon Blast did not hit, so it's good for Leo. If it hit, and it starts here,
the
that's
decision
it. By
making.
another fight with Pei.
Yeah, Dao continuing on, but
Then
this is,
Pei will
this
be
is the
stuck here. He
moment.
doesn't have his
Duel
S2
of death.
to jump over the wall. Yeah,
Doing
God,
the
he's stuck.
damage, and Dao basically gets the solo. He gets knocked up by that tyrant, if anything, and this is an opening for Team Vitality.
So
Huge
player
loss
more
for
predicted
AG
than
as
I-
Akira's down for 20.
And the Tyrant is up for grabs, but Vitality, they want to focus on getting the main objectives, taking down the tower.
Wow.
But they probably also know that, okay, Akira is just like 10 seconds away. We don't want to waste that much time. We see an opening on the bottom and on the middle. Let's just shove up the waves.
Yeah, they need to shove it up, but they need to. Team Vitality need to.
Team
push the
Vitality
top lane
can
first.
take
Vanguard
the
is there,
Tyrant
they'll
run.
push. So
Take
they
the what?
want to just kind of commit
Take
any
the
resources
Tyrant.
in terms of players.
Not enough time.
They will invade your enemy jungle as
Have,
well as
I
take
have,
away your
actually
blue.
enough.
So again, Team
Enough?
Vitality
Bro,
in
gone
the
already.
driver's seat, up about 2K.
No, as in
at this
just now
point,
when
which is
Akira
actually
was still
pretty
down.
considerable at
No, I
this
think it's
stage.
better to take the
And
buff.
notice when the items pop up earlier on, Dao Dao is the only one that went for...
Because if you
Bill,
take the
so he
buff,
got
they minus
blazing
1.
cape already
You
on,
take
expect him
the
to go for
Tyrant,
more
he
tanky
still gets
items, because
some
I
farm
don't see
from
KK
taking
going
the
for
Zero
tanky
Golem.
items. He's
So I
probably gonna
You
go
still get damage for the 10 minute Tyrant mah.
No, but you want to
Just
cipher
full-on
growth, ma?
damage just because they want to try to win fights fast.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for KK, oh, it
Woohoo!
looks like they get a pick
Oh,
off.
oh,
Down
Charlotte.
and another death. This is a disaster of a game. He has not been able to get going, hasn't been able to get those pickoffs, and he's died a couple times, especially early. Rough stage. Now they're going to look to take this fight 4 versus 5. Are they able to take this Tyrant? It's already at a half-life. The dash away by
Come on,
lah,
this has to be the
Insane,
one,
but
man.
they're looking to go in.
Yes,
Dao
yes,
Dao
yes.
gets the Tyrant. They do have the
Nice
immediate
jump.
kill.
Okay,
They do
Leo
end up
D is
getting
job already.
Gia. Wen gets that kill, and they got Muchen on this one,
Wonderful.
trying to go for the Stampede, but Leo down.
Wait, but why Leo he's dead by sunset? He aimed the Mucho
Wants
first.
to go for a
Huh?
kill, tries to get the pick off on this one, but now
He straight away
Saber
slashed
running for his
the
life,
mods
cannot
instead
get
of
away
the
with this
Tyrants
killing
here.
machine, which is Dao Dao,
I'm
and that's
thinking
a wrap.
the thought process
Overall,
behind it
it's
is
a
that look,
worldwide
the
free
mods
trade,
has
right?
been
Like, it's
a
3-for-3.
thorn in our
At the
sides,
same
right?
time,
So
Team
we get rid of the
Vitality,
stuns
they
first,
got the
which I think
Tyrant.
is
So
is
Team
still a
Vitality
valid thought
practically won the
process.
game.
But yeah,
Okay, let's hold your
Un,
horses
you
a
leave
bit.
him
It's still
alone, then,
only
like,
11 minutes in. They
he already
still
has
have the
Daybreaker,
towers
Forge
in the
Dagger,
T2s.
Doomsday.
They have ways.
He's going
but
for Kira's
now,
or Savagery
tougher
next.
situation, especially since
Yeah.
Team Vitality
He's
are
essentially
invading. They're taking
almost
away
full build already
everything.
at this point. In
let's
terms
just
of
replay
damage items, he's
Yeah,
there.
just check this out, right? Unbridled Outburst from the side, which I think it's okay. He probably had the idea of like, okay, with the Unbridled Outburst, I want to try to steal away the Tyrant, but it's very, very hard to time that. And there weren't much focus put onto him, so this was also a very smart move by Team Vitality to try to take out the major damage dealers before shifting over.
Oh yeah, the extreme speed on how Down was like, maybe I invade, but they're like, oh crap, there's actually 4 members. I need to back off. He gets back to safety, ensures that he does see another day. He needs to stay alive. He's trying to be aggressive, trying to force it out, make it a little uncomfortable, especially since Akira is level 14, a level behind, and you do not want to be faltering behind, especially against a monster that is Down.
Yeah, I like the feature where the fans can actually cheer on for their favorite team.
They
On
think-
social media and our admins will pick it up. Picking up.
Yeah, looking to get a pick
No
off
way,
onto him,
come
and
on,
they
man.
find Saber.
are
On
you
gets
doing?
that kill, the death
Zhang
and
Fei got
sunset,
no
but he
ulti.
wants to fight. I don't think that this is the right play, and
Yeah.
On will blow him up.
What?
Gets the double. Tried to go aggressive, but down
Wow.
attracting
No,
so
they-
much
they
attention.
still
He
win.
gets shut down by Akira, so the return kill, and Akira does die
No,
as
no,
well.
as in,
but Gia
bad decision
also gets
to
on that one
re-engage,
point as well.
from
Down
AG.
will recall back to safety, but with 4 members down that are looking to start to push down that mid lane, tough situation for AG at this stage.
The moment Team Vitality caught Saber, it felt like AG just broke apart. Like they went in one by one, or they just lost their formation, and Team Vitality, they punished them for it.
Yeah,
And now
this
they can
is
take
a-
things
a
slow.
struggle
There's
for
so
AG
so many
because of
things
the fact
across
that
the
it
map they
looks
can
like
go and
they're
take.
fighting
Clear the
on all
jungle,
fronts. They're
clear their
not
own
only fighting
jungle,
together,
and then come
they're
back and take
taking
the
individual
overlord.
battles. But Team Vitality have the numbers advantage, so they're always pulling out ahead. And now this net worth lead is starting to grow even more so in their favor. And now they're looking to take a free overlord. Not really much AG can do at this stage.
Yeah, and we were to look at the replay of whatever happened earlier, right? Okay, this is the focus onto Dalhan. They went in for the chase, they got Dalhan. Okay, that's cool. But the rest
Yeah,
of them
yeah.
came in a little bit too late.
But even if Zhang Fei had ulti there, I think it wouldn't have changed much.
The moment he got jabbed,
Yeah,
that's it. They know
Mu
they can
Chen's
push down the mid lane.
positioning is very nice this game.
Another thing that's really worrying though is that all of the kills are going in favor of On.
And being a nuisance everywhere. Getting vision.
I mean, that's the kind of roam that I like to play also,
the
right?
tops in the game. He's just
You're
so
just there to
scary
make
at
life
this stage.
difficult.
Yes, you were talking about D-Ren-J.
Yeah, like
the
Kin
fact
and
that
his
range
Kin and
is all
his
there, but
Zhong Kui
when you're
hooks.
able to get in and everybody's
Annoying,
attracting
yeah.
those attacks, all you need to do is just blow people up, and he's done such a good job of that.
I
Oh,
just want to point out that Dao Dao, he already
Oh,
has the
nice
blood
attempt.
rage. Good
Okay.
Yeah, that's sunset.
They got
on
it.
the backside,
That's
finds
sunset.
On.
Okay.
I complimented him. That's my fault. I targeted him. Saber goes down as well.
but no
So they got
damage.
this one, but Leo is going to be killed as well as Akira.
Gone.
And Dao
Dao
Dao is
needs to
turning it up.
run.
He's got all of the damage. He's forcing it out. And now
I think game's
Dao
over.
on the run, just trying to keep this base alive. If anything, just slow it down. Do whatever you can to give yourself a chance to win the game.
Man, I really want to watch the replay again, just to break down on the positioning of AG.
I think regardless,
earlier
even
on,
if
but
Zhang Fei
now
has no
with
ulti, it's
only
still okay.
Dalhan
Because Sleeping
alone,
Savior does buy
he's
your team a
chased
little bit
out.
more time.
Oh, he's
It's more
chased out. He's
the
trying to
fact
go
of the
in.
matter
He
that
thought
they
he
have
just kind of
the
pushed
very
them
difficult
away,
choice
but
of
now he's gonna be
having to
targeted
choose
here. The
between
Vanguards
stopping
have
Mu
shown
Chen
up,
or
and
they
Dao
try
Dao's
and
like, "Alright,
go
I'll just
for
take
the
the
burst on
base."
An.
No, he goes
So
for the Shinobi.
you have
He
to
goes
deal
for
the
the
two of them
Duel
at the
Death.
same time. That's
Blow
the
it up
issue.
Dowhead,
But
and a
because
little
of the lack of
salt on
damage,
that
right,
wounds as
they can't kill it.
close out this game. No, no minions. Excuse me. Let me hold up. Mu-Chen.
Oh.
Sunset right on top of Mu-Chen.
You
I
did.
spoke a little too soon. Mu-Chen now just be like, all right, maybe I take a T3. No, don't
just
even
do
get
as much
that.
damage to turret.
AG have a lifeline, but that crystal, man, there are some cracks in it.
Whoa. Frankly speaking, this game should have ended earlier on, but the fight's not over yet.
Why?
Not over. Akira
Why
just
would you
popped
go
out. He just
there?
gets blown up. All he wanted was not able to do it. Dow turning it up, and this is the Dow show as you give the man a double.
You give the man the blood rage, he goes for blood. Look at him right now. He's probably the top killer for the team. I can't wait to see the stats later on, but this is also again another opportunity for Team Vitality to come in again.
Yeah, this is going to be it. I mean, they need to deal with the minions. They're trying to deal with that, but the super minions in the mid lane deal goes in for
There's
the
no
death
way
and
lah.
sunset, trying to
Yeah,
go
there's
in.
no
The
way.
duel of the death right on top. Dowhead's already been killed. Now they take the base. And
GG.
Team Vitality take game 2.
You know what? If Team Vitality
Yeah.
they want to
Uh,
kill hungry, this game could have been ended
Also
like
because
2 or
of
3 minutes
positioning.
earlier, but still, a win
So
is a
the
win.
way
At the end
that
of the day,
Vitality
it's
positions
2-0
themselves, right,
now
is
to
really
Team
hard to catch on.
Vitality,
Ideally,
and they have
the
pushed
two
AG
or
to
3
a
plays
match
that they're
point.
looking for, right, is that
Dude, totally went
Leo
easy there
as
on
the
them,
lane
right?
will be able to
The
jump on
fact
the
that,
back lines and split the
if
fight.
they did, like,
Right, so half the
something's
team will
better,
go and deal with
almost
Dao Dao,
perfect
and then the
game,
other
they're
half
like,
will go
oh,
and
yeah, they
deal
could have
with
ended the game 2 minutes
An
earlier.
and
Why did they
Muchen.
do that?
But the thing is,
I'm gonna give props
the
props are due
the
with Team
mine was quite
Vitality,
far
really
behind
closing out the
in
game
terms
when
of
they
farm
needed to.
also.
Again,
And
be
the
very
way that
smart. You don't wanna be
they
super
position
high
themselves,
risk
they were
all the
always just
time,
shy
and
of
you'll
Mai's
take
range.
fights when you need
So
to.
there was
Team
no
Vitality know what
uppercut
they're doing
coming
with their
from
cloud, okay? Just
from
hold on.
Daohen. There was no way.
Okay. I mean, I can't take away the Asian from me, right?
And the thing is,
It is.
if you're looking
Yeah,
at,
but
okay,
it is,
maybe
I
let's
would
say
say this
you
round
think about it,
is
say,
a
hey,
even
Saber
more
should use
convincing
the
win for
unbridled
Team
outburst to
Vitality,
try and knock them in,
and
or
looking at the
to just
entire game,
get the initiation
there was,
started.
a
In the
boost
traditional
here
way
and
that
there
they've been
from,
fighting
AG
here,
with the
they're front facing
positioning, and there was
against
some moments where they went
Vitality,
in
which means
one
that
by one. We saw
Saber's
that
ulti
earlier
will push
on.
them even further.
There were
So
moments
when you push them
where
even
the
further,
Zhang Fei
that makes
was,
life very difficult for
eliminated, but
Daohen
yet
because
still
Daohen
it's
is already
still
very
making
short
for it. They
range.
know that they
Right,
don't
he
have
cannot get the
tank
proper
at the
knockup.
early stage of the fight.
Even in the
So
normal range that they're
maybe
playing
a
at
bit of
already.
a,
And then when Saber
cleaner
comes in
coordination
with
could
his
have been done
ultimate,
by AG Global.
he just knocks them even
Yeah,
further
it
away.
just seems like
There's no
they're,
knockup, there's no
they're
burst.
Team fighting.
An
and
is
when they
once again
initiate and when they
unpunished
go,
because you
they were
give
not on
him
the same page.
a
Everybody was
hint.
very panicky.
You don't
right?
burst
Team
him down.
Vitality were
You
taking the fight.
more
They
like
were
you give him a
dictating the
warning sign
fights.
like,
They
hey,
were
we're starting a
ensuring that
fight
every
now.
time they go
And then
in, they got
An
those pickoffs.
immediately goes
And
into
it didn't seem like
fight
AG were able
and
to
flight
respond in
response.
kind.
So
They
he
were
gets
kind
to
of very
reposition
reactive
himself
this
as
game,
long as you don't kill
which is
him with that
pretty
first
much a
initiation.
losing strategy going in. Let's be honest.
Yeah, and by Akira
And like I
taking
said,
the
Law, it's
pay,
the
we
same-
don't
it's
get
the
to see
same
those
thing.
Sexy moves or stealing with the tyrants and
In
so
order
on and
to
so
deal with
forth,
this draft that
okay, looking at the
Vitality
KDA, now I
have,
wanted
right,
to see
you have to
the,
deal with Muchen and An at the
KDA
same time.
for Dao Dao. So yes, the best KDA.
Because
8,
in order to
1,
deal with
12,
Wen,
and
it's
look at his
still
items, he
pretty
does have the
straightforward, right? If
blazing
Wen
cape,
comes
he
in
does have the
with
blood
the
rage,
finishing
and it
stroke,
makes him
you guys just
really,
group
really
up
tanky,
together,
and we
you
would
spread the
compare
damage,
with
so it
the
isn't that
Charlotte, so it's a
crazy.
semi-tank
But
build.
Muchen
So
and
again,
An,
Dao Dao
they will
plays
always
the
be
Musashi,
separated,
he is
and
still the
it's so
main
difficult for
tanky
AG
guy
to
for the team.
catch these people at one shot.
Completely carrying when he needed to. Right?
Single
He really
target
stepped up
from
this one,
Akira,
especially after the last one. But
you can
An,
count it as
you
AOE
know,
for Leo, but the
complementing
moment
him
they,
very
they
well, look at those
of
the damage.
a
I
set
mean,
distance,
An was
right,
actually
then
doing
Leo
more
becomes a
damage.
single target
I think
as well.
he had
So
like
everyone is
6-0
single
and
target.
4 at one point. His KDA was on point.
And
really
with single target
carrying the
heroes, you're
game,
looking to
providing that space
burst
for
down
Dao Dao
two
to get his farm,
different
to turn
members on
into
the
that
side of
monster.
Vitality
And
at the
again,
same
when
time.
he's got that Musashi, you just give him a little bit of time, and he's just going to turn it up and just blow people up. So
So
again,
it's a
there's a
draft
reason
diff.
why they're
lah.
24
I like
and 12 in this game, because
the idea
off
of the
the back of
burst
those
potential
two,
coming in
very
from
difficult to get
from
into.
AG,
And
but
when we look at
the
this
way that
draft, it's
Vitality
almost very
position
similar
themselves,
like, game number 1, like both
and
sides
with
had
the
their
advantage of the
moments,
farm,
but,
the equipment, the
this
gold,
time,
it is
Team
very difficult.
Vitality,
They needed to
went
pull the
just
game to a
all the
Tempest.
way in. They got the tyrants in the bag. And
Which
if
is
you
why I
look
don't
at
like
AG, they only got 1 tyrant
pay
compared to
that
the one
much,
before,
at
and
least
that's
here lah.
because you don't have the Jing
Because
to steal away
they
with the smite.
cannot
And
capitalize
the
on
MVP,
his win
well,
condition. He
welcome
needs to have
back.
the lead.
We kind of miss you,
Dao
Dao
Dao.
Dao.
MVP.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be his 4th MVP in only, what, 5 games? This guy is an absolute monster. Like that, again, they tried to focus him out in game 1, weren't able to do it in game 2, and when you see Dao Dao, you
The
have
draft
to
is
run
good
with
lah,
it,
but the
because
execution
this
not there
man is
also another
super
problem.
scary. I think Akira's like, okay, I don't know how to deal with this guy as a fellow jungler myself to kind of compete with him, because he's been
But I
able
think
to
he should
get
have
the
been a
farm,
tank
and
jungler,
once he gets
honestly.
going, he's super scary. 8-1-12. How do you deal with this raid boss?
Absolutely right. He's definitely a raid boss just because of how tanky.
Because
he
if
is
your
with his build.
fighter,
And
your clash lane is a
obviously,
fighter side, like a lane that takes
Musashi
like
has the options of like, okay, I'll
quite-
go for damage,
quite
cool.
a
I'll
long
go
time to
for
get
tank, cool.
to
But this
get
guy,
activated.
when
Then
tank
your
options,
jungler needs to be tanked to hold on to the early to me.
the amount of damage
There
this
is
guy
one potential situation which I think AG can turn the game around in a team fight, but it requires Saber to come in and use his ulti from the back. But that is very
The
risky.
laning phase is not their issue. Leo with the call out by Coach Sir Cloud on that one.
AG
showing
use
that he does
most
show up in
of
this game. He
the
does really well.
meta heroes move.
This is where Gia got picked off, and then Dao Dao started to. This is like, in my opinion, the tipping point. Because once Gia goes down and you're not able to farm, then you're losing a lot of pace for An. And An is then starting to blow people up. He's starting to get all these kills, and then he becomes super scary, and that enables Dao Dao because he's got all that space and time to farm, and he's basically soloing your fellow jungler.
You saw Blam's comment?
Yeah,
Where?
and I get the positioning of
YouTube,
the
YouTube.
right now that we're looking back on the highlights is that they want to try to do something similar like what they
This
did before.
bitch.
Maybe they found that, okay, there is this something that we can exploit. It's like, okay, we try to position ourselves
This match is like
around the players of Team Vitality.
Malaysia versus China.
But the difference is that it's like Team Vitality,
Sure.
they
You're
saw
happy, can
one
already.
player, they went in for it, they got the pick up, and then now they try to hunt for the other players around. So with the damage output that they have in this round,
Both
with the
times
draft,
World Cup champion, Team Vitality incoming HOK.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the
Sure.
draft in general by
Sure.
AG, it's like how like Daohan kept getting caught out, where he would have to just run back and just try to play defensively, and he never really got in. You know, as the Mai, you generally want to be the initiator. You want to be hitting your Kachusins, get your Shinobi, get that, blow somebody up and get on out.
Hey,
And he was
EDG,
not
the
really
M
able to
stands for
find
what,
that
ah?
right target.
I know
Because again, if
EDG
you
is
look at
Edward
Team
Gaming,
Vitality's
but
draft, a little bit
M
more on
is
the
for
tanky
what?
side,
Mobile.
where the positioning was
Mobile.
probably protected. And so it's tough to go into like a down.
I mean, they are doing so well now
So they were
in
not able to
regular
fight
season.
the way that
What?
they wanted
Why is he
to.
not there? Why
And
is he
This was a total
Nice.
draft win by Team Vitality. Obviously, execution was on point, but again, I'm just trying
Surprisingly doing
to
well.
potentially create some
The
sort of
coach is the
solution
same
for AG
coach
to
as
get
the
back
one that
in
went to
this one
EWC
by looking
with
at one of
the
draft
Gemini.
boards.
Yeah, and the solution,
Who?
they
EDG?
definitely
The
need to change
EDGM
a lot
coach,
here
the
because they will be
Ice.
forced to, thanks to the global ban pick after this.
I think they went to EWC together last year.
No, so the previous team, I think they were playing around the same rules, right? So I think it's also based on residency. They just swapped them out, lor.
One thing is about the draft, right? Another thing is about the execution and Team Vitality.
I think the
to
quality of the
they can
players are
play
better this time.
almost
So.
any draft and they can execute it to perfection.
I mean,
They
that's
are the worst.
the
They're
very
up
difficult
2-0,
reality
and
of
they're already
competitive
guaranteed.
scene, right?
There's really
So
nothing at stake other than seeding.
I think the
Maybe some
decision
bragging rights and all
making
that stuff,
is
but
a little bit better
do
in
you
this
go
current
into game 3
vitality.
and just be like, actually, let's pick our worst heroes and see how we do, just to throw people off?
The
You know
rule
what I mean?
wasn't
It's
just
like one of those
the
things
rule
where,
wasn't
oh,
like
people are doing the
really
research
that
and
strict,
they're like, oh
man.
my gosh,
Yeah.
you're playing like some
Cause
random,
back then they
like,
had City
Rara,
Boy and
like,
Shanks on
whatever
the
it
roster
is,
at one
and
time
they're just kind of changing things
on the
up
main
so that they're
active
like,
roster.
okay, maybe we need to prepare for this.
for the
Honestly, I
old
don't mind at
Vitality.
this point, and they have nothing much to lose, even if they want to bring out like what you say, the Luara, or maybe like the Liu Sha.
Come on, man, bring back Winter, man.
Go for
Where's
it.
Winter?
Everyone
Those
was
heroes
simping
that
for
we have
Winter.
not seen. Come on. Just
She's
put
super
it in
tall,
like
dude.
that, right? So that by the end of the season, hopefully.
But it
we
was
have
nice. It was nice to
all
see
the
her
players
hold her
being picked once
own
for
on the main
ranked
stage.
players
I
to
think
refer
it's a very different experience.
Yeah,
And this
I
this
mean,
regardless of
it'd be
gender.
funny to
I think
see.
the
We'll see
ability to
how
play on
serious
stage
they are.
is
I'm pretty sure from what I've seen from
is
Team
of a
Vitality,
different
that they
level.
don't want to put anything on
Yeah.
top, right?
Like-
They just want to just close out games as quickly as
Their
possible
current
and just
coach?
move on with
Is
their
their
lives
current
so that
coach
people
still
don't
Yao
really
Yao?
know what to
I don't
ban.
know.
But it would be
Whoa.
funny, and it would be
I don't
very
think so.
unlike Team Vitality to do so. But first,
Some guy
let's
called
take a bit of a
Andy.
break before we go into that third game.
He's
Yup.
been with them ever since Yao Yao left, I think.
But the achievements they've had, not bad. Really, really.
Hmm. Very threatening region.
AGL team.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They need a new soundtrack for the international tournaments.
I think it's okay.
What is the background of Vitality players? KPL and just long-term playing on.
Okay, we'll see if the YouTube comments are true.
Don't think though. Bro, Singdas, check the open wildcard. Your username also not on the Wikipedia yet, bro. Only my ex team one is on the Wikipedia. Like the player IDs. Other teams are all TBD.
Yeah. This Italian team looks like they don't know what spaghetti is. Walao.
Whoa. Okay. basically.
On my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way.
Well, but honestly, the wild card one, I expected Balls to win. Balls game. Bro, so 3-0, at least let me have some hopes for my points. Yeah.
What was the scoreline? You get
And
to
we
vote on
are
scoreline,
back
man. I think it's just win or lose,
Season
no?
3 All Gamers Global
I think
now
scoreline,
down
first blood
0-2
kill,
against Team
and
Vitality
win.
have not found any answers on
And
how to
overall
stop
series.
this beast that is Team Vitality. Dow right there, one of those beasts. Sir Cloud, sir, how do we deal with him?
Dude, he looks like Mankey.
Right now, I'm
Wow, toxic.
He can cosplay Mankey, dude.
Oh,
He'll
okay,
be
that's
so
not how we
cute.
deal with him, right? That's how I deal with him. But here,
So you give him love, got it.
I give him love, and I hope he gives me
Yeah,
back by,
MTG
you know,
used to be a
jersey or
thing.
something. Just putting it out there. But the global ban pick, okay, so we're gonna see a summary again of what they picked, and so far we're going to game number 3. We did talk about the potential of picks that we don't usually see, and I would love to see that, considering that this match is just a seeding match now.
Yeah, I would think that they would look. There's very few opportunities to play up against some of those teams, especially on a stage like this, right? You have a little bit of breathing space in the sense that you do have a 2-0 lead. You have a game or two to kind of play around with, assuming that you do close it out in that 5th game, assuming you want to do that. But I think that they could go in with something a little
AG
bit
stress,
risky,
man.
but from again,
Real.
what we saw from Team Vitality, they don't
Wow,
like to do
lose
that.
again.
They just like to close things out. And
They want,
the less time
but their pool quite limited, yeah. Now.
show them
Okay,
you know,
okay.
the movements around the map,
AG
the different
impunity.
games and all of that. I think it's advantageous for them going into the knockout
You asking me?
stage
Yeah.
as opposed to
Coach.
trying to test out
What?
strats now.
Based on how they play here.
Wow, this question a bit shooting me.
Roll down,
Oh, wow.
spotlight on you, like have that confidence. And
Hold on, let me call my lawyer.
Opponent,
impunity bar.
right? So it also
Yeah, I
gives
think
them
so too.
a bit of an
Impunity,
incentive if they were to top
like
the group
factually.
handsomely moving on to the next stage.
You
But
see, I'm
coming
very
into
curious
draft
how
of
they're gonna
game
play
number
against Nova.
3, so the low
Because Nova was very
we saw
shaky
the
yesterday.
buy early on, it was
Like honestly, the
used
first
by
2 series, oh my
AG,
goodness,
so
first 2 games,
Vitality,
very
there's no
shaky.
reason for them to ban the buy. It's really up to AG now.
KPL will
I mean,
have 2
backs on the
representative
wall,
teams.
right? And they're going to continue on in the knockout stage, so it's not the end of the world for them. But again, I think that
For
this is more of just
EWC,
like
then you can-
we could potentially see this team down the road. We want to try things, and I think that this is one of those things where it helps you not only up against Team Vitality, but also your morale of being able to take a single game or maybe more potentially against Team Vitality, right? You want to put yourself with the best foot forward, ensuring that you're doing that. And again, I think that, you know, showing drafts and your strategy, not that big of a deal, especially at this stage. I think that it's better to kind of to get that opportunity to compete and to see what strategies might work up against a powerhouse. Again, that is Team Vitality.
And Team Vitality, they're taking out 2 heroes that have high mobility, the Ali and the Charlotte, so that's out. Yuhua, one of the top picks, so it is going to go to the hands of AG. Now,
I'm not wrong, right? EWC is they use the organizations as ranking, right? Not your country or what.
Early picks as well. So yep,
The previous one
Outground
was
is
the
going to
the
be picked
dream
up.
team
It's
lah.
probably gonna
I
be
think
a
this one they are
tank
using the
Outground
Ox.
played
Yeah.
by potentially
The Ox,
Dao
like
Dao,
T1 is his own
and
org,
we can
then
see how
other like
good
Genji is his
he
own org
in
and stuff.
No.
gauging his health
Like
when
the
it comes to
actual KPL
tanking
team.
for
Yeah, that one I know. But then
already
the purpose of EWC is you fight for the glory of your organization, but not your region.
7-0 in the season
It
3
goes both
already.
ways lah. Depends on what
Uh,
you want.
both top tier picks, right? I was talking about how Team Vitality don't actually hold their punches ever, right? This is what they're going for. They're looking to close this out. They want to completely stomp you. They want to demoralize you. They want to take away your soul to play
Wow, where's the
against Team Vitality.
damage? This one is it a roam? Looking like a
That's a good
roam.
way to put it. Well, if
I
they
don't
want to
think
do
so.
that, they
Media
can pick the
awkward.
Sanche as well. Just take away their positioning from the back, or even try
AG
to get
still have
into the
Musashi,
top
right?
off, because
Musashi
for these
Menki
first
still
two
open for
games,
AG. A lane.
They like to break up their formation.
Wow.
They like to try to enclose Team Vitality.
Then
and
just
if they
ban
can
out
get a quick pick
ban
off,
out.
at least one of them, they open
and-
up their space to take
cannot.
out
Actually quite
the
smart.
other
Because
players.
they
So
flex
a
the
lane
Yuhan to
could
all
be
three
their
lanes,
answer, but
technically.
But
can be a
they are
sneaky
not
one.
tanky.
Yeah,
Yeah,
has
so
the
Yuhan won't
potential,
go-
right?
won't go
I think that
jungle,
there's
ah.
gonna be there are
Or mid.
moments
Musashi,
where
Won't go
jungle is confirmed.
I think
Yeah.
Musashi is
who
good,
uses the unending sorrow.
So just ban out
saving
Musashi
himself, but then
and
being able to jump on that
Menki for the
initiation
self vitality.
right? I think AG right
Yeah,
now
AG
is
can ban
really
out
gonna
marksman.
come down to Leo. How does he do on the Mayan? Does he have the control? Is he able
Ali?
to actually initiate?
Or they
can
and
go
for
start
Toon also.
fights? Because right now, first two games, everything's been reactive. They've been
Toon,
on the
yeah, Toon
defensive
also
side
works,
and not have been
actually.
able to take the fights when they
Ha
want
ha
to.
ha ha ha.
Ooh,
Alamak, they
okay,
ban out the
Polo
Marco.
out. Okay, so they want
Why
to try to
Marco? Why
reduce
Marco?
the damage potential
Yo,
from
Marco
Team
still
Vitality.
do work.
But Team
He double.
Vitality, okay, they have not picked their farm lane
Cause
yet.
if you
and
Marco
the
here and they
Leo
open
is
Musashi, he
back
can still
up.
break the ulti one.
Okay, Lady Sun, they
Yeah.
have used.
Yeah,
the
Musashi
DNG
would
has
have been great on
picked,
AG's
so
lineup.
the next best. Oh man.
Then they force the Menki
I'm
off.
trying to find it hard right now to find what would be the best farm
Marco,
laner for Team
Ali
Vitality.
ban?
So what do you
Can't
think?
anymore, ba? No,
Ali
Hoi.
ban.
Okay, yeah, Hoi.
Not to dig deep
Hoi
into
does
this
wonders
one.
against Yuan, my
I mean,
goodness.
they banned out even the Arlie themselves. So I'm thinking like a whole year.
They Vitality cannot pick up Easing here.
You don't
Because
need
of
to
the
go.
Ifrit. So you also
Okay,
can.
Katsuyori. Okay, dealing with the physical, dealing ways
Someone
of
claims
that.
of BSE claiming
yeah,
age
okay,
created.
I'm okay with that. I don't
cheated
think
with
that she's obviously top tier,
Taita.
and you're more of a.
Oh, I don't think it is
pick of
because from what I understand, they have to on their camera throughout
but it's,
for the top
it
16
definitely has play,
onwards.
especially with On.
I kind of had the
you
thought that
talking
they
about?
might go
Doria
for the
Okay, not
bank
bad,
because, they
It
want
has to
play a
be.
faster
Someone needs to
game,
match
but
up the
okay,
organ.
constant year is fine,
Yeah.
so they still want to go for a certain amount of fights. Now, what Team Vitality is probably lacking is a good group CC, so it's something for them to consider.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Anemo,
looks like they're gonna
okay.
Go for a
Done deal.
mid instead, so Gun and
Trio.
Mo with
Trio.
a couple blades.
Trio, ah.
Very, very
I think it's a trio.
dangerous from
They got no
afar,
one to catch
so it's
the Gun
something
and
they
Mo.
need to deal with. And they do have the Mayan though, who's able to just go in.
I'm
and
so
out of
sorry,
fights
Lema.
Very, very swiftly, but they might want to deploy Mayan.
I think
and
this game
if
is
got-
over.
Even if got Mayan also cannot. The Diadia will always be behind.
Yeah, and okay, look, if I'm
She
talking
engage, then
about
she'll
draft,
just
Team Vitality
reposition
very
with
The
her
good.
backline.
Muchan will give his life.
Physical-oriented,
Muchan is the
it's
sacrificial
gonna
pawn.
rely on just kind of Gan and Mo getting those nice.
Probably he
little,
can.
like,
Actually, he can go full tank build here also.
If
put
that
them in bad
right now, right, if
spots
Dia
where,
Dia
you know,
just
maybe the Yuan
locks
uses
onto
the-
anyone
the
here,
unending
with the
sorrow
exception of
early,
maybe Toon, right?
but again,
Everyone else
with the
dies.
Dolly of the Celestial Melee,
Gun and Mo,
this is a nice
one
ulti
long
died.
draft, right? They've kind of have a lot of good options. This is a solid lineup, at least to me, for the AG lineup.
Yeah, I would have liked if Team
What a
Vitality
one-man
picked like a
template.
Liang just because of the CC potential, but we have seen in game number 1 that Team Vitality, they might not be too focused onto CC. They just want to end the kill as quickly as possible. So that's why they went for the Gun and Mo, which worked out well for them. They know how to manage that. And they were even going up against the Jing at that time. So Team Vitality, they know what they're doing with Gun and Mo. Hitting the couple plays might not be the easiest, but these are top tier players that we're talking about. So we can definitely put our trust in them to be able to land those.
I think the focus for Vitality is giving.
That's gonna be super scary, actually, going into this game 3.
Who's their mid,
here. I think that. I mean, look, as much
Wen?
as I
Yeah,
like
giving
all
Wen a
David's
good game.
global draft, I think Team Vitality. When you tell me that the Ogren has been picked up by Dao Dao, and then you have Wu Chen on the Didia, I have like, it doesn't really matter who the other heroes, like the Kanto Yu, I don't think so highly of. I think that you're still gonna have a good time, right? I think that Dao Dao, if he's able to get that farm, this game is pretty much over, as well as the series. But AG need to figure out a way to answer how to deal with this problem that is Dao Dao.
Yeah, it's basically all in damage for Team Vitality.
This game is
right?
Wen's
And
game,
They are
really,
banking
really.
on the Dao Dao to tank, so expect.
I think either Wen is the
seconds
MVP,
for
if not is
Dao Dao.
Muchan.
And the rest of
Yeah.
them will just come out with the
Because
damage,
only these two,
and
right,
I
the
think
plays that they
worked out
make
well
will
for
make
Team
a very
Vitality,
huge
and
difference.
you know, as what they say, right?
Correct.
If it's not broken, why change it?
Yeah. I mean,
Dao Dao is
at
just
this
a
point,
cleanup
I don't
crew.
think Team Vitality needs to do anything, and this is kind of also what I kind of saw about Nongshim, Red Force. That is
Sit for
that
bite.
they seem to have a set standard template of drafts strategies that they seem to be going with, right? And the other teams have kind of not done a good job of like stopping them.
BTR will win it, or are they
both of their series?
are they still struggling to get their last slot today?
And I do think that Team Vitality
I think
players
BTR are
better,
strong
but,
in their own rights, but
they're
like
the same
hi.
way. They have not been tested or been able to be figured out yet.
And I believe that there's still a lot more to be explored with Team Vitality, since they're able to even pull off like heroes that we have not seen before. So to a certain extent, I think there's more to come here from Team Vitality when it comes to the playoffs when the games truly matter.
Yeah. And that's what I'm hoping for once they get to the what? Because we're going to start to go and do best of 7 series. Ultimate Battle is potentially something that might be in play. And in case you don't know what that is, Ultimate Battle is where we don't use the global ban, but their teams will pick blinds. Their heroes, right? So there might be some similar heroes in that final game because of the fact that, I mean, it is going into a 7th game of that series. It's very difficult to find a meaningful final battle when you're picking like
it's not looking good. Leo's already losing
bottom
his lane.
dwellers of the hero pool.
Oh yeah, Kin, they need to submit the summoner spell also. That's a little. I think I forgot to tell you.
Lane and maybe try to pick off a Leo.
For the
Leo
ultimate battle.
senses something he probably learned from the previous round is that okay, at this timing they will make that rotation to the top.
Right now, right? If An don't
tower
die,
and not
then
play
it's
the risky game.
a good situation.
A huge commitment in the top lane, but it's more of the fact that like giving Dao that farm. But An had been.
I'm assuming convergence is banned in this tournament, right? From what I've noticed, the patch.
That Dao has that space. Pushed it back. Leo doing a, obviously the spider senses were tingling, right? He'd been backing up, he was playing it safe, but he knew that Dao was coming. Now Dao hasn't really been slowed down. He's still level 6. Akira's keeping on pace, but they're funneling so much of the farm to Dao.
Yeah, and that's all they need, right? Like, okay, number one is to get your tank up, and the damage dealers can come in because they got 4 big damage dealers. So, and they only have 1 tank, so it makes absolute sense for them to funnel the Dao. As long as he can get his standard tanky items, maybe like a basic cape or maybe like a blood rage, then they're all set to go.
Yeah, they would be set to go. But, I mean, it's just a matter of time. It's still very early. I think 4 minutes is when you're going to see Dao start making a little bit more of the moves towards the bottom lane. They want to get to that Tyrant. Teams have prioritized that, rightly so. I think the damage buff is actually quite good for them.
Yeah, and
well, you all BMing all the teams University 50-50 chance. Let's see.
No, you need 50-50. But Province has been proven in the last year's tourneys.
Thought he could just kind of way break away, but
they clean swept BSE.
You get a little bit burned there.
And again, first blood to Team Vitality, a good start for them, but it's only Saber by the top.
No,
Soul's gonna be committed already. The Wind Slash Akira trying to outfight this one. Dao actually has to back off.
No, they lose.
Akira, come back. You don't win this.
Definitely dodges that Wind Slash. That could
lucky he's a tune. He'll die there. Yeah.
But through it all,
anything else.
Here we go. They're gonna continue on for this.
Oh, what the heck? Why?
Dao turns it around. He knows the proper timing to get back in that fight. And Dao.
Once you go home,
dude, the U-turn is insane. At some point, I thought that okay, Dao might not want to go in again, but this is where you trust your teammates so much that you're able to tank to maybe like 10% of health, and Dao makes
that flash was critical though.
And gets the kill. Yeah. It is
that
just
flash
done
super critical from the lane.
You actually
is just...
Have you ever played Honor of Kings in your ranked games and actually trusted another player? I've never felt that before. I've never had this experience.
I know, right? Especially when, especially when I'm a tank player myself, and I go like, come, make the swap. Then you know, they just don't come. They just like, okay, sorry, man, you're on your own.
Yeah, I was like, oh, dude, I'm farming this river spring. Come on, man. You're on, like, no, buddy. Like, let's go in together. I mean, this is the situation. But a quick little pause here, slowing the game down a little bit on that one. But again, I think that, you know, we're seeing it time and time again, especially with the 12 teams that are here in for the Season 3. Trust has been a huge factor, right?
Okay, but can they cosplay anything else other than Doria? I know Doria is the easiest to pick up, but still.
In that situation where Dao, oh, that guy, that gentleman in the crowd, he is,
I
think he's seeing a camera for the first time.
Yeah, the crowd really loves the camera, right?
The most cosplays we've seen this tournament is all Dorias.
They're like
it's their specialty.
Camera. Like the guy behind just flexing his muscles, maybe not on purpose, but he eventually waves to the camera. And speaking about the camera, I'd like to shout out like yesterday's moment. the Blacklist interview, Tita, that was probably the best moment so far that we have in this tournament. It brought tears to my eyes.
I also want the merchandise.
I mean, it was a very, very happy moment for sure. And having those kinds of moments is what Honor of Kings Esports is all about, right? Being able to, it's about family, it's about the support, it's about being, playing on the stage and letting players shine. I think that that's the biggest thing of just letting people be their creative geniuses and playing it, and having Honor of Kings be able to do that, where again, you can, it's an absolutely amazing play ground for these players to really shine and to kind of get to that next level. So again, I think all of the people, especially here in Manila, are really enjoying this factor and being able to see the Honor of Kings Esports live.
Oh, dude, the guy's flexing his merch makes me so jealous.
Yeah, I also want the
much
merch.
Password. Okay, we can get that guy's iPad. Okay, all right. You saw that? Okay, we'll get it.
Question:
Right.
Do you guys
Somebody
think
just take that
international
iPad.
team
We know
will
his
catch up
password.
to China's
That's
team
what
faster
I'm
and it's
kidding.
okay, or China team
But
catching
hey,
up in
actually, some of the
international
merch,
team
like the Honor of
MLBB?
Kings hat.
I'm no longer
that's
familiar with
amazing. I want one of
MLBB,
those.
and
I'm looking at the jacket and also the
International
cap.
team
Like,
catch up.
everyone's
Wow,
carrying this,
ML. I think China will catch up to ML first, yeah.
We're not too far away, just saying.
yeah, maybe.
And the Dolias, of course, they were out in mass yesterday. I think there were 10 or 11 of them. That's a lot of Celestial Melodies, but in today's case, there's only 3 going in for this one. But yeah, it looks like some of the players are kind of watching in. Impunity next up in
my
line.
boys.
They're going to be ready, good to go. And I think that there's going to be a lot of pressure on this team to really perform in that second series.
Whoa, she
Speaking
was
of
full of
Dolia,
cats.
right?
Yeah.
Wow.
I had this thought in mind. It's like, okay, so if you have like at least 2 or 3 Dolias in your team, and all of them just uses the Celestial Melodies back to back, right? Like, can it be like unlimited outs that they can funnel to one hero, like an Elaine, for example?
Low bet, Nako.
So the answer to that, if you could just go back and forth to one another, like I would assume yes, but again, it's like a corner case situation. Like it's not really allowed, like,
Alicia and Pro Play, you wait maybe best of
it would be
best of
interesting
9.
to find out. I don't know
Best
the
of
answer to
5 and 7, I don't think will
maybe
come
one
out.
of these days, we can have this show match of like, okay, everyone plays the
Well,
same
they're
hero,
transferable, but they
and one
lose.
game is like, okay, everyone picks a Dolia.
FE
And it just
is
goes back
mostly
and
Hong
forth.
Kong.
It's like, okay, then we'll get our answer by then. But
Yeah.
right now, looking over at the crowd, oh, look at this. There's also some fun side activities to do.
Yeah, I think that this is the reaction test where you're kind of like picking things up. I'm actually really terrible at that one. Mind you, if you happen to be in Manila, it's SM City North EDSA. Make sure that you do stop on in and then get some free loot to play some games, and of course watch Honor of Kings Esports. This is a huge event in season 3, and you're seeing the crowd here. They're loving it.
Oh yeah, the crowd, they're loving it. They're loving the merch, of course.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Wow, Nongxin win.
A gaming phone of the tournament, which is Infinix GT20 Pro. Okay, this guy's showing how it's done. Okay.
Okay. Actually, he's better than me. I think I got, like,
Oh my god, and this is captured on stream, eh? Oh my
camera,
goodness.
though, he's just like reset.
It's like, no, can we do it again? Sorry, man, it's live.
He's asking the Dahlia for like the Celestial Melody to reset that thing.
Oh
Alright.
man, I loving the side of the crowd, right? It makes me miss offline events, like the energy of the crowd, like everyone's just so happy, having a good time. And it's a good family outing.
Oh my god,
And
that's
you
so
gotta think
funny.
about it, like it's a Monday, right? When people are supposed to work, but they're there.
Yeah. I mean, the shop's still open. People are, I'm sure, are managing their time wisely. I hope that nobody's like skipping work or school to come out here and then potentially get in trouble for being on cam at this point. But I'm sure people are smartly, working
it's
around their
super.
schedules to ensure that they do see this live. But of course, it's not only today. With that, the group stage ends today, but on Wednesday,
Those guys definitely
Thursday
skip
through
school.
Friday, Saturday. You're going to be seeing
Wow.
the knockout stage as well as the grand finals.
Caught them here live.
Sevens. We have 2 Filipino teams already make it. There might be a third one in Rough World era.
Butters
so it
X
could
Dao
be
Dao.
A lot of potential
Okay.
to see some of this power, this whole
Buddy.
buff that you might want to see for those teams. It could be super important.
Okay, I know there's somebody in the crowd like with a hoodie like covered his face. He probably skipped work for this event.
Oh, you're calling him out. Which one is he?
Okay, I shall stop at that before I get him into trouble. So, yeah, but anyone in the crowd
Bro
like,
told his
okay,
boss
I close
he
my
had an
face,
emergency
I cover my
and then
my
show up
face
here.
with hoodie, then you know that something's
For real.
Yeah. Like he's like, oh, I'm actually sick, and then they're like just sitting in the crowd. Yeah.
yeah. And my heel is to find Dodias. Okay, what is this guy trying to show? Let's see. Yasumiao Alien Nation. Ah,
Okay. All right. I hope it's all family friendly. I don't want to get anybody in trouble here with some of the stuff that we say.
all right. And the guy with the iPad again. Okay, what's he trying
Yeah,
to
with
say?
the iPad, the password that we know. Yep. Yeah. And he's just flexing his MVP game, I think.
Oh,
But I
yeah.
think that the teams are looking to get ready. I think that they will be starting soon. Okay, it looks like we're underway here. Just to kind of catch people up, Team Vitality up 2-0 in the series. They're up 3-0 in this one. They've been somewhat dominant. I mean, it's 1.5k net worth lead already. Little worrying if you're an AGG fan.
They are more interested in the Dorias than the
we are
play.
in match point, so
Yeah, right.
it's a little bit scarier. And also the record that the Team Vitality has over them in like the type of wins that they have, it's like a fairly convincing win.
Yeah.
So for AG at this point, they need to catch back in terms of net worth. They are about 2k behind, so they cannot engage in big fights yet.
Yeah, they really can't do much. I mean, this is not a great situation for them to be in. Muchen, just being all the way up in front. He's a little bit low, the unending sorrow on back. Akira actually on Relief Blades forward. He gets on back to safety here. They need to defend this tower. They need to deal with those minions because it's getting chipped out here. Don't want to lose it, especially this early, but they're going in. Dao is just going ham with that Conductor of Souls. They take the mid T1 already. The Death at Sunset on out of there, and Team Vitality say goodbye.
Yeah, just to disengage, which is okay. We can see that Team Vitality, although they have the lead, although they are pretty confident, but they are still showing the level of discipline. Right now, it's AG counterback.
Yeah, it's smart. I mean, like
I think
AG need
so.
to get something, right? They've been pushed away. They lost that mid T1, huge objective already at 6 minutes in. This is going to really open up the map for Team Vitality. They're going to figure out other ways to get to that Tyrant. It just sets up so much of it. Now, this Crimson Golem is at
Oh, if they lose
potentially
this,
at
right?
stake. Is Dao making his way over across
okay.
the red carpet that he brought, but he doesn't actually take this one. Akira ensures that he secures his own.
Glam will gladly cosplay a Mankey for you.
We already lost 2 T1s for the side of AG, and that will open up a lot of space for Team Vitality to invade the jungle, especially the fact that they lost the mid tower. I hope I keep your eye on top.
Oh,
Yeah, on top.
Leo.
They found Leo. They're gonna wait for him, and they're gonna wait for Muchen. He's got the bitter
Bye-bye.
farewell. They have the.
They wanted to
not
force him to
enough.
use the
They're gonna be
flash.
a little scared. They don't
Yeah.
want to dive onto that top T1.
but it's a mine, the amount of abilities.
It's a good attempt, huh?
And the Overlord is open for Team Vitality. Not that it's not now, but they want to have a comfy Overlord game. So they try to find the next pickup before they start it off.
Oh man, but look at these couple blades.
Are we fighting for
Serious
Overlord?
Work. Akira,
Guess not.
Half-Life. I mean, yeah, he's the tankier of that, but look at this. It's just opening it up. The top T1 on. Again, the lane swap, very smart, ensures that he picks this one off. And yeah, it's just opening it up. Now the Overlord.
And Overlord free for them just because they got the top tower. And right now, AG, they are being pushed back. It's starting to get harder and harder for them to farm. And look at the farm on the jungle on their side. It's all
Oh
empty
no.
now.
Leo's
Leo,
out
he's
position.
in a spot to go.
Oh!
He's gonna be in a bad spot. He flashes. He dashes over the wall.
Oh,
he's
He's
dead.
being chased by all 5. They've got the Conductor of Souls.
Hello?
Gwen
And-
will
and
get credit
the
for
only
that
thing
kill.
that they
Leo
lose,
down
right, is a
25
T1.
seconds. Tried to be the forward scout, but he got caught
That's
out.
Dude, I feel for Leo at this point, right? He just wants to play.
They lose a
He just
T1,
wants
they
to have
win
good time.
mid
He's not
and bot
really
lane
doing
pyro.
those engagements. He just wants to farm.
Just in time
But
for
Team
Tyrant.
Vitality, they're like target hunting him.
Yeah, I
And
mean, but-
they immediately
but
trade with a
If you
T2.
want to have a
Goodness.
good time, you got to make better decisions.
Yes, yes.
By the way, you can find me online at Sir Cloud. No.
Or Black Mobile, yeah, I
Black
think
Mobile,
he gives a
okay,
better
okay.
time. You know, he's pretty
All
good
right,
at it.
all right. All right, yes, for sure. That's at Team Vitality. Continuing on, though, to push things up. Again, just a little bit away. They've got the Vanguards here, but they're contesting things, making it a little uncomfortable. Dao go for the Conductor of Souls. He will end up picking this one up. Akira did use the smite, but not able to get it. Now KK on the run. They should be fine, but Team Vitality got the buff, and they're on out.
Okay, I kind of get the idea right now, right, for Team Vitality to try to stop Leo from farming. Is that Leo is always that guy who is either flanking or pushing up the other wave. So But if he has that goal or level gap, then he can't do either one of that. Maybe the pushing, but it won't be as effective. So they managed to stop him from just going.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
he
still.
hasn't been able to initiate. I mean, he's not even in this fight, so they really can't take anything because they need him to be that initiator for that control to kind of set it up. But it's
13 minutes.
hasn't been a
Yeah, I think
situation
13
where
minutes.
AG have been able to comfortably do this. They've kind of conceded that neutral, the Tyrant there, and they've kind of been pushed back. Again, playing a very defensive game, and then not a winning strategy against Team Bad.
Actually,
And we could see the
AG can force a fight now.
No, they can't. Like, there's too
Okay, never mind.
many.
Looking to go
The
for
concert you coming back already.
takes out KK, and it looks like the unruly play on
Unless-
the board, and went all the way in the
Oh,
back.
okay,
and
there's a
now
nice
here we go,
catch.
The flash, he's gonna go for the get serious, gets to the nice
Bum.
little knockup, but where's the damage? The
Ayo,
follow?
not enough damage.
And Kira's
Oh.
now
Okay,
joined. He's
okay.
gonna look to go for protecting wins, and on dodges that one, gets the kill. Dowhead is gonna be killed, and Leo solo.
Actually,
runs
Keke
over
shouldn't
to
have.
chase away. Dow getting focused here, does get
Keke should have
and the
followed them to
machine
clear
gun
to
Gio's
invade.
behind, he's gonna get to some damage,
Keke
and
should have
Gio-
matched Mayin's
Here's a card.
side lane pressure.
There's a card.
Then they got more damage in Anma.
Oh, Team Ace here.
And the 4-4 will be more
AG.
balanced.
Okay, this
Wow.
gives them the lifeline right now, and they managed to catch up in terms of a network. And with that, they will get a freebie here. The Tyrant will be theirs for sure. And also the mid
Hey,
tower.
mid tower
And
gone.
this is a crucial tower to take down to open up jungle.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely huge for them to kind of open this up, right? This is a huge opening for
Better
AG
play
at
here
this
is
point.
to
They
take
have a
both.
slight net worth lead, but they've equalized in terms of towers. This is what you need. You needed that space to kind of push things along. Getting that mid T1, pretty huge for them. But getting
Yeah, I said AG was going to win.
Man. He's got
I'm
that
hoping.
damage and he's got those kills. And you know, the DRNJ versus the
I'm
Counter
an AG
Yui,
lover.
you're seeing just a little bit of a discrepancy, at least in those farm laners, those heroes alone, not the players.
And we can see how important Leo's role is, right? Like,
Yeah.
he needs to open up the fight. If he's
Oh, yeah,
not
Farm
going
did
to
say for
be
game
the
3,
lead, then
sia.
it's gonna
What
be
the hell?
difficult for AG.
Wow.
So we're gonna keep an eye on his position, but they're gonna go for a straightforward engagement here.
Oh no!
Yeah, they're gonna
Wow,
look to go.
all of
The
them
conductor
got
sold
hit
down
by
all the way
the
in the front line,
Destiny
but
encounter.
He's getting forced down. Oh, Dowhead has the damage. They
Bam.
get the pick off. Oh, he wasn't
Skip
able to
that.
keep that alive. He tried to go for the Conductor of Souls very early.
Destiny
which
encounter is which skill?
questionable,
Ulti.
I would say, because usually
Ah.
you say that for that damage, that heal later,
The-
but that's sustained. And now AG
Who's
in
ulti?
the driver's seat, something that we
Dia.
haven't seen, and there's
Ah.
some life in this team at this moment.
Wow, okay, what a big turnaround for AG. So far, so good for them. And they managed to push back Team Vitality
Dragon.
into their base. And now they will
Mayin
go
should
for
go
it
and
at the
take
top, trying to take down
bot tier 3.
but no space.
Because there's no more wave at all.
Not in a hurry.
You should already pressure the bot lane.
I mean, it's more the fact that
Set
they
up
don't have
for,
minions. They kind of have to back off
Shadow
here.
Overlord.
This is going to buy time for Dow to be back up. He is. And now, how does Team Vitality respond?
She should have
Now
went
they're
earlier.
punched back in the
Now too
face.
slow.
Things are equal. How did they continue this heavyweight fight?
Maybe first get the Overlord, but at the same time they're trying to get that pick up before going for the Overlord. But they're also starting the Overlord at the same time, trying to lure Team Vitality.
Yeah, Hope still
in. So
alive.
now Team Vitality is up to them.
Yeah, it's got to be a little dangerous in terms of how they want to kind of
want
proceed
to
here,
recall
because
from
Dow
shot.
is back up. He's obviously got the smite, something that you don't want to be looking to trade on that 50-50. If you've got the map control, maybe you bleed them out a little bit longer. Maybe you force things out. It looks like Leo is going to be split pushing with that bottom lane, kind of dealing with that, right? Push them back, try to take a little bit of an advantage before you actually go for one of these big neutrals, and they've started it up, at least for now.
And Leo's starting to be annoying with the split pushing. He just cleared off another wave that will force the minions in. And also to force back Team
Unfortunately, the
Vitality
statement
to do a
holds
bit of
true.
defense. And now without
Yeah.
a lane, they cannot engage. Hence, AG, they will get
The
a
iconic
free
caster
Overlord.
curse.
Bruh.
Super smart play, right? I mean, you play the
Always
map,
happens.
force them out, make somebody make that rotation. Somebody had to have defended.
But it
that
shows
bottom
that they
lane.
still
They made a
are able to
rotation,
stand
that
their,
opened
hold their
things
own
up,
against
now you have
fighter.
space Where if they want to go against your Overlord, it's a 5-on-4, tough, not a great situation to go in for this one.
That's the
Now,
next
Team
game, Nova
Vitality
versus-
on the defensive. Again, net worth is neck and neck, and this is anybody's game, but you're feeling the momentum and how AG are actually a bit in
So for the third
driver's
game,
seat.
if Bigatron loses, they got no Indo representative in
But from either
knockout,
side,
right?
the game could end. So both sides have played this very, very carefully. AG took down T3 at the top, but keep your eye on
Oh, on
KK as well with
T30.
his positioning. It's trying to probably look for a flank.
Yeah, but you can't really do that now. You have to. It's all hands on deck in terms of the defense. The Vanguards are
I
pushing.
think
Shadow
we
Vanguard is
just
gonna be
take
there.
the
I like
farm
the fact that
and push
AG
side
have
lanes.
kind of taken the top T3, force the Shadow Vanguard.
They
push
can
you
take
by.
the
Now they have a
bot
little
tier
bit of a
3.
heavy hitter. That bodyguard up front.
They
You
can
need that
take-
meat to kind of deal with this
Oh,
one.
that's
As
just focus
Akira
on taking
still up
tier
in
3.
front. thinking about going.
Now
in.
it's all about Wen.
Chen
If
gets
Wen
very
lands
well,
the
but now they're
nicest
going
couple
to
blades,
Wen.
right, they
On
can
to
win.
two, though, but Akira.
Come on, Wen. Come on,
Down
Wen.
is
This is
about
your
half.
time.
Needs to be a bit careful. Gia trying to burst him down. He's not able to do so. And KK
Oh, he missed both his couple blades.
Yeah.
Gia gets the nice little pick off. Here's the Vanguard. The Destiny
Yeah.
counter. Just, again, trying to deal with the minions, and they deal with that Vanguard. They do survive, at least for now.
And Leo, again, he was waiting at the side for the right opportunity.
And
but he
then
can
bot.
continue on to take down this tower. and
Take,
maybe
take,
go
take
in.
bot,
No.
let the Vanguards pushing, go
Not
take
yet. I mean, they've got
blue
the
buff and then do
opportunity, there's
Tyrant.
no further reason to go in. Nice engagement there. They got the
Because
pick
mine
off
can
on
take
the
the
KK.
side wave.
Everybody survives. Now they've turned this around and they've turned this into a Tyrant.
50-40
Very smart play by
advantage to
AG.
Nova.
And Tyrant free to be picked up by AG Global. For Team Vitality, I guess it's not really about the farm right now. They're still neck and neck in terms of farm. It's more about them if they're able to get a pick off. And if they're able to pick up Leo, then a lot of these fights would be like open.
Nova will win by luck. What?
I think it's a ID or BH picture.
Yeah, he's done definitely more impact in this game, right? And you want to get Leo on these type of heroes that can have a lot of mobility and also could potentially initiate.
Yeah,
and
Wen
really
has
have that
expired
crowd
his
control, which, again, just opens things up for
first
Gia to just,
mechanic already.
you know, take
Akira
them
is
all
too
down, and
tanky
that's
for
kind
him
of where
to
you
burst
want to
down.
be. That's the nice engagement. Look at
The
Leo.
only
looking for
people he
that
can
flank,
kill
looking
probably
for that
Jia,
opportunity.
Saber,
They need
and
to wait for the
Akira.
next minion wave. He's
Jia
about
probably
to
has
go in.
Succubus now.
Still up in
So I don't
front,
think so
but they're
also.
chipping away.
Succubus.
Either
That's
Succubus or Long Knight.
Oh, that's a nice stun.
Super minions on the way. They're looking to
Format.
go.
Wow.
And they're going to go for this one. Bitter farewell on this one, but the
Clear the way,
Conductor
clear the
Souls
way.
down is going to be killed.
Hello,
That's a
team,
huge
hello, team.
win for them, but they're under tower. They're barely surviving. Muchen somehow survives. Here's the minion. They're
Okay,
going to do
go
this
back.
one, but Dowhead is the only one to fall. Team Vitality have held, but for how much longer?
Ooh, going for the chase perhaps. Okay, they sent out Dowhand just to gather the information.
Then he has Succubus already at this point, so he can survive.
They are obviously to
And
us at the
Kira's a
bottom
savagery
jungle, but they were
also.
engaged with Elaine.
Yeah, correct. Then he's the Deep Frost.
Deep Frost siege. The extra
Also provides HP, yeah.
No, no,
Cannot
no, no,
go
no,
on
Leo,
that.
please don't get caught here.
Dashes away. He's going to be there, but Team Vitality, now this is a little bit of an opening. It's 5 seconds. It's not very long, but you got to be able to push and fix the lanes, especially since the super minions are in every lane, and that will be pushing. In the big neutral right now, looks like they'll burn down the Overlord.
Got
That will
content
buy
already,
some
he'll
more time.
give.
And
The
Dao
first
is
game,
already
maybe?
online with his items. So he got the two crucial items, which is a blazing
Oh,
Gate
Tempest,
and also
then
Blood Rage.
Kin wants
So
the
this is
one
time for
snipe from
Vitality
Wen.
to take those fights with
No, I don't want.
Dao
I want to be the one that
to
makes a
tank
snipe.
as much damage as possible.
He needs to stay alive in most of the fights here. The meteor kill right onto him. But Leo, again, playing very well. Deftly maneuvers around KK's meteor kill at this point and will survive. And a little bit, there's a little bit of a grouping in towards that mid.
But your bot lane like that,
level, right?
your
The
bot wave
multiple
like that.
vanguards and
Oh,
again,
yeah, they still
force things out.
haven't used
Once
the
those vanguards are killed, that's a bit of an opening. Here we go. Akira trying to go in for this one.
This is the
He's
fight.
been
This is the
pushed
final
away. Dao all the way up.
Hello, anyone looking for my in? Nobody looking, ah.
He's gonna look to go for this one with a meteor kill.
It's
It's
too
just a
late,
matter
he's
of
too
time, but
slow.
Dao is gonna be the first to fall.
Pam,
Muchen
pam.
No,
Cannot already, need back already, need
Leo
back
messed
already.
They have a
up.
wind slash onto Dao, who's a little bit low, needs to be
Oi, oi,
careful.
oi, oi, oi.
Gia, gets picked off,
Wow.
shut down by Wen Whip by those couple blades, continuing on forward.
Leo
Muchen,
too slow, then
again,
Gia got
with
sniped
the
off already.
sustain is just too much,
Wow.
and Wen and An are looking to burn this mid T2, opening
Then
things
they
up.
got no
It's
wave
a
clear.
2 for nothing thus far.
Oh, for a second there, I noticed An got the Wind Chaser,
So,
but he
no.
actually swapped that out for another item. So it looks like right now that might be the correct move because they're winning. Now they're putting pressure on
Yeah,
the
they're
mid.
winning. at
Oh,
this point,
no,
but
that's
Dao with the
bad.
Injector Souls, he's gonna heal back off. He's gonna just kind of flex at this point. The mid T3 has been taken out. Top is something
But
to take note of.
they
Real push.
cannot
Somebody needs to deal with that.
end
We're
here.
looking to
No,
burn
it's
this
over,
down
it's
as quickly
over,
as
it's over, it's
possible.
over.
Bottom T3 has been taken.
It's not
The
an
top is the
angle,
problem at this
yeah.
point. Do they
Yeah,
go for
it's-
the closer?
No.
Oh,
Gia's
okay,
up in
okay,
about
they
3
play safe.
seconds. It looks like the call to retreat has been made. Team Vitality.
Because they are
on
top wave, you see the top wave, you see the top
is at
wave.
stake.
Yeah, one is their base, a second.
Minions, minions,
Hello,
minions.
base.
5 seconds away,
Minions.
but base
Guys,
raise.
minions turn into
Minions.
Okay, the meteor kill slowing things
Yeah,
down. That was
they
a
couldn't
little
end that, they couldn't
careful.
end
Okay, all right. I'm not gonna lie. I was clenching my butt on that one.
Because in a sense, their macro still losing, ma.
I mean,
Even if they
they're
got the damage.
Okay, but they're gonna survive. That was actually the meteor kill knocked it up, and then the re-aggro things.
Then now this Tyrant is more favored towards AG. If not, they can just don't do the Tyrant. Wait for Tempest. Cause the Primal Bond after 10 minutes, that one, right? The 18-minute mark onwards, that one lasts us into the Tempest actually. There will be a Primal Bond.
He's still waiting at the back for the right opportunity.
Looks like they're gonna look to burn this one. But Half-Life needs to be careful. Oh, they're gonna go. Oh, Leo, all the way. He just cartwheeled through. He's freaking me out.
Just get out, just get out.
The Conductor of Souls.
But Leo looking for who's ya?
Get out, you don't win the fight here.
Right onto Cure. They're trying to force it.
Brother, you looking for who?
No,
You so slow.
why
You're
they so
up already.
weak?
And
Come on, Sia.
Cannot.
No,
Already,
what
already.
doing?
Looking to turn this right onto him. They're continuing on
Let's
Saber.
go.
He's just the last one. He wave breakers back. Down says.
Cannot, the mid lane like that.
Mood to go.
Okay.
Just run all you want,
GG.
my little mermaid. I will chase you down to the ends of the earth as the rest of the team are looking to close it out. As they
Wow,
have
bully the
minions.
mermaid.
Gwen is gonna go in the top lane. The rest of Team Vitality are in the mid lane. They have the super minions and Team Vitality with the comeback, and they take game 3 and this series.
And that is the end
Oh,
of the
now that was
fairy
quoting
tale
them.
of the Little Mermaid, ladies and gentlemen. Team Vitality.
Oi, why you never look for the
3-0
wave topic, huh?
against AG.
They're discussing.
Oh man, and even before this entire tournament started, a lot of people
Shadow
thought that,
HOK.
AG is the S tier team, but Team Vitality, now they have ranked up.
Yeah, I mean, that was a monster game. That's got to be huge for them in terms of morale and confidence because of the fact that they were actually losing. The base was wide open. They had super minions and every single. They had everything that you wanted to, if, for them. But Team Vitality
never
digging
place
deep, finding
predictions.
ways to hold that miracle hold on that, that one base.
Black
defense.
versus
Once that
Vitality,
happened,
you are
what
like
they did was
this
they
guy,
turned it around, were able to
He's
find ways to get
hoping-
back in this game,
hoping
and
so
Team
hard.
Vitality
Yeah,
coming
I'm so
strong
sorry,
in that
guys.
game 3
Whoever
with that
voted for AG.
Oh man, it's one
We
thing
like the
to
patriotism,
win, like
King.
very convincing rounds. It's another thing to win like.
We also have
comeback rounds.
Vitality will win 100%.
Hey.
Team Vitality, like what you mentioned, right? They will
Vitality.
This
push
game is
towards
fixed.
the end, like they have all their
Hey, he's
leads
back.
all gone, but they still able to find a way to make that comeback against AG. And I believe that one of those comebacks is
Hanafuda
because
draw.
Dao hit his power spike, right? He got
And
the
not
core
enough
by
time to get the
lazy
skin.
cape and also the blood rage. The moment he got that, he's an absolute monster of a tank. And not only he's able to tank, he's also able to deal out the damage. And we saw that apparent at the final fight when he was chasing down the Dolia.
Yeah, and this is a moment where you're kind of thinking, wow, if we were like AG, we're so close to beating them out, but then Team Vitality still able to find ways to get back in, to claw back in this game and to pull out that victory. This is a scary team that no other team is really going to want to face in that knockout stage.
Oh man, I can't wait for the draw right now on who's going to get Team Vitality. And of course, with this win, they will lock in the first seeding in their group. So we need to end the
First
other
seeding.
groups before we are able to see the group draw for the upcoming stages. But hey, I mean, Team Vitality, looking at their performances from their first 2 games in the group stages, this is well, in my opinion, a grand finalist team.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
I mean, they're looking that strong, right? I think that there was high hopes for
Champion.
AG,
Finals worthy, at least finals.
Global going into this one, and just trying to be that top seed. Okay, they're still in the knockout stage. They can still make that lower or that dream run to the championship. They're not out of this, right? But I think that Team Vitality going 3-0 against AG and just kind of diminishing the efforts of what AG brought to the table, it's got to be very worrying for any other team at this stage.
And I'm just looking over at some of the items, right? So Dao and KK, both of them playing a similar tank strat. KK, of course, a little bit more damage, but still, it's a double tank strat that they have deployed in this round. And it still worked out for them. In the previous rounds, they played a single tank strat, but now with the double tank strat, they're still able to win this kind of game. This is insane by Team Vitality. It just shows that the level of flexibility that they have.
A lot of flexibility, and I mean, really, all of the players really stepping up when they needed to, right? I think Wen really stepped up in this game. Obviously, on the gun and Mo, when you're able to hit some of those couple plays, you're just tenderizing the enemy team, making it easy, especially when they're on the squishier side. But this gold graph speaks volumes of what we just saw, right? Really back and forth. I mean, it was kind of almost anybody's game.
The interval is 15 minutes, right?
Where, like,
yeah, I think
teams
so.
had an advantage and being able to close it out. But man, when you thought that AG Global was
You want
able
to start
to
one
get
rank?
all of the T3s.
No,
you're
I
kind of
playing my
thinking,
other game,
hey,
yeah.
Team Vitality, back foot. This is
Playing
not a
some war
situation that
game.
they're used to being in. How are they gonna hold up to all of it?
Oh yeah, and this is really
My account is too
right?
cursed to
I
play.
don't think Team Vitality
I'll
have
probably play at
been
night,
tested
because like I have to
even
pick my
before
pick
this,
soon
but this is
also.
their best test so far, and it is tested that Wen can also be the MVP with a KDA of 413.
Told you
damage
either
taken
Wen or
87%.
Muchen this game.
That means he knows how to defend himself, put himself
Wow,
in a comfortable
32%.
position while dishing out the damage.
Damage.
32%
Oh, damage taken 7. Huh? Wow.
22%. Not
Not
gonna
bad, not
lie,
bad.
I thought that Dowda was going to be the MVP, but hey, when
Since
he did his
that's-
work.
No. I think when, because he had a nice little pickoff, right? Like the first blood on this one, there were definitely moments where you're like, actually, in terms of
Vitality dropped a
impact,
bit
like
greedy, but
this
still
highlight,
managed to
it was
get it.
absolutely amazing. Like Dowd going right
Yeah,
back into this one, turning this around, had the healing do, but that win slash barely missing KK caught Akira out. There were moments of just like the micro plays that kept Vitality in this one, because they could have snowballed and they could have had a really rough game, but just the small wins was just
1003.
enough to ensure that the gap wasn't too much for AG to just take us down. And we're seeing top teams, and they're really starting to perform at the right time.
Yes, this is definitely top tier
Or
performance by them.
naturalized.
And AG, they had their moments, right? Like this one, AG, they got their ace in this game, but and they snowballed from there. And when they snowballed, they took advantage of it. They took fights from the top to the bottom just to clear off their objectives. At some point, it looked like Team Vitality, they had no comeback, but they held on to it, especially when it came to this fight.
Yeah, and it really comes back to the draft. I think, the Dia, Muchen, it's 100%, right? It's scripted, right? No, I'm just kidding. This game was so back and forth. I thought it was the first time it was going to lose, but they were able to just play it out. But Muchen had great positioning. His stuns were on point, and the heart link that he provided just had so much sustain. And like some of these plays here, like the plays, like look at his positioning, like ensuring that he's staying alive. And there's a reason why he's only taking 7%, because you have Dowd all the way up in front with Keke in the back line, just kind of creating all this chaos and havoc where, An and Wen are just like picking people off from afar. Just really smart play, really good draft play.
Dude, if Kin was on the casting desk, you know
Ah.
that it's not going to be a 3-0.
Come ready.
I'm just saying.
What thing?
But this was the final moment.
What thing
Of
already?
course, Dao had that cleanup there against the Dolia. And looking over at the standings, so obviously it was Group B that
什么东
was
西
playing, and we're done with Group B.
No, they're saying
Team
because I'm not
Vitality
broadcast,
topped
that's why it's a
the group
3-0.
with a clean 2-0 win. And look at their record, right? It's a 6-0 clean. It's probably the cleanest that we have seen so far.
Yeah, they're not messing around. I think that this is a team that's like ready to go, gearing to just
Gaslight.
the Italy flag out there, right? Like, this is
Yeah,
Team
I
Vitality
feel the
at
Dr. Beam will
its
come out
finest.
here.
This is the best iteration of the team that we've seen.
That's what 7 will
and
come out.
You're just seeing the power and how much, again, this team is starting
Just
to
curious
gel
if really got
well
ultimate battles,
together.
what their
And, they don't
what
wanna
their
mess around.
perfect draft
They don't want to
is.
show any strats. They don't want to do
What's
anything. They
their
just want to
take on
close
that?
out games. They just want to go home. I think they're just hungry. They just want to go to lunch or something.
Oh yeah, I mean now they have a couple of days break. They can try out the local cuisines. Your sinigangs and maybe your balut. Fun fact: I have tried balut, and
Balut.
it is a very interesting local
Okay,
cuisine. So to
we'll
speak.
take a short break
Other
first.
than that, of course, Group A, we're there. We have Blacklist and Elevate. That's done as well. So Group A and Group B, they're both done. We're going to put the focus onto Group C and D in our upcoming matches.
Yeah, and it's going to be exciting for that one. I think, again, the second match is going to be Nova Esports versus Impunity. But first, let's throw it over to the host.
Joined by Kaka himself coming in from Vitality. Man, congratulations on that spectacular win, 3-0 right away. Now, we just wanted to ask, on that very last game, you nearly got the minions really backdoored over at your base. Who kept the team together to keep it composed and just, really finish the series already? Choo choo, please.
就是讲你们怎么会 focus 还有处理自己，虽然呢压力很大。
Choo Choo's Chinese is actually very good, bro.
Yeah, yeah. The last game.
To be honest, the last game is my bad.
Why?
Because we can easy win this game, but I died in the red buff. You know.
The red buff.
The red buff, but then you still managed to win the game. Congratulations, all in all.
It's a team game.
Yeah.
Don't put it on you.
The result was still very good, man. You did very well.
But my team say it's okay, no problem.
Yeah. You guys still win it.
It's okay, man. I mean, you really won the game 3-0 also.
It's not about how it starts, it's about how it ends, right? But also when it comes to the team undefeated in your respective group stage, right now they are 3-0. Nobody defeated you guys yet.
Yeah.
It feels like you have a big shot at winning the championship here. But if there's any team when it comes to the grand finals, if you go to the grand finals, which team will be your biggest rivalry?
I think maybe Nova.
Why?
Wow.
Because the
Nova
team is very strong.
Yeah.
Maybe this team, maybe we have the difficult. We match this team.
So Nova, it's gonna be them. We do know Nova. You want to say anything to Nova?
We need a best of 7 full game series for the finals.
They're here. Oh, there they are. They're actually here. They're actually behind us. Is there anything you want to say to this team now that you think over the championship they might be your strongest rival? Or you could keep it silent, you know, just wait for the game.
For Nova?
Yeah,
what do you want to say?
you feel bad because they have to fight.
BM.
We need some. Okay, we need that.
Thank you so much.
Can I ask one request? Because I heard you can speak Italian.
Oh, yeah.
And you speak so well in English. Do you have anything to say to your fans across the world, Kaka?
I'm still thinking, you know? No, it's fine. Yeah.
Nel futuro io giocherò quello che posso per voi.
There you go. I have no clue. I definitely will ask after this. But we're gonna
Everyone waiting for Choo Choo to translate.
Let's go, Choo Choo.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kaka. And also we're gonna head over
At this
to
rate, she need to
but
learn
you
more
guys stay tuned
languages.
because the next series is gonna be explosive as well. So watch out. See you guys. Okay? HOK.
That's quite funny. Oh my god.
Oh, at least he himself should translate it back, lah. Allow it. What the? Oh my god.
Okay, I'm gonna go get a drink. Be back in a while.
Sure.
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်နာမည်ကထွန်းအောင်ကျော်ပါ in game နာမည်ကတော့ H0 ပါကျွန်တော်က Infinity အဖွဲ့အဖြစ်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်ကဒီပြိုင်ပွဲကိုနေ့တိုင်းနေ့တိုင်းညတိုင်းသူတို့ရဲ့ပြိုင်ထားတဲ့ပြိုင်ပွဲတွေရဲ့ဗီဒီယိုတွေကြည့်မှလေ့လာထားပါတယ်ဒီပြိုင်ပွဲမှာရှင်ပြိုင်ရတာတခြားပြိုင်ပွဲနဲ့မတူတဲ့နေရာတော့အတင်းတော်တော်များများကပြောင်းလဲတော့ပါတယ်ပြီးရင်တော်တော်ကျန်းတဲ့အတင်းတွေလည်းထွက်ပေါ်လာပါတော့ဒါကြောင့်မလို့ကျွန်တော်တို့အကောင်းဆုံးဖြစ်အောင်ကြိုးစားပါမယ်ကျွန်တော်ထင်ဒီပြိုင်ပွဲ group ထဲမှာကြာရောက်တာကျွန်တော်တို့အကောင်းဆုံးလို့ပဲထင်ပါတယ်ဘာဖြစ်လဲဆိုရင်တော့ Nova ကိုတော့စူးစမ်းမှနိုင်အောင်ဆောပါမယ်ပြီးရင် Kajinra ကိုတော့အများဆုံးအရှုံးမရှိအောင်တော့နိုင်အောင်စူးစမ်းပါမယ်ဒီပြိုင်ပွဲမှာကျွန်တော်အတွေ့အကြုံဆုံးမျောလင့်ထားတဲ့တင်ရတော့ Nova Esport ဘာဖြစ်လို့လဲဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်ကိုယ့်အရေးချင်းကိုဘယ်လောက်ရှိလဲလို့စမ်းသပ်ချင်လို့အကျန်းဆုံးအတင်းနဲ့တွေ့ဖို့မျှော်လင့်ထားပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်နဲ့တွေ့လို့ရှိရင်အကောင်းဆုံးအမားမရှိအောင်လို့စူးစမ်းပါလို့ပြောချင်ပါတယ်ဒီပြိုင်ပွဲမှာရောက်ရှိလာတဲ့ fan တွေရောမြန်မာနိုင်ငံက fan တွေကိုလည်းကျွန်တော်အားပေးလို့ကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်ဒီ international ပြိုင်ပွဲမှာမြန်မာအသင်းရှိသေးတယ်ဆိုတော့ပြသချင်ပါသေးတယ်
Honor of Kings. Honor of Kings. Honor of Kings. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Dugo naman dirigma, sa akin nananalaytay, watawat ng Pilipinas, sa aking iwawagayway. Sa kasaysayan ng matitirang taga-salaysay, ang matamis na tagumpay ay walang kapantay. Ipusan ng lahi, ang pwersa ko ay pupuntangi, humahawi ng isang batalyon, parang buhawi. Di magwawakas sa digmaan hanggat ang huling hari ay di pa nasasakal gamit bituka ng huling pare. Ubod ng barumbado kapag nang balagbag.
Probably a bag.
Hanggat di papasag. Puso lang ang dala ko, palaglan ng palag. Uulan ng palaso, taas ang alasag. Kasi kapag ako nakumana, lahat natutulala. Hindi nila inaasahan ang mga atake ko na nambubulaga. Namumula pa ang mga mata na parang bata. Kalabawasak sa kada atak. Lumalago pa ka mga katawan ng mga kalaban na nakakatapat pag siya. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Ikaw kaya matik iba yung galing. Kahit gano'n kang veterano sa'kin mukhang noob pa rin. Kahit letra lang gamit kaya kang buntalin. Kahit pagsama-sama pa akin lang bubombahin. Yung Asta boys in the hood, yung dating boys to men. Sobrang toxic na galawan dapat dyan poisonin. Ako yung Prince of Landing, lahat pupuksain. One hit kill, lahat susubukin for the win. Paalam sa karera nyo, advanced condolence. Mga kulang sa intelligence, no offense. Walang duda na kami ang the best, gets. Pahiya kayo sa amin in-game hanggang sa online trends, diba? Common sense.
Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang
What's up?
What's up? What's up?
It's been a while since I've seen you.
Saying hi.
Don't know whether you're still here.
I came. Oh yeah, Kin. Shenron got. You know Shenron got injured. The main Clash laner.
Oh what?
AG. The Clash laner for AG China. He got injured.
Injured?
Yeah, then he's on a like 2 to 3 week hiatus.
Injured because of what?
He slipped and fell in the toilet.
What the heck? Okay, I'm so sorry I'm laughing at that, but it's quite funny.
I think he sprained his wrist or something.
Damn. What a way to get injured, man.
Then they got no substitute for Clash laner.
Ah, then how?
They asked one of the super subs to play. He can play all roles on. So they just fill him for these few weeks. But the results will be a bit weird lah. Originally, they wanted Eno to play Clash because
Time
Eno was
for Eno to
original.
play Clash Lane again.
Yeah, because his original role is Clash 嘛。
I want to see the chat. 易补中路效果不好吧 ？BSC 和 Team Secret 都说 AG 的训练赛害到离谱。Okay.
Now they discussing about the cheating incident that AG did.
The piloting lah, right? I heard about that.
Yeah.
今年没缘分，可惜了。Okay. 不过 AG 打得过 Alpha 7还是可以的。
But 5 is definitely stronger 了。
还没炸，因为保定。要看他们能振作起来吗？弄把对方也是有一点慌。That's true. That's true. Anyone doesn't understand Chinese here? If not, I'm not gonna translate.
Yeah, but you know they buy a good fun later use Eno Clash. No lah, because that duration of time they will be fighting for the S grouping ma. Then if you suddenly the timing is quite tight. After S group, you fight for knockout already. Then if you ask Eno to swap from Clash to farm, the tempo is not there, so they ask the Beishi or Best to just play Clash. Cause he does have experience in all roles before in different teams. Cause I rather you because Clash lane is not a core role ma. Then if you Wow, but the farm lane sub that they bought was good lah. He's quite good. Gel very well to the team. 破方面的时候，他希望能知道这样。
I'm excited to see Blacklist though. I want to see how far they can progress.
Oh yeah, my stupid roster, the previous team. Yeah. Oh, the match starting already.
3 minutes.
Yeah, I wanted to open one more ring, but it's okay. Fuck it. I can tell this Singdas knows what he's talking about lah.
Who?
Singdas.
He knows or don't know?
He knows. He knows.
Oh.
Strong. BTR or Ruffle. Yeah, BTR.
On my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way.
Oh, no wonder Zhan Q so familiar.
Ooh.
The BTR jungler, the import.
BTR better. I think I agree for now lah.
Wow, but the teams with less hero pool are very shack for them to draft also. Like the proficiency.
This song reminds me of EWC, man.
Soon. 2 more
I
months.
really miss that shit.
It's an honor showtime.
Oh,
In the earlier
oh, not yet.
days, the Philippines and its towns were ruled by a mighty Datu. The monarchs, rules of the Philippines.
This is the opening.
To become a Datu, one must have wisdom, exceptional leadership, and physical prowess to win battles and climb his honor.
Nakarating na ako sa world stage, ngunit hindi pinarid makalaro ng kahit isang laro.
Oh, but the schedule quite packed, right? Wednesday is knockout already.
Not really. I think we have like 3 days to rest.
Ah?
Yeah.
February 26th is knockout. Quarters at 2.
27. Oh, I'm only casting from 27 onwards.
Oh, no wonder lah.
It's a 3-day rest for me.
He watched from afar, and heir to his throne, he seek.
Built and revitalized, we're coming for the crown. We'll show you the legacy of our organization.
A lot considers us as the underdog. Dark horses are imminent. I have read the one that overload are the warriors about to be crowned as king.
Kemenangan selalu ada di ujung jari. Kami gagal dan itu menyakitkan. Kami akan melakukan segalanya untuk menang. Kami tidak akan mengecewakan penggemar kami kali ini.
We aren't called elevate for nothing. We rise, we ascend, we never look down.
We have recruited this team. We are coming for the crown, even though we are new.
We are
40
now
times.
back in the world stage, and we remind everyone who they need to be wary of. We are coming for the crown.
Finals prediction: Nova versus Vitality.
Our country has always won the title. It won't be different this time. Come
Yeah.
and try if you want.
We the White Cup, rush but smart. The cards we play will be unpredictable. Time to show them what warriors are made of.
200.
To represent your country is an honor. To serve as its most outstanding warrior. We promise to never disappoint. We will win and make our homeland proud.
Who will be worthy of victory?
on out Group B with Team Vitality taking that win over AG. We go into now Group C. This is going to be, of course, Nova Esports going up against Impunity. My name is Holler, and with me is Blam. How are you feeling for this second match today?
I don't know. I mean, this season
It's
3 invitational has
Blam.
definitely been a spanner in the works in every aspect for me because we just see.
You have to wake up at like what, 6 every day, yeah.
3-0. So the only team thus far to go 3-0 in the competition. So
Blame.
I thought a lot of AG was going to come through, maybe get a reverse sweep in that one, especially King Gia towards the end, that D-Renji play. But anything is on the table, it seems.
Yeah, anything's on the table for sure. I think that there was, you know, I think that game 3 probably should have been lost by Team Vitality, but they're, again, able to ways to just kind of dig deep and find ways to win. A very smart play by Team Vitality. Again, proving to be one of the scariest teams out there as they go into the knockout stage, but we're getting ahead of ourselves as we go into Group C now. Nova Esports versus Impunity. Like, Nova Esports, clearly the top dog, clearly the favorite because it's coming out of Malaysia as the #1 team. But are they going to be good enough to, you know, again, continue that drive of being that top seed as they take on Impunity now?
I mean, speaking of continuing the drive, it is going to be the driving force behind the whole competition is the GT20 Pro, the Infinix device that is going to be empowering the Season 3 Invitational this far and into the knockouts. So if you're at the stage, if you're at the venue, go and check out the phone. It's a brilliant phone. We've had barely any technical difficulties. I touched wood yesterday, and even on my head, it's not been that bad so far. So go and check out the device. It's the Infinix GT20 Pro.
Yeah, for sure. Checking that one out. All of the pros are playing that one on stage, and it happens to be live. Check it out at SM City North EDSA. Check us out there. We'll be kind of just doing it from Manila, and you know, it's going to be exciting, right? Seeing the live crowd. You've seen, you know, the flashes of it in whenever we have a bit of a break, but the crowd is roaring, and they're good to go. They want to see some great high-level Honor of Kings esports, and they've seen it thus far. And going into this one, I think it's going to be key for seeding. Obviously, both of these teams, Nova Esports and Impunity, have kind of already stamped their ticket into that knockout stage, but who's going to be the top dog?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the crowd has been very amped up in the North EDSA in the Philippines, in Manila, but I feel like it's only going to get even bigger vibes at the actual event as well, because we do have a homegrown team going for the third match of the day. So I can imagine it's just going to get better from here on out.
Okay,
Yeah, and,
let's go.
Let's talk about Nova Esports here. Again,
It's second match, not the match.
high expectations for them.
I
This
don't
is a
think I'll get to
squad where,
complete
again,
this series,
they
though.
showed it in the intro video where
If
only
it is not a 3-0
from
lah.
Malaysia have won
No lah, even
championships,
3-0, I
right?
don't think.
So
I'm
the
gonna
fact
sign.
that they're the
Need to leave it
#1
like
team, there's going to be a
5-15
lot of
something.
targets, a lot of eyes going on to Nova Esports.
Probably
because
do
they're gonna be
one
the top
match or
dog,
two.
and
Unless
everybody
what,
wants
10
to-
mini
yeah.
games? Yeah,
Oh,
which
it's not
is
only
going
just
to be a
for the championship,
disaster.
is it?
I
Really,
I
it's to
really
say, hey,
think
look, we beat the Malaysian
this
team
is going
in
to be
the
a tight
first
series.
global championship of the year. So there's a lot,
No,
like you
bro.
say, targets on the back of these Malaysian teams, and Team Vitality definitely had them in their sights. So I feel like going forward, that's going to be a really great matchup. But depending on how this one actually weighs out, Nova could be looking to meet Team Vitality a little earlier than possible if Impunity takes the win. But speaking of Impunity, it is Impunity's team.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that's been kind of together for some time. They have a lot of experience. Ex-Hero, Shaolin, and of course, Megumi up. And Ashing here, this is a team that's really kind of, we've seen them time and time again. They've had some decent showings. Definitely the wild card qualifier, you know, winners. These are guys that, you know, we've seen time and time again. They play very well, but are they able to kind of bring in the next level? They have Up that's going to be playing in the farm laner.
Holy
this is one
shit,
where we
he's
have
so
high
tall.
expectations for. Impunity Esports, this is probably one of their better iterations in terms of their team and their lineup. And going up against Nova Esports, not a small
Where is
task,
Megumi's
but again, this is the Nova
bro?
Esports lineup here.
Yeah, we
Why
have
not
Wendy in the
Guigu
mid lane,
yet?
CY in the jungle, Schwan into the clash lane, Lucci as their farm lane, and Wade Pitt as support. And we saw their performance yesterday against Kagendra, and although it started off as a very rocky performance, they definitely turned it around in those last two games, because that's the Nova that we're used to. And I feel like if they do bring this, then Impunity is going to be in trouble, and this is Impunity's lineup.
Yeah, and Shaolin, Ashing, Ex-Hero, Up, and Megumi. This is a squad that's had,
I think Megumi was quite fire,
middling
I think.
success, dare
Yeah.
I say, Season 2, 5th through 8th. as well as EWC mid-season 5th through 8th. They got 9th through 12th in the championship last year. They definitely want to do much better than all of those placings. Get themselves in the top 8 to start. I mean, they're already stamped their ticket into that one, into the knockout stage. But being able to take it to Nova Esports, becoming the top dog, that might even guarantee them even further in. They definitely want this series here.
You know what they say? They say class is temporary, form is consistent. And hey, if you want to go for that consistent 5-8, they're currently already on that track to do so, right? Because they are looking to potentially try and go for the top spot of this group or settle for the second place. But Impunity has been very consistent in these tournaments, right? They haven't failed to qualify. They've always been on the main stage. It's just about trying to better themselves. And I mean, one of their plays is called Up, and the only way surely is up.
Let's go, Kino.
For sure.
Let's go for the 50 stars. You got this.
Going into this one, but it starts
75.
here, right? I think that we've seen
75
teams really kind of want to test Nova Esports. We saw it in their one series against Kagendra yesterday, where they actually faltered in the first game. That was a bit of an upset, and we're thinking, oh, is Kagendra back in this one? Are they able to take down the top dog? But Nova Esports is like, no, we're actually playing with our food a bit, and they were able to just close the game out in the next 3 games. So again, maybe I expect bigger things from Impunity. I think that they're a better team than Kagendra. Not to kind of bash Kagendra, but I think that Impunity, this is a team that's really gelled well together. They've kind of been on the rise, but this might be too tall of a task ahead of them.
I don't know. I'd go one step further in Kagendra's case, and I don't normally build a case for Kagendra, but I feel like in Game 2 they definitely tried to fight it out. That Game 2 could have gone either to Kagendra or Nova Esports, but it was at that point that whatever they did in the Situation Room for Nova Esports is they upped the ante for Game 3 and Game 4, and there definitely was no holds barred on the side of the Nova Esports team. But is that going to be the case this time around? Are they going to start the same way they finished yesterday? Or are they going to have a bit of a shaky start as they're not in their home territory? They've had a bit of a shaky start in the tournament thus far as well. So there's quite a lot of pre-show jitters that could come into show onto the Gorge for Nova.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that Nova have that pressure of being like, oh, actually, there's no Team Secret, there's no there's no other of these other guys that have been there in terms of the championship, right? So seeing as that the pressure is now on them to really take over in this tournament, it's going to be up to them, up to the players, obviously the coaches, to keep the mental state very high and strong, and understanding that, hey, we're coming in from a position of strength. We shouldn't show any weakness, but at the same time, we don't want to be overconfident, and we don't want to fumble the ball when we have it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in terms of coming from a position of strength, we would probably argue that Impunity has the better position of strength, right? Because they haven't lost a round, whereas Nova Esports have. So I feel like maybe that could be a little bit of a, like, oh, okay, let's not give the same kind of courtesy we did for Kagendra if there was any displayed on the Gorge. But it's going to be super duper interesting to see how Nova do perform, because like I was already saying, their debut into the Season 3 Invitational hasn't been their finest hour. But looking at their drafts, though, it's not like they were going for things that were trying to experiment, which we've seen from some teams, and it's failed, right?
Yeah, and to be honest, I'm thinking that Nova Esports got intel that I predicted that they were going to win the first match in the prediction in the honor pick, and then that's why they threw that game, so that they would make me lose all my coins. Thank you very much, Nova Esports. No, I'm just kidding.
We were having a bit of a friendly banter about that yesterday, saying, hey, I'm not pointing any fingers, but they clearly were doing it for something, right? But no, it was definitely down to Kagendra. Like, honestly, I have to give it to them. They went the full, like, country mile in that Game 1, and there was a lot of kind of, like, tit-for-tat in those team fights. But where it all started for Kagendra is exactly in these BPs, so that's exactly what Impunity need to do. And in terms of the bans and the picks here, we've been seeing a lot of Manchurian bans, right? More so on the red side than the blue side, but is there anything in particular we feel like these two teams are going to go for other than this Dolia?
Doria ban, Mai or Ali? Mai Ali, they are banned for Nova.
Start looking at win rates. The Dune is an absolute monster. It's an 80% win rate with 10 games, so that's, again, 8 wins. That one's very strong. Sun Tzu, 8-0. Dia 8-0 after today's games as well. Like, there are heroes that are just outperforming, right? And I think that, obviously teams have strategies and built-in synergies around them, but picking them not a bad idea, especially if you want to start things off strong. I think that game 1 sets the pace and the tone of the match. It really kind of helps snowball, especially since we've seen so many 3-0s, 3-1s. It's very important to win this game out.
Yeah.
Ali Ogren Ben.
Kind of a little bit of the same tried and
So
tested,
now
right?
it's
You're gonna go for the
either mine or Dong Ben.
the
Penalty will just pick up the other one.
honor of Kings Esports this far, like the Orgren, like the Ali, like the Dolia. Well, go back and
Wait, Ken, are you talking? Or are you talking in the chat?
I'm just typing.
Are you talking?
0 in terms of their win rate, and there's the Doom pick as well.
Dude, wow, then you open the flexible fashion Mai or Long.
The theme of this tournament is
then the trade will go to the other side, Long and
higher win rate.
Nova Long
Nova Esports game 1 are giving over the Mai Shiranui to the Shaolin on the side of.
You have to give and take.
Yeah, it looks like they kind of normally they would have banned out. You don't want to give the first.
I don't know what they're here.
But it looks like Nova, like actually the Dune we've seen time and time again. Like the Mai hasn't had the highest win rate.
They're conserving their draft like they did yesterday.
There are ways to deal with it because of the fact that it's definitely a glass cannon, very squishy. But if you're able
then
to
they can either that or they forcing Impunity to use more of the
and it looks like the answer is going to be the Dia
Pyro Pixel Loom.
Crowd control, ways to get on top of that.
Loom, but you are what room here, yeah?
The rest of the team is lower.
Yeah, a little bit of tacticals being played here in the BP. I feel like saying that, hey, we're gonna ban the Dune,
but they don't fall for that, so they soon
big golden carrot onto the side of Impunity, which is the Mai Shiranui, and then Impunity's like, oh, we've completely forgot about the Diadea. They've gone for the Mayin as well, which again, like you said, are 2 great counters for the Mai Shiranui. But hey, locking in the Dharma, we've seen some huge performances on the Dharma, especially. I always keep pointing this out because I was so sort of like flabbergasted by it. Was K Young 9's
nice counter pick.
K Young 9's
the sustain from Nova is quite strong.
Yeah, was very good, very strong.
Very
just the amount of control that he provided, props. And there's a reason why Nongshim were
this 10, my goodness.
Top of the leaderboard.
I'm a poor boy. I just went NTUC and tell the auntie if no discount, I don't want to buy.
Some players can really just make a name for themselves on specific ones. I think Young 9 really proved himself.
Menki to counter Musashi and I think ban out farm lane.
Absolutely, we're getting into that second part of the
I mean, you still can open.
Out the first part of the pick phase is
unless you want to take out
some more single target CC with the duel at death, right? So
you also can.
It's going to be really hard
for the set
for
off
Shaolin on this Mai Shiranui to hide and kind of take shells into a rush because they know they're going to be able to check it, especially with the likes of Diadea's ultimate, the Destiny Encounter. That can be used as a fantastic disengage mechanic here, and following the suit of the Monkey Band, band out here.
Because they are in switch.
But we still have
and
like the Yi Xing available for the
will win lane against Lady soon.
Definitely still the last
see who she's back with.
It looks like they're going to focus more on the Red J, ensuring that they do have a farm laner for Muchi here. Going, so to speak. But almost the entire lineup, Musashi, Diadea, Mayin, all of these have got to be super scary for the Mai late soon because they're so squishy, and it looks like they're kind of like, okay, actually, let's bring a little bit of a couple of our bouncer friends in the Kaiser and the Zhang Fei. They'll help provide a little bit of a meat cushion. But now Nova, how to deal with it? Looks like they're going to.
That one need wait for China to get them to get, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit more burst onto the side of Nova because I feel like that's what their team comp was actually lacking there. Obviously, they have the sustained kind of
what's with Nova and their defense
from the likes of the Mai Shiranui.
I mean, it worked against yesterday's weaker team.
But having those like heavy hitting ultimates, like the winning strategy from Kong Ming, was definitely a well implemented last part of the draft. But the same goes for Impunity, right? They bring out their bruiser friends. They got the Kaiser, they got the Zhang Fei. Kaiser not currently having one of the best win rates so far, but obviously it's because we don't see him paired with the Doli as often, and because of the global ban pick.
Yeah, I mean, actually, this is going to be what? I think the first pick? Hang on, let me check this. No, it's first?
I think it was picked yesterday.
Second.
Was it picked yesterday?
Yeah,
okay.
I think it was picked yesterday by Nova also.
Okay, but still, nonetheless, I think that it's, it's one of those things where if like teams can play around it, they know it's
this
coming.
game. I think
Kaiser's
when they
kind of like I would say he's a less cute Menki at times.
A bit useless, yeah.
No, no, no,
Like,
no.
you're not as good looking.
I think Wendy might pop off. If they get a good start, Wendy's gonna pop off. So if Wendy gets the advantage, right, Nova wins the game really quickly. But if they drag late game, I think Infinity has it.
And his way of catching up on you is not that great. But if the fight happens and he's got that invincible warrior, then you're gonna really see it pay off in spades. But I mean, if Nova
I feel
work
Infinity
around
dropped
that
the
ult and face him whenever he's in Bruce Wayne mode, I think they'll have a much better time.
I don't know. I mean, with that jawline, I think he picked up quite a few girls at the
Shake
bar
hands, shake hands.
himself. But he does have his wingman. He has the Dharma, right? So that's going to be setting up a great engage, especially if he's able to land those crucial crowd controls with his Truth Mantra. I feel like the setup for Kaiser does very well here, but again, it all depends on how the performance of the early game up into the clash lane really goes for Impunity.
Your wingman is a monk? At the end of the day, when you're picking, like, is this a really good winning strategy? Okay, all right, we're gonna go into this one. It's the second match of the day, game one. But go on.
We didn't say what kind of bar he was going into, right?
Point taken. Touche, my friend. Touche. All right, so going into draft, I know you like to sit on the fence. Should I even bother asking if you have a favorite?
Hey, I mean,
just draft.
You just need to work on your strategy of getting me off the fence, because Cloud did it perfectly in day 2, so you need to take some tips from Cloud to get me off the fence. But no, I'm going to stay remaining on the fence for this one, because you've not fried me off or pulled me off. And I do like both of these drafts. There is definitely winning components in both of these drafts.
All right, look, I'm not going to pull you off the fence. I'm going to ask you nicely to get down from there. I think it's a little unsafe. But I do think that Nova Esports have the edge on this one. I kind of like what they're doing. It counters some of the early part of the Impunity draft, like that Mai. But if Xiaolin can prove me wrong, start high flying, getting that damage, bursting people down, they're going to have a great time.
Yeah, I do like the role swap here in terms of going to farm lane for my Shirunoi down for the DRNG, and then obviously Lady Sun into the mid lane just to get a quicker farm and access to those side camps if needs be. Because I feel like with Kaiser as well, like even though he needs the items, it's more so the resources are probably best to going over to up on the Lady Sun. But once more, we'll
this lane's
a lot of
quite smart.
into the mid lane, but I expect if my Shirunoi...
Because they know that Zhang Fei, Lady Sun cannot win the lane early against Dylan and Adia.
I think the rotations are going to be key for them. But Xiaolin, let him get as much farm as possible. I think that he's going to be okay against the Muchi DRJ. I think that it's just a matter of time. So again, try to isolate. And they've done a good job, especially since, you know, when you pick that hero first, you're kind of being like, hey, this is the strategy. This is what we're trying to do. But at the same time, there's
the Invincible Warrior going in a little bit early there, just to kind of like, hey, we are in for a scrap, guys. We can fight just exactly like Kagendra. Make sure X0 doesn't get caught out here is CY.
I like that
by those Enlighten mantras there, but I do want to go back down to the farm lane. I feel like the RNG going up 1-to-1 against a Maishiro is probably the best thing because of the legal immunity, right? So if you do get hit by the Kachusans and whatnot, you can just use that to kind of get rid of any kind of debuff in your ranks. But it looks like the mid lane is favoring Impunity here. There's a lot of balance going on. We see that Wendy is looking pretty low on the Kong Ming.
Yeah, but look at how Impunity are just forcing it down in that mid lane, right? Because again, not only
Impunity looks good
there,
though,
but you're also...
Oh, okay, the Invincible Warrior does come through. It's going to be inside
Kaiser.
to save a Xing.
You Invincible Warrior,
Megumi got it.
Oh,
no, that's not good.
Kind of pay off the Schwan here, but again, everybody is now forming around the side of Impunity. So at the crucial moment, going into around about the 3-minute mark, they need to start setting up these lanes in favor so they can get these objectives.
Yeah, one thing to take note of, Megumi does have Smite. Ended up getting that, stole it away. So a lot of time and rotations that were happening from Nova Esports to secure that buff were not able to do it. Megumi ensured that he got the Smite, taking that away. That's going to slow down the farm of CY. Very well played by Impunity here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, right now, we're kind of seeing the gold difference actually not being that different at all. We're basically staring in a mirror right now because they are neck and neck. But again, they are playing this very carefully for the side of Nova, because I mean, we saw Game 3, Game 4, right, yesterday. That's when they were
I think you should show them your Musashi rope. With execute some more.
Let's not kind of get ahead of ourselves. Impunity, we're
more to execute. That's the one.
Yeah, facing the unknown. And, they've done a
Another
decent. I
one.
mean, when you get the 3-0, it's all good.
Everything with execute on you.
Navigate the unknown and come out with victories here. But Impunity really taking the fight to
3-1 Nova.
esports. This is something that I think Contender did in the game 1, where they were kind of pushing things out, put a little bit of pressure on, right? Don't let Nova play your game, play my game. And Impunity.
Oh yes, the Unbridled Burst does come through. It's going to connect, and it's going to be Way Pit being a victim.
Oh, CY, no, first blood, bro. Oh, nice.
输掉，加没了，加没了。
By Shaolin to get the kill on the Mai Shirinli.
输了啦！为何會嚟呢？玩 CY， your team also cannot follow already. Plus, their comp don't have the amount of damage that they really need from Wendy and Muzi early. Unless Muzi goes the full like the Shadow Reaper eternity blade rather than the Spark Forge. Then maybe still can contest, but at this point no, I cannot.
To take that in momentum into the mid lane, but checking this replay here, Unbridled Hopper so good. Once Waypit is down, your sustain is gone pretty much. They tried to go back in. CY was like, all right, duel to death, but hey, I'm on the wrong side of the map. That's not where I want to be, and he got killed out for that one. And Impunity made him pay.
Yeah, no, it was definitely a well coordinated Unbridled outburst. Like we've been seeing some very uncoordinated.
You see, the better teams are once they got this small lead, they always give all the resources on their side of the jungle to the farm lane already. But the better teams like to do.
You think they took 2 kills? They touched.
He did though.
T1 into the mid lane, the bot lane, sorry, but there is a bit of a fight
Hey,
going on
block
here.
for
The
him,
strategy comes through and lands onto X0. So Nova is like, hey, kills on the board now.
Kill on engine and lost the moderation represents.
First fight from Impunity.
Yeah, X0 a little out of position, he tried to flash away the Formlessness. He thought he could play a little bit more dangerously. Again, just got caught out. Did not expect that many members of Nova Esports to be just kind of waiting in the wings, but this is how Nova Esports get back at you, right? They figure out ways that get the pick off. Now this is going to open things up like the Overlord for CY. It looks like that's going to be just like an easy one. They've already taken the top T1. Nova Esports back in the game, and they do have a lead now.
They do have a lead in the goal, right? I mean, this is something that Impunity don't want to really give over, is that breathing room to Nova Esports, because this is exactly what they take when they're given an advantage. And it's not like they take just a little bit and be like, hey, no, they take the whole food off your plate as if it was their own. But right now, you can kind of see that the rotation down to the farm lane is just trying to mitigate any of that.
Wow, Mushi is farming them fast,
the side of Impunity have right now. So a bit of damage control from the side of Nova Esports, but definitely a great comeback for them.
Yeah, definitely a great comeback for Nova, right? I mean, they'll take everything, almost greedily. You're talking about, food that they're just not nibbling on. They take everything, right? The bites are real, and they're going to take as much as possible from you, and it's... it puts you in a bad spot. So Impunity need to figure out ways to kind of bounce back. They do have the bottom T1. The Vanguards are going to push. It's going to provide a little bit of pressure.
Xiaolin's value is
on you.
dropping.
How do you respond? Impunity
Yeah,
right now, Ashing,
he's not making the plays that he should be early to me.
Yeah, they kind of need to neutralize this lead that they have up into the Clash lane, right? Because now the side of Nova have the T1 up into the Clash lane, it means that Xuan has a little bit more freedom to move around the gorge, which is a problem with the vision score. But we see
they want to focus on
the
CY.
Invincible Warrior as well as
CY, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
No, turn around.
Claim this kill, but it is X0 taking too much damage. He is forced out of team fight very early. It's a 1-1 trade, though.
Jungle for jungle.
But
what did they? Any other resources?
Yeah, CY, he survived, and I was like, call an ambulance for him.
More profitable on the side of Impunity. They burn out
it's a 1-for-1 trade.
a lot of resources from Nova, the flash from Shen and Waypit.
Jungler, if anything, but he does have a level advantage.
So this timing they can use to make more aggressive plays.
He just needs to kind of get a little bit more at this point.
Yeah, I feel like the addition of the Blood Rage just makes it that Musashi has a little bit more sustainability into these team fights, right? A little bit of a second wind. But we can see it here on the replay. Nicely placed 2 ultimates there from the side.
Xiaolin didn't have any value in that fight at all until the end.
Of Nova Esports, but
he waited for all of them to use their
No, his first Kachosen miss. If he hit that Kachosen, right, they could have gone and finished the fight there. But he missed.
Fighting these brawls on their best foot forward.
Yeah, but like they had a slight edge. Oh,
oops, yeah, they're trying to do something.
Stomping
Maybe
or
forcing the
something.
ultimate here.
They tricked him. They got Ashing to commit. He's got the invincible warrior. Joke's on him. But now here's a red buff. This could be bad.
Yeah,
Gone.
Red
Oh
is a
no, what
problem.
did they do?
He's already gone down, so down is one of their bruisers already, and they were able to take the Crimson Golem from the side of Impunity, but it may not just stop there. It looks like they want to take the Tyrant as well, so double damage going over to the whole of Nova as well as CY.
Just better execution, I think. The draft is good from
keeping his
Impunity,
homie alive.
but
That's going to be a huge swing.
Nova
right
just
there.
out,
I mean, not
out
only
macro,
was Magumi down, so they couldn't take the
macroing
fight,
them.
but they took the Tyrant as well. Maybe.
Duel to death, a little bit overcommitted there. I mean, it didn't get anybody, and it just allowed X0 to get the
I think that's how that ulti wasn't clear.
Being used a little bit like a scapegoat.
Probably he thought he could go in, then the team was like, no wave, we can't follow also.
Sorts of commitments. I mean, you just had a huge gold swing in that Tyrant in that mid T1, and then you just kind of throw yourself and we're like, hey, actually we want a closer game than we really should deserve. CY not playing it to the fullest. Again, he needs a little bit more farm before he wants to be making those kinds of plays.
I mean, we saw the expectation, right? He was expecting to set up a great ultimate for the duel to death, but then also get that T2 in the mid lane, because that T1 opening up in the mid lane is going to be a bit of trouble here for Impunity. But speaking of trouble, is looking like Waypit take too much damage for his life in there, but he's going to stay into this one, obviously gaining heals, which is what the Diadia does. But they have to pay attention up into their clash lane, make sure they don't lose any of these T2s anytime soon, because now we have the Shadow variant of the neutral objectives up.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice little positioning. I mean, they definitely have the advantage. It's going to be scouted out by Megumi. He could potentially steal it with the smite. Umbrella Outburst is on cue as well.
Yep, there's the Invincible Warrior come through, and the Umbrella Outburst as
Oh.
well. Is it the smite dip? Oh, CY actually gets it. Regardless, a 2-1 smite dip on the side of Nova Esports. But I do have to give credit where credit is due. Impunity holding the road 4-4 in terms of the kill differential here. But I can't say the same for the gold resources. We're looking at about a 4K difference on the side of Nova. So when we get past that 10-minute mark, that mid-game territory, that can be the difference of an item or two on your side.
All right, Ashing, wherever he purchased that Invincible Warrior, he might need to go for a refund, because I think it might be defective. Because every time he's casted it in that team fight, he goes down, proving that he's a Invincible Warrior and not invincible at all. So not great by Ashing here. That was a bad one. I mean, a little unfortunate. He just got focused on Nova Esports, really made him pay. And maybe this is why we don't see too much of the Kaiser, right?
Yeah, I mean, especially with the Dolly, because you're not giving over that extra Invincible Warrior. Your second suit that you need, that it makes him more effective into these team fights. And this is why I think the drafting of the Kongming is great, because that burst damage from the winning strategy, even though it's going to be Kaiser soaking that up in that ultimate form, it does take a toll on your health bar. And speaking of taking a toll, down goes the T2 up into clash lane, but may that not just be it.
Oh, why are you going like that?
To get a Shink out of there. Oh, the shield comes through just in time for him, but is that going to be the saving grace for X0? No, Shink
but no damage.
down as well as
Game over.
into the clash lane.
Yeah, GG.
Nova are taking names,
And they just forced the top turret. He got no wave kill also.
Game one from Impunity. What a beautiful
Yeah,
attack
GG.
here up into the clash lane. Crystal wide open. We see that Up was trying to keep it alive, but it is going to be game one going over to Nova.
Nova Esports coming out very strong. And I mean, somehow Ashing survived with the Invincible Warrior, but the rest of the team were going in, and Kaiser was still on. Ashing was still making his way to the fountain, and everybody was continuing to fight, and then they got caught out. Nova just way too far ahead. They were able to burst them down, got the team wipe on their way to that victory. Very well played by Nova Esports.
Very well played. I mean, when we look at the BPs, I feel like the draft for both of these teams were very well, but in terms of the heroes that are now exhausted for both of these teams, I feel like there's a few crucial components here that aren't going to be available going into the rest of this best of 5. So I feel like, yes, Nova had a fantastic game. Impunity in that early game was definitely showing some kind of promise for the rest of this best of 5.
Yeah, I can chest it down, right? Early game, you know how to get off a piece or two. You get that slight advantage. But when you're playing up against a veteran, a chess master, you will. They know how to navigate that early game. So they have a great mid to late game. And that's kind of what you saw from me. Sports really being the chess master of that one.
Wow, 11-minute game again.
Yeah, maybe we get to have the full series.
I feel like one of these chess analogies, Hauler, is just you soft launching your career into the chess tournament in EWC, right?
that obvious. Make it happen. My number is open. Yeah, but we're going to go into that. I mean, that was the first game. Really well played by Nova Esports. That's kind of how you want to start off a banger, so to speak. But just everybody playing really well together, gelling. Wendy, I mean, CY dying 3 times. I think that was the biggest fault of that one. Could have cleaned that up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing it quite frequently within the tournament thus far. It's like you seem to see that the jungle or the clash lane have been taking the role of the scapegoat. Like so many times yesterday we saw, I forget which team we were watching, but one of the clash laners was basically being bait. I believe it was probably Nova or even Kagendra, to be honest, where they would go in, they would obviously soak up all the damage, they would get the spells and the abilities off cooldown, and then obviously the team fight's going to be a little bit easier for the rest of your 4 group. But it worked well. Obviously, CY was taking the role of the scapegoat this time around. He was able to go for the duel at death, kind of try and focus one of the back line to get them whittled down in terms of their damage. And then the rest of the team can kind of just see that and break that through. But if you look at this gold graph, it really does perfectly explain that first game of this series. Is that very fine line between the flitter in between both Impunity and Nova Esports. And then Impunity was actually trying to get it towards when the neutral objectives came up, but there was that point, that one team fight where Nova just came back.
Yeah, and I mean, again, just like transitioning on that part where you got that Tyrant. I mean, you started off a little bit strong for Impunity. They had that edge. But again, just knowing how to put your team in a position to win, obviously huge. Waypit is that type of player, as he's the MVP on this one on the Dia. Again, still 100% win rate, 9-0 right now. It's 2-1-7. Waypit really just tremendous on this hero.
Yeah, there's not many players that could come back from a first blood victimized, right? I mean, this is it. This is where Waypit fell down the only time in the match, right? That's pretty impressive as well. I mean, 4 minutes in, first blood took a while. And Waypit was the first blood, but after that point, it was just like, okay, checkmate, let's go. We will then, I'll see you on the other side of the gorge. And that's exactly what Nova Esports did. They just maintained this pressure, especially after those neutral objectives started to come into play as well, and just really turning the tides of those battles. But I feel like the biggest pressure that came from Nova Esports in this game 1 is, and where we start to see Impunity kind of shake off and the wheels fall off the bike, was when the clash lane really opened up and Chuan was just given freedom to roam around the gorge.
Yeah, and I mean, Chuan, just on the my end, able to just kind of get those initiations and do it for free. But this is pretty much the tipping point, the last hurrah that Impunity were trying to just force this one down. I mean, they got Wendy, but then, you know, without the tank, everybody else is just so squishy that it's very easy for Nova Esports to just blow you up because they have a ton of damage on that team and a bunch of control, just everything that you want from a really good draft in that game.
Yeah, I mean, that's the good thing about having a front line, but also the kind of the knowledge and the intel it gives over to the enemy team is that once we get that front line out of the way, and if we have means to get into your back line, we're just going to make a little bit of a fuddle around with the back line of your team, and then there's not much damage left between Kaiser and the likes of Zhang Fei, right? They're meant to be there to, like, as we saw in that game 1, is open up that team fight with the Invincible Warrior and the Unbridled Outburst.
That was just going to be the first game, but of course, we're going to take a quick little break as we go into game 2. We will be right back.
It's an honor showtime.
Black this Nova 3-3. Nice.
These people,
Nice.
dude. Nothing fights over stupid shit.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
Back, and of course, it's going to be the second match of the day. It's going to be Nova Esports versus Impunity. Nova Esports struck first. My name is Holler, and with me is Blam. Going into this second game, Blam, what do they need to do better?
Ooh, I mean, there's a few things, right? I mean, I don't think it's down completely to the draft. Like I said, they both had components within these drafts that made it the great team fight potential we saw in the early game, right? I mean, it took them till about 4-minute mark to actually start to get off the pace in terms of having those big brawls and actually seeing something come out of the brawls, like the first blood onto Way Pit. But in terms of how it's executed on the Gorge, I feel like more attention needs to be given over to the lanes, the side lanes, and more specifically that clash lane, because like I was saying before the break, as soon as that fell down, Shawan just had so much more freedom to roam around and give aid to his teammates, which when you're on something like a Mayin, has that great single target CC, has quite a lot of sustainability as well, and a good get out of jail card with her ultimate.
Yeah, just a lot of control, and you don't want to let them get going. I think that, but my problem with Nova is that, like, yeah, I could force like CY or Wendy to have a bad game, but then the rest of the team is kind of just like able to pick up the slack. There's no like single target, like, you know, dare I say Dao Dao of the last one, although, you know, his team did pick up with Team Vitality, but it's not as clear cut, I would say. Nova Esports are somewhat a very well-rounded team that everybody seems to be playing very well together. This is a scary lineup, and there's a reason why they're the favorite going into this, because like I can't find a single person that I'm just like,
okay, back to the game.
Yeah, there's no weak link. There's no clear weak link on Nova Esports, because I mean they have the MVP Maestro Wendy.
You can't force someone to grow,
Mucci,
unfortunately.
Fantastic farm lane, one of the, I'd say, top 3 farm lanes in the competition, and then even Wade saw his great clear
Ben mine, use my already.
Able to just take the right targets at the right time, setting up those team fights as the Diadea, and you can do it on plenty of these other heroes within that hero pool. But getting into the BP here, we are seeing the denial of the Diadea, which has been pretty much one of these solid storylines of Season 3 Invitational. We see one of these teams pick up the Diadea or the Ogryn at the same time, and then deny the other team for the majority of that.
Yeah, they are mine. No, not mine. Adi? Uneven. But they will look like they were puffing towards first pick Ogryn. Yeah, then like that Ogryn.
To kind of to fill in basically
Ogryn Adi, yeah.
Counter pick to the Ogryn. That's kind of what you're alluding to.
Yep.
But I think that it's
then Impunity should pick up Ogryn.
Yeah, like hey, if you want to go with it, this is the time to pick it out for Impunity. I think that you don't want to be messing around. You don't want to be 0-2. I think you want to put your, dare I say, best foot forward. To pick up the Dolia here. Maybe they have that, but you know,
okay, yeah, it's to preempt the
I think
Ogryn
the Dune
pick.
is actually a better Dolia complement than the Ogryn would have been.
Oh, absolutely.
Because either ways they can pick up the opposite.
That the Unruly Blade comes through
much
quicker than he already does, right? So the attacks on cooldown as well means
then you should
get that great engage that he needs to. So if he uses one solid Unruly Blade to start off the team fight, and then the damage that we could
this is a
see from
flex
Impunity, like a Ganon Mo or anything like that.
Quite smart.
I think it's going to be Daqiao mid. Again, huge area of effect when it comes to a
Frost
again, there's a lot of control already
Doria.
of Impunity, but you do see the Organ come through as well as the Chao. But I feel like maybe must actually just a bit of a tell for even the Limpo. Again, that duel to death, it means that you're able to just dive in onto this slippery hero, which when you get that off the gorge, it's going to be a lot harder to catch Muchi.
Then kind of more, so they are assuming it's a Daqiao roam now.
We're going to pick it. And Nova were like, okay, you didn't take it. You took the Dune and the Dolly instead. We'll happily pick this one up. Arlie Ogren and Daqiao to just kind of help with that potential get out of jail free or the split push, whatever you want to do. It adds a lot of flexibility. This is looking to be a tough nut to crack of a line.
Yeah, I think that was a great kind of call here for Nova Esports, banning out the Loon, because again, another perfect pairing for Dolia is the
one. You want to take out the huge burst,
as well.
Because if Dolia or Princess Ross dives, right, they have no counter
I believe it was
initiation.
for Kagendra's game as well, or even Nova Esports game, that it just gives so much utility to your team, so much get in, get out, flaming palms, and then Impunity are answering the call as well, because there's something that's missing on the side of the Nova, and that's definitely some burst damage which the Ganamo would offer. But then
really?
Wow, Guan Yu. So no annihilations coming through to pick off.
Yeah, he can go in and bait out the crowd control skills.
Makes me think this is quite serious.
No, this is definitely serious.
Guan Yu Daqiao roam.
Wow, it's a very high risk, high risk, high reward move. I think. I like the idea of having a Guan Yu to control them, but like
to the dude who wants to be up
faster rotations than Charlotte.
Wind slashes, all that.
They're just
he usually wants to
the Toon is going to have a very fun time
with for the Celestial Melody to potentially do that, but the Guan Yu is like the perfect counter of, hey, you want to be that, you want to do that, but what happens if I push you all the way under my tower or push you out of position from the rest of your team where you can't even get the Celestial Melody? It's, mind games that they're trying to play, and Guan Yu is a really good complement to this draft.
Yeah, as well as the Angela as well, right? I mean, if we see the Unruly Blade come through, she just sets that blazing brilliance there, and then once you're in her line of sight,
what? Wait. So can be pay farm or pay jungle? Pay farm.
What Impunity's doing here. I mean, we've seen it from Gen G 2 times now. Once it won, second time it failed.
Then Asing will go play Clash Charlotte, but on screen it shows that
and then obviously Charlotte
it's jungle.
Is going to be in
but X-Hero is the one playing jungle Toon.
Yeah. So okay, look, the
Correct,
pick to me gives me PTSD because I it's the older from Championship where it was really underwhelming. It's been buffed since. It is in a much better state today. But the ceiling on this guy, on this hero, is incredibly high.
It's
very glass cannon, very high risk, high reward, all of the things that you want.
Yeah, early game is there lah, but
don't get me wrong. Even
level 2 they're very strong.
But bringing it
very strong,
every
but
time I see it,
no, obviously Nova is a better team. They'll see coming ma.
You better be perfect with your movements. Your positioning needs to be on point. You gotta get all the damage. You gotta blow.
It's like perfect execution, or like what Horror said. If they blunder one step, it's gone case already. They make a small mistake.
I don't know if this pay is the right thing.
Yeah, and the other thing it kind of sacrifices as well is the fact that they have very little range. Like they're really reliant on Shaolin to land those frigid prisons. Winter is here in the perfect.
Wait. So up is playing jungle, then it's double side Toon and Charlotte.
I know that they'll be giving over the
Charlotte farm. No, Charlotte Clash.
Same kind of strategy
Charlotte
that Gen G did. So they
Charlotte Clash.
Smite to the actual jungle.
X-Hero Toon farm.
In this case, would be a Shing on the Charlotte. They give it to.
I think they want to continually funnel the farm into push the jungle up. Yeah.
I think that
for this game is up.
If look, this is
so basically their roster very flexible with roles, like they can experiment based on hero pool.
He's able to do the damage if they're able to kind of just chase on.
Interesting, I like.
And then just go like high impact. Plus you have the Celestial Melody that can kind of help you out with that Tiger Pounce. The Tiger form. So you have ways, right? And to get that
how's the pacing wise though? The wave clear isn't that fast.
I think that you might have a better chance.
Team fight obviously level 2, yeah, I think it's not bad. But
yeah, no, it's gonna be
it's
very
just
interesting
to
see how this
hold the
actually plays
lanes.
out. I mean,
because they have
you
so
know,
much
historically
control.
how it
You see,
played
yeah.
out for Gen G
Xiao Ling can
currently
frigid
this kind
prison,
of strat
and
is
then the Tun can come with the
win
wind
rate.
slash as well.
And
So there's
obviously
decent
way
control
more
to set
convincing
up
the
like
first
first
time
blood.
around they displayed it,
Yeah.
but this is Impunity's time to shine. Maybe this is
There's
their
like
key
it's very
for
combination based to
their
set up
game
queues.
to a victory. But
But then
when
if
we
they
look
don't
at it,
convert,
you've
right,
got
then
the
it's
Guan
damn
Yu,
difficult.
right? So even if Pei goes in there, we can still see the Razor Cavalry come through just to kind of push him around, get that gank from the back line, which we saw from Nova do yesterday, as well as Blacklist. So it's going to be interesting to see how these team fights plan out, because right now
I need to go
it's
and pick my
looking
kid.
very chaotic how the team fights are playing out in my mind. But
Let me know how this
CY
game goes.
going in for a bit of a commit
Sure,
here
sure.
onto Shaolin, does a lot of damage, forces the Princess Frost out of the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, CY though is just playing it to the limit. Very risky, especially early where you're kind of not that strong. He's going to get Eye of the Storm back. He will be fine. Sea of Fate back. But it's one of those things where, you know, playing to the limit, CY, you got to get the guy as much farm
Okay,
as
so
possible.
basically this team comp needs to get the early to beat game pyro for Impunity side. If not, they are kind of cooked. Plus the curve for Pei, if there's no lead, it falls off around 8 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, the thing that Organ really counts on is obviously he needs those two like solid items. He needs the Blazing Cape. He needs the Eye of the Phoenix as well for the HP regen. But I do like the fact that it's been paired with the Chao, because we've already seen it already. I mean, Devastating, Blazing Brilliance, not going to claim any kills, but it is going to make and get Shaolin to recall there. But back on with the Chao and the Organ combo is because you can just use that Eye of the Storm, right, and just go back in, just take him back to teleport, and then come back in, and then you're just basically back up to scratch.
Yeah.
Which so far is not looking good for the side of Impunity. They are already about 1.5k gold diff with Nova at 3 minutes. Then their macro is not as good.
Super
That's clinical.
annoying and demoralizing for Impunity. So they got to ensure that
Garo
when they have the ability to stun lock him
Garo.
and to kind of knock him down with that high potential burst from up, as well as X0.
Yeah, and we're already seeing a massive disparity in terms of the resources as well, right? So, I mean, this is what Impunity really rely on, is the fact that they can get resource heavy early on, but they're already showing a falter here, about 1.4k at the 3-minute mark. Yes, we're seeing some 3-man rotations here, looking for a potential pickoff before they go for the neutral objectives. But, I mean, is the Chao going to be that guy? Is it going to be the fourth guy? Oh, it's a Sea of Fate getting him
And then
out
they
there.
can just
The
teleport
other
around
one goes
over,
for
refresh the Ogren in terms of HP as he's the main tank. Then they can just take prolonged fights actually.
Waypit was like, I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me and 3 of my friends, as he calls him out with the Eye of the Whirlpool. Like, that was the perfect play, the counter play going in. And he's just like, yeah, you think I'm just like a tiny little, weak little roamer? But no, when I got my buddies here, and they had that perfect play. Look at him. Waypit goes in. He's like, oh, disappears. You're my buddies. Boom! They all come in like the Avengers all at once out of that portal. They get first blood, and they kill your roamer.
Yeah, no, probably a very good setup here for the side of Nova Esports as well. I mean, nobody's really going to go for the Tyrants because there's no clear push in these lanes just now, but there could be seen a potential setup of a brawl here. We do see Moochie's pushing the farm lane to the turret, which makes them have to go and defend that, right? They don't want to lose much health on their side lanes this early on, because that was the falter of Impunity in game 1, is letting the side lanes fall very early.
Yeah, but look, the invasion is on. Oh, X0 is already killed. That's a huge.
You see, Ogren can just disappear like that. Then he comes back full, and then he can just go farm his own
testing here.
jungle.
Look, Up is doing whatever he can, but he's the jungler. He's level 8. He's falling behind CY. He's sticking around, and again, CY is just taking whatever's, whatever he can. He's invading, and now it looks like they're going to take the side.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to take the turret here. They've got the Tyrant for the side.
Nova
4K
to 2K to 3.2 double.
So those side lanes are starting to show their cracks, and with them not having a marksman, they can't quickly just go down there.
The double side lane strat is not really that viable in global, especially when they are playing against like equally match caliber team.
For the wave clear, you want to be using it for the zone.
It's not really that viable. Because they know what your strategies are.
Like, if you're gonna tune, or you're gonna use it in a way where you're not gonna let it jungle, then it's gonna
Did they
really
take the
struggle,
raid?
right? It's not gonna be the traditional dunes of like the tanky frontliner that does a lot of damage. You're putting him in an awkward spot. Like I want to say he's like a glorified melee creep. But, here we go.
The Razor Cavalry, like I said, the bully in for Megumi between two turrets as well. He's like, hey buddy, you may be thinking you're safe between this
crucial
slice of
pick
turrets, but you are no
See
longer
why
there.
top lane gone.
Absolutely.
They can just look to stand by to take the mid lane tier 1.
Not where Megumi wants to be.
Sir, Megumi, like he thought he was safe, but he's
Unless,
like,
okay, Ali takes tier 2, then the rest have to take tier 1. The Ogren and the Angela. And Guan Yu will just provide vision for them and be annoying.
Unfortunate for him, but Nova Esports coming out very strong and taking the T1 mid here.
Yeah, there's no chance for Impunity to come back here.
Hey sir, you ordered a Dolia?
The chance is a perfect crowd control from Xiaoling and X0, but the probability of that happening is very low. So yeah, 5k goal lead behind at 7 minutes for 4 turrets.
It's the whole point of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yes, global.
I think it's the role swap that hurt them.
Hero pool to be dwindled down, and yes, this is kind of a strategy that we've seen in KPL years ago. But these aren't KPL teams; these are global teams. And when you're used to something, it's gonna be way better to go for your comfort picks into this one. Comforts like the Orgren, the Ali, the Chao, the Guan Yu. Everything that works is on the side of Nova.
Yeah, and it comes back to the draft. I mean, Nova was like, here, take the Ogren. We're gonna we're gonna pick up the Arlie ourselves, let you choose the Ogren first, the second and third pick. But they were like, no, we're not gonna take that. That's a bait. We're gonna take this one, and we're gonna take the Dune here. But now Dune really doesn't have a role, so it's like this really awkward positioning and timing for them.
Yeah, speaking of timing, X0 not having a great time in there. Dune gets taken down. It is the Death Precipice speed, and not used just yet. He just gets slammed dunk. He gets Kobe'd by the side of Nova, but it is going to be Xiaoling picking up the first kill for Imp with that Winter is here. But at what cost? You are trading one of your teammates, the Shuan, for the T2 into the mid lane as well as a T2 into the Clash lane. So already a lot of dominance here for Nova. I feel like for Impunity, if they want to come back here, they need to hold on to their high ground turrets with their life, and they need to get some farm up because they are behind by about 6k gold as well.
Yeah, it kind of looked like Schwan was being a little over-aggressive, a little bit upfront because he was kind of expecting Waypit to see him fade him out. I think that it was a little bit of a, like miscoordination on that one. I think that that's something that they'll probably look into because Sean's like, man, you let me die? How dare you? I had a perfect KDA until that.
He's like, beam me up, beam me up. He's like, where? Get me out of it.
It's broken.
He just had no way out, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, you can't have a perfect game for Nova, but what can be perfect so far is how this game is going.
And the pay will just die here.
Up is being caught in the track. He has been the cat trapped in the box, and he gets taken down as well by Nova Esports.
Yeah, Ali is just looking for farm everywhere else on the map.
Like a shaky game.
She should have the most goal now in Muzi.
You're probably thinking, what is Up doing? He needs
the most goal and most damage.
Literally at this point, somebody has to split boys. Somebody has to kind of alleviate some of the pain. Obviously, if that's the case, then, if you had a traditional farm laner, I think you would have been in a decent spot because you're creating space. But now that farm is just going to go to like X0 or Ashing, which are kind of a little underwhelming in the sense that, like, if you're comparing apples to apples with another farm laner, right? It's just not the same thing. No. So I think that this is again, the draft.
Yeah, this game is practically suited for Nova already.
So they're trying something. Maybe
I don't even think Impunity doesn't have the damage that they need in terms of bursts. And yeah. This game is a 2-0 for Nova.
And the clear answer for me right now is no.
Yeah. I think that's clear cut. I could have told it about 2 minutes in. But okay, they want to complete the scientific experiment. They'll do so, which is fine. I think, it's still a situation, don't get me wrong. They do have a little bit of room to kind of play around with. Nova Esports not messing around. They're kind of taking the team vitality strategy of just, hey, we're playing everything that we want. We're going to try our best strategies. Come and beat us.
Yeah, I mean, there's place and times to try this, right? I mean, these teams definitely have scrims, so that's, again, somewhere you'd probably want to try this. But like you said, that great example, Team Vitality, they've just basically picked everything that we know works, and it's worked for them. They have a clean sweep through to the group stages, and that definitely leaves a mark and an impression on some of these teams thinking that, hey, this is a top seed, and these second seed placements into the knockout stages, are going to be like, oh, I hope we don't get Vitality in first round.
Yeah. I think that it should be a bigger push for, either of these teams, because they're both fighting for that top seed. Nobody really wants to play them. Sorry, just got killed there.
Yep, Shin goes down in an earlier round. So that is 2 members to the side of Impunity.
CY should be MVP this game.
Going into the 11-minute mark, we have
I just CY almost. Then, see, even if the Guan Yu is frozen, they waste everything just to kill a Guan Yu.
For now, but
they can't even protect their mid tier 3, and then after that they will try to force in this minion and take bot tier 3. After bot tier 3 it will be top tier 3, then they will just end the game from there. Cause the wave clear from the side of Impunity is very little. Xiaoling already used the ultimate, then the Celestial Melody ultimate from Doria is not there. It's not available already. Yeah, GG, 2-0.
A few seconds and now he's down, but we do see X0 go up as well, and Orgren slams him down. So this is going to be game 2 rolling through for Nova Esports. A very solid performance from the Malaysian team.
Okay.
Very solid 2-0. Wait, I thought you went
just in time.
Like Team Vitality
they're back?
Nova Esports hit their stride at the right
time. It's a 2-0. Because Impunity couldn't find the win con. Only to me, they never do anything. They spawn already after 8 minutes.
It's going to be
don't stop Rose. That's one mistake also. In scrims, normally you will play your role.
I think it's going to be huge for them going in.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely need this confidence boost from yesterday, because to be saying that they lost almost lost 2 games to Kagendra, and Kagendra went 3-0 against Impunity. Maybe just the upper hand on Kagendra in that first game of this group stages, and if it were going any other way, maybe if Kagendra's second game was Impunity, maybe we would have been seeing a lot more fight between these two teams. But right now, after that draft from Impunity, they've got to rethink to see what they can do to get a game 3 win, or if not, it'll be a 3-0 for Nova. And like you said, going into the knockout,
I think if they want to pull all the stops they have, they better draft something that's stable all around.
I think just winning one game would do huge for the confidence of Impunity, right? Just making them bleed, just seeing if they can at the end of the day, right? And be like, hey, actually we can do this. Again, and I don't mean to harp on Impunity any more than I have, because again, I think a little bit of a draft issue, but Nova Esports came to play. This is a very strong lineup. Xuan again on the Guan Yu.
No, the draft was okay, just
with everybody else, and that Ogren CY, that was chef's kiss.
It was absolutely beautiful. I mean, the Xuan on the Guan Yu, just being able to bully around anybody that he needs to, especially what we saw up into that top lane when Megumi was kind of caught completely unaware. The doe eyes on Megumi was definitely in full effect. He was a deer in headlights, in a better phrase of words for
Wendy. Based on the stats, Wendy was popping off.
They definitely need to reformulate their draft in game 3. Definitely go back to the situation room and think, hey,
not a draft that they should play against such a team like Nova.
In the competition, so let's not pull
probably they got higher odds if they play against like the weaker regions.
They need to go back to basics.
Definitely not.
Yeah, back to basics, please. In terms of draft, in terms of playstyle, and a little bit more of game 1, where they actually had a better early start. I think that's the key to the success, right? You need to give yourself a chance. Playing from behind from the first minute, very tough, especially against a titan like Nova Esports, where they're so good with a lead. But the MVP of this one, it's going to be
Wendy,
largely quiet, but getting all those kills, 5-0 and 8, setting things up with those Chaos Cinders. Just really well played by Wendy.
Yeah, just the MVP Maestro, like I said in the introduction, he has to pick up an MVP in at least one game of a series, right? So, I mean, 5-0-8, that's a solid performance on a pick like Angela. Probably one of the best performances of Angela that we've seen so far in Season 3 Invitational. And we're going to see that performance be highlighted here in this Game 2 highlights. And I just want to see
they lost to Angela. Hey, Angela's quite strong one, okay?
Angela has always been viable, even in KPL you watch. It's a good pick. The bursts in the stun a bit scary.
Commandeering your drunk friend, he's like trying to go back to the bar, and you're like, no, it's been far too much for you. We need to go home.
Yeah, obviously true, and it sucks to be Magui in that situation where you're like, I just want to go one more drink, one, that's it. Not able to do it, and who are you? You're not my dad. And Juan actually just like, I think you can call him dad at this point.
Maybe that's some kind of conversation they can have for themselves. But yeah, this is what we saw kind of at the beginning of the end here for Impunity in this game too. But a clear demonstration that Nova Esports definitely were just kind of testing the waters yesterday in their first few games against Kagendra. And now they're against Impunity. They're kind of pulling out all the punches. They're not holding anything back. They are definitely trying to keep this one a clean series for themselves.
Business as usual, keep calm, carry on kind of thing, right? Like everything about it was just very serious.
Yeah, the energy is draining already.
I think it's
when series gets too clean, right? Casters actually get very tired.
You're putting the tape on for other teams to kind of tune in, and they'd be like, okay, they can whip this weird
not much action to hype,
right? So
yeah.
I don't think that this is the time. You were talking about scrims earlier. I do agree with that. That's one of the best places to kind of have.
You see Horror's eyes dropping already.
Also because he did the first
this
series,
is the moment where
yeah, I mean,
it does
that draft
affect
may
you
actually
physically.
work against other drafts.
Next
but
one
when
is
something as
Lemons,
strong as
so
that
called.
overdrafted, just having that solid front line from the Orgrin, having
One of the best winners in this
one you come out onto the gorge as well, just be able to
not
just move
wrong,
people around,
except for
play
maybe
chess
Jungle.
and then obviously MVP Wendy, we
Jungle
can't
you're down
forget
to
that
compare to.
performance, having that blazing brilliance going into any kind of engage that you think may go your way is going to be a complete deterrent because it's such a hard-hitting ability.
Yeah, it's such a hard-hitting ability. Like everything about it, that draft just good, right? I don't know what else. Like even thinking about it, even without the global ban pick, I think that was a very good draft in general. It had a lot of play, but we'll talk a little bit more about that one, especially after the break.
After the break, wow, that was 2 games, very fast 2 games.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears.
What's this called? Asian Games 2026. It's gonna be
What's up?
happening in Japan.
Japan, Nagoya.
Yeah. So I better get to go to Japan.
They should need English broadcast, no? The main one will be English one.
I hope so.
Previous desk was the Chinese one, no?
I don't know. I didn't watch that Oh goodness, I need a screenshot.
Oh, the main roster from Fish viewers. Oh, okay, I saw. Lol. Yeah, the 2022 didn't have an English test, it was all Chinese.
Oh, have English is Nora lor. But that was all. China, Malaysia, Thailand. Thailand? The place was Thailand.
All right, and we're back. And of course, Nova Esports up 2-0 against Impunity here.
Thailand plays ROV.
Impunity in a world of hurt. Don't get me wrong, they're still going to make it to the knockout stage. But do you play your best draft or try something if you are on the Impunity side here, Blam?
I mean, it's a good case in point.
I need something on the map change should be next season. AG5 should be. Yeah, where's 5, bro?
The wrestling teams to see in your potential first opponent going into the knockout stages, and I would argue that's probably a good strategy.
Oh, they said Blam, not you lah, Kin.
Not me lah. Never say it's me lah.
Casters as viewers, want to be seeing the show, want to be seeing the brawl for brawl. So maybe just go for something more conventional. If you're gonna hide,
I feel
that one secret punch behind your back, then just kind of go in with what we already know and just
if I played the AG roster would be a lot better.
No, I agree with that. I think it's probably the best way to go, just kind of moving in this. But, you know, I think for Nova's side, I think that their strategy should be to close it out. You don't want to show anything. Impunity right now. Maybe you try something. But I think that, again, getting a single game off of Nova Esports would be huge for your morale. You definitely want that going into the knockout stage. You don't want to be like, oh, okay, we've already played this guy. How are we supposed to play a best of 7 with them where we can't take a single game? That's got to be demoralizing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, they'll
trio, but I don't think at this rate, I don't think Impunity can get even one.
Wait. Game one stats are swapped. Oh no, graphics.
And then whoever comes out on top of the group
graphics
so
sites.
It's going to be interesting to see what actually happens here and what they are going to go for. This one, actually, Nongshim, sorry. Nongshim, they could meet into the knockouts first game. So maybe they're kind of hoping for either Blacklist or Nongshim, but you don't want to be
Group C will meet Group D.
Sure you're definitely playing
and Group A will meet Group B.
Potential, and it looks like Nova going to go for the red side here for the counter pick.
Blacklist
so
and
over the prior blue pick once more for
oh. Vitality, AG.
And obviously, with the draft is going to be starting off. But before we get into
the Blacklist will meet AG.
You have the
and
top
then
Blacklist,
meet
Vitality will meet
Nova
who
Esports
second?
After this game.
Elevate. Elevate.
Actually, Nongshim probably the weakest of those.
Then whoever is first from this match, whoever wins this meets either Pikachu or Raffle.
Because obviously they did a great job at Group D.
Oh.
This is
Blacklist better win, dude.
Looking at the lineup,
PG, come on. Trust in you.
I would say that they are the weakest, quote unquote. And, you know, maybe Impunity are kind of like, hey, we're okay with this, but we just got to get lucky and get into that matchup.
I'd say only the weakest in what we've seen so far. I feel like
okay, the best, we get it. Okay, noted.
Will actually throw some of these teams off, right? But Nongshim's in that same kind of position. They necessarily have the second seeds going forward, which so far what we've seen in the group stages have been a little bit under expectations. But setting the expectations for this BP, we are seeing the Ali ban as well as the Musashi once more. They don't want to give Musashi is something they clearly don't want.
Because Yuhan jungle is now shit. Honestly, it's bad in meta.
The Dolia, but picking up the Diadea, the lady comes through and hopefully we get this win. So Diadea can maintain that 100% win rate.
Okay, alright.
Hello team, do we not have better tank junglers? You got Aku there.
Right? But then they picked the Ata, and I'm like, okay, now this is the first game we see Diadea.
I think this is the first time we've seen Ata come through in like what seems like 2 years, right? Like
yeah.
Something I remember
they're trying to things
way back in 2023.
They secure already, so they might as well go second seed.
Ata is a very I think pair Diadea is quite scary actually. Super tank.
As a Dune, yes, he's not as
I like Ata, it's an underrated pick, but really want to try meh.
Kind of negates the
whole ship lah.
敌人接 so is what? Prolonged team fights. If 敌人接 goes the Spark Forge build.
Try and take out the likes of the Lung, try and stop the potential of the Hu Huan.
Wow.
Actually, I think the Ata was picked in.
Ata is confirmed not going Clash. That one is jungle already.
At least in the earlier games.
Hey, 猪八戒 they learn from who? They learning from the Zhongyi. That one is nice picks also.
But it had, you know, again, to your point, the Ghost Ship, potentially you can make some plays. But look at what Nova have done. They've countered it with the Lung, which is like the fastest, so like I don't care about the Ghost Ship. Dude has unplayed. They have the counters already
you can ban.
And if you're gonna first two
Doria used already.
you know, and you
Doria
have
ban
two
already.
heroes that
Yeah.
have elusive ways to get out of that.
八戒 yes 八戒
Yeah, maybe there's going to be something
The
else
Hala
that they do
version
in
Ata.
draft that's kind of going to force them into a zoned area and then use the ghost.
Yeah,
ship,
lane
maybe.
ban,
That's
lane
kind
ban,
of
main ban, then
Unity.
should
But
be
they
a
do
target
something
lock
out with
on
the
either
UMP,
mid lane
which
or
has been
Clash.
a great pick
Byron.
thus far. Obviously, he's always been one of the lower tier farm laners.
They already
Ever
combo,
since
but
he's
no.
had his buff, a lot
And
of the
it's
teams are going for
nice,
this pick, obviously
nice.
for the legal immunity and
Kind of
obviously his
more,
ultimate,
wow.
the single target
They
CC
going
that
very late
makes use
game
of that
heavy,
physical and
mid
magical
to late
defense
game.
as well. And when you pair that with something like the Ganon mode, that burst
Then
damage
they need a
hits
Clash
him
laner
very
that
hard
can
if you don't
hold
have
his
range is
own on the.
Gets set up perfectly, like locks him in.
Okay,
that boat.
what about we go asking Guan Yu X Heroes Ata?
The couple blades.
Yeah.
But again,
Sakya.
more elusivity.
fight this one?
You know, Dharma.
How about we just pull
you
out
know, his jump around, riding the
asking
wind.
Guan Yu?
Just so many
Let's
different
just
ways
do
to
it
get out of jail.
since we're trying it, right?
And I see what impunity you're trying to do, but Nova like actually this is the counter to everything. This is the kryptonite here.
Yeah, we can kind of see that. Right? I mean,
it's
the
a
loop back
3-0
in
lah.
this one
Yeah,
is
they are
gonna
hoping
be
Asing
really
tanks the
interesting.
hell out of
Again,
everything,
It
dude.
just makes it
That's
that
crazy.
solid
Yupang then is really
for
is just
the Ata, and the
Ata
Lupang
is the
as
mid
well.
shield, then
Also,
狄仁杰and
the
跟
idea,
just pam pam
hopefully
pam
we
from the
can
back.
see that Megumi
But then
plays
again,
into the same kind
there will
of
be
finesse
we
as
can see
when
how it
Dharma
functions,
was
but, like,
in
can they
game
actually
one,
do it?
setting
That's the
up those team fights, trying to lock down something like the Orgrim, maybe bursting
This
down a little
draft
bit,
is
make that
wow,
the focal point
very
into
late
these
game.
team
Late
fights,
game.
but like you were saying, the Sakia coming through as
Not
well as the
throwing
Dharma,
with
you know, but the
Ata is
Mulberry power
just.
coming through as well as
Nah, never mind.
the
It's very hard to explain how to ban
Archers. So
Put.
there is a lot of CC on the side of impunity, and only really one cleanse from
It
the
works
Rangers,
lah.
so he
The
wants to
idea
make
is
sure
there
he's
lah.
not getting
Yeah.
caught out
But execution
anytime
also,
soon.
yeah,
The
yeah.
It's damn
CC
difficult, bro. Everything needs to
ability
go
in these team fights.
perfect again.
Look, I love the fact that they
The Ata needs to go in, then they need to Lupang ulti
And
fight.
if they lose any of the lanes, right, the game is over.
Post buff where it hasn't been such
Actually,
easy living with you know, less healing thus far. It'll be nice to see how Waypit pilots this hero, right? Because it's, you know, the potential for mobility and that's done with that Mulberry power is just so strong that, you know, I think that only Waypit can harness the true power of this hero. And I'm super excited to see
everything
going into
just
game 3.
funnel into the
You know,
Ata being a
Secure has
body
lot
bag.
of- The ceiling is so high and only Waypit can kind of hit it.
Absolutely, absolutely. But we'll see how they actually implement this in game 3. Obviously, this is Impunity's final stand going forward.
All right, and this is going to be the potential last game, at least of this match. I mean, it's just only 2-0, but with a potential match-winning game here by Nova Esports. Look, I don't like to sit on the fence. I never do. I just like Nova's lineup here. I think that this is a really well-oiled machine. It actually counters what Impunity wants to do. It's looking very strong, at least for me.
At least for you. Yeah, I mean, it is something more than what we know as a recommended draft, right? So, Dharma, huge. Dude, huge. Huan, huge. Lung, huge. Sakia, huge. There's no weak pick in this one. There's no kind of like, oh, let's spice it out with a little bit of difference. Let's get the mayo with the ketchup. There's none of that. It's all condiments that work together, and we've seen time and time again in Season 3 and previous tournaments. But we're already seeing that come into fruition here into the mid lane. The idea trying to focus Wei Pit. Trying to get a bit of an early kill, but it's not going to come just yet because those couple blades aren't going to do quite the damage they need to in this early game. He needs to get
no
those
damage yet.
items.
Lucky you can't go no damage yet.
I think that could have been
Guma
first blood
kind of
actually.
zoned out and pushed away. That's going to be a little unfortunate. He's going to have to heart link and just buy a little bit of time.
Ow,
to
our
heal
picks
back
are
up
gone.
Here. But this is pressure
The
by
picks
Nova
losing his
Esports.
picks.
Impunity again. I feel like you need to be stronger early game and to put a little bit of pressure in, but looks like Nova just free reign. They're just going to invade the enemy jungle.
Yes, free reign as they are so far, but Nova, they are needing to set up obviously a good early game, because if that sets it up, it then kind of just mitigates any kind of hope that Impunity have going into the late game, especially with picks like the Ranger. If they try and focus
They
in
don't have to
early,
play zeros
you
on
know,
the next series is the best
wave
of
clear and
7.
whatnot, optimal wave clear, he needs that Sparkforge dagger, but there's a lot of focus on Yata here, already wasting a lot of his health bar, and they don't even have any anti-heal just yet. They just have raw power.
Yeah, raw power, and that's pretty much all you need, especially with CY there, right? just kind of going
but
into that.
if the
I mean, you have
Nova
CY
they don't
with
buy
his mid
magic
slash, and then you
resist
have Wave
for
Pit's,
Wendy
mulberry
or like
power, like, yeah, that
Mutsu,
wombo
they
combo
can
that could
die
potentially
very
just
easily to
stun
the
Arching,
Xiaoling.
right?
Who?
You might have a tough time, and I mean, they do
To
essentially the
Xiaoling's
same thing
Ganjiang.
in terms of just like this big giant, you know,
It's one snipe,
stunner.
like
It's gonna be
3/4
tough
gone
to
in
kind of avoid.
mid to late.
Yeah, very tough to avoid for the side of Impunity because there's just so much stuns coming through as well. But we're looking at this right now in terms of X Hero. We're really hoping those battlefield commands come through just in the nick of time because they're going to need that backup, right? That'll be the way that Nova's playing right now is very aggressive. They're very heavy on the rotations, looking for the kickoff, just like here on a Shing, and there it is. Sure, getting the first
Not even a chance. No.
Anymore. I'm kind of bored going the 2-1 for 1.
Okay, guys, we can back off.
He gets the Crimson Golden off that kill as well, so that's going to be even more power to those punches.
Yo, it was like 2 minutes and 30 seconds. X-Hero even tried to go for the battlefield command, tried to save Ashing, but he's like so paper that he just got blown up so quickly that like the battlefield command was like a non-factor whatsoever. He couldn't even teleport because he was just deleted instantly. Just really unfortunate for Impunity. Very squishy at this stage. Worrying for Ashing, especially because you need that farm, buddy.
You need that farm. You need those items as well, right? Like, that's the thing about the Ata. He needs the tankier items to make him a little bit more optimal into these team fights, a little bit more of a, not a shipwreck. He needs to be a solid, well-oiled machine coming forward into these team fights. Teleport mechanic coming through for Impunity. Xiaoling going back down into the mid lane. They don't want to let any of these T1s open up too early, which historically within this best of 5 series has been Nova's kind of MO.
Yeah, and just forcing it down, taking those towers, but kills open up the map, and then it turns into towers. And I think that Nova are one of the best at it. Look at how much pressure they're pushing onto that mid lane. This is going to be a little different because you're thinking
Doomsday.
Impunity right now.
Okay, Doomsday
trying to fortify the tyrant area, and Ashing.
Ooh, nice catch.
Oh, Ashing, he gets the double CC though, and there's the ghost ship. Is he
Wow, but look how tanky he is. Waste resources on him.
Actually, the draft works
Wendy
one.
is coming through strong there, so Impunity don't actually manage to get
then
any of the kills.
trade
just
or
yet.
tune
It's gonna be
for
CY
Tyrant.
that's
Okay lah, still not so bad. But near back off already.
It's going to be Sean picking the kill onto Megumi, so that's set up for the early team fight, but the idea is going to be out for 10 seconds.
Yeah, so CY actually gets the Tyrant, he gets the steal, but he dies, he pays with his life. But Xuan, with that truth, that flash truth, sets it up so that at least they get a return and kill Megumi. Obviously not a 1-for-1 even trade, but still the fact that they got the Tyrant, Nova come out the victors.
Nova do come out the victors, absolutely. But I mean, what we've seen so far within this series, are we surprised how this early game
once
is going?
he gets,
we do see that Muji was able to open up that side lane.
Once
which
Ashing
was
gets
probably
Eye
down
of the
to
Phoenix, I
detriment
think
of
it's
losing
going to be
Megumi
quite
in
a
that
problem.
last team fight. And
Yeah,
the fact that
yeah,
you
yeah.
get Tyrant coming through,
Eye of the Phoenix, then the Overlord also, wow.
damage those enemy heroes a lot
Very hard
more.
to
It's also
kill.
those turrets.
The Overlord
That
premium.
skill is a great siege mechanic as well.
Then it really depends on how accurate Xiaolin is.
Right now, and
Xiaoling and up or how much damage they can deal without getting touched.
Accuracy for Xiaolin and then positioning for up.
CY's
Yeah,
back
okay.
front invading the
Then
enemy
actually
jungle,
up
so
here
that
he
he
can go
put
full damage
pressure
if he
on
wants.
almost all elements of the
Because he got
map.
enough sustain and healing from his teammates.
No,
ah.
the weakness here is that they don't have a counter to the Dharma. So Xuan anytime can catch them.
Literally, as soon as he gets into the
Yeah.
team fight,
Bum,
he
bum,
gets melted
trade.
by the play.
Jungle for jungle again.
Give it
Ah,
over
lama.
Impunity up, gets the kill onto CY. So CY playing that same kind of role in this game 3 that he played in game 1, where he's just being used as a bit of a scapegoat here, but there is a 4v1 dive here onto Lu Bang. He doesn't have the battlefield command either. It's been exhausted. He has no get out of jail card. This means that with this next minion wave, that T1 up into the clash lane could fall here.
I mean, X-Hero tried to save Ashing again. That's where that battlefield command went. But then now he was just like, oh, wait, now I don't have anything. I don't have my getaway car. And so he got jumped by 4 members of Nova
And they
Esports,
trade
realizing
top
that
and
actually
bot turret
it was on cooldown. So he's got nowhere to
Fair.
go. They can happily dive the tower, and they take this one out. Nova Esports understanding the skill cooldown.
Oh, well checked. Mulberry power there from Wave Pit. It was just definitely a good check.
Liu Bang ulti onto Tyrant here. Okay. Okay.
No, yeah, it doesn't work.
Down goes X-Hero once more, as well as Megumi. That is a lot of CC from the side.
While
in
Xiaoling can
Unity
offer a lot of
being
damage,
taken
right?
down, but
As long as they
they're
don't
really
group up,
hoping
right,
at
they are
that point
safe.
When they're down to 3 men,
Yeah.
they
Once they
need
harder
that
together,
down, they need the
one
DRNG
straight,
to put in
one
out
small
that
tight
down
area,
arrow.
they're gone already.
Up here, just getting some farm whilst he can. because they could potentially be losing their final T1 here.
Yeah, HOK with a nice ghost ship. I mean, there were two that were kind of stuck on that, but then he was going in, but then X-Hero had been killed, and actually they didn't have any follow-up damage. So
He's been
it's one
landing
thing
his
to set it up and to
cuts.
have like, the perfect ghost ship, or to like isolate and find specific heroes. But if the rest of the team aren't there to do that damage, to have that follow-up kill, you're going to be left wanting, and that's kind of where they got caught out again. And Impunity right now on the back foot, really struggling right now to get in this game.
Really struggling, but that Flaming Palms literally just being used as a siege mechanic. I mean,
Well,
I think
damn,
Mucci has only like a few
Monkey
kills on the board, and there we go. Thank you. Look at that, well timing. 2-0. So not the most kills coming on the board for Mucci, but the fact that it's being used in sort of other kind of functions, which is like sieging these T1s and just getting those lanes into the possession of Nova, is definitely working for Nova Esports. But right now we saw that ghost ship. Yes, it was kind of used as a zoning tool, but it just means the ducks, the dives, the dodges from the side of Nova Esports are able to overcome that obstacle.
Yeah, and it comes back to the vision thing, right? Just when to take that fight. And again, Impunity were on the reactive side, and I mean, that's where they were kind of set up, but everybody was together in Nova Esports. Impunity kind of scattered about. They weren't really on the same page, weren't able to burn them down as they want to. This is what that draft is. If they're able to initiate, find people, isolate specific members from the rest of the team, then you're going to have a good time, but unfortunately not able to do so.
Yeah, we kind of see that Impunity was able to get the Overlord, right? But at the cost of a T2 down into the farm lane, which at this point, as they lose potentially the high ground turret, is not a good trade. Literally on the last sliver of health, Mucci just taps it into the back of the net, takes down.
Very hard to win con here at this stage.
Again, Overlord for 2
E3 con
turrets,
also.
one of them being your high ground turret, which means you get those enhanced minions. I don't think it's the
I like the
trade
idea of the
Impunity
Ata,
really need going into this 9
it
minutes.
doesn't work.
Yeah, and,
It doesn't work against
Impunity
this
were
draft.
trying to actually delay things as much as possible.
They are trying draft so far lah.
No, I
Like,
think
all
it's
three
not about
teams.
trying draft. It's just to not show Nongshim what else they have.
Yeah, correct.
In the sense of, in terms of
Because either way, they want to secure minimally top
this is why
4 ma.
the draft is a little bit of an issue.
Even if they go against
especially if you're
Nongshim or
losing
the
you're behind, these are the
RWE
kinds of
or
struggles that
BTR.
you're going to go with, where you're not able to use your spells to the utmost value and the excellence that you want.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, exactly. This is what's going forward for Impunity. I mean, is it impending doom, or do they need to just basically play a very good defense? Sometimes a good offense is the best defense, right? So we'll see how that goes for Impunity coming into the 10-minute mark now. Neutral objectives will be up in about 30 seconds time. Are Nova going to decide to go for them, or just try and push these minion waves that they've already accrued in both of these lanes forward into the high ground turrets?
Yeah, and I kind of wish Ashing was taking things from a more of a flank approach. He can't be just, if he's stock standard, he's just like staring you down, you know what I mean? It's going to be very linear in terms of angle of attack, right?
Yeah.
I think that if he's coming from the side, the ghost ship that could have a little bit more value, but you need a little bit more of a frontliner. I think X-Hero is not that type because he wants the battlefield command onto somebody else.
And late game actually quite scary, I think.
Lacking somebody who should be
Impunity.
Very scary, but the late game is like what, 15, 16 minutes here.
Another 10 more minutes.
with that ghost ship.
No, slightly ahead,
At
15,
this
16
point
no.
in the match,
a bit more, I
See
think
whether
so.
they can last.
Useful, but with the only useful
Yeah,
have is
at this
obviously
rate, no,
using the minion wave at this point.
Very
just
hard
trying to,
here.
like, hold it on that last
Then they'll
line.
just take your rate lor.
Right now, is that
Hey,
exactly
what you want to do?
Impunity
I
need
take your
to
rate lah.
prevent some kind of damage come through? Actually, a hope to wipe out some of the members of Nova Esports. I mean, fair enough, they've got 2 kills so far.
Take your rate. I still can
Improvement
take
over
with
some of the
Primal
previous
Bond.
series
I
between
still can
these
take
two
the
teams, but right now we are seeing about a
Shadow
6 to
Overlord.
8 gold difference between them. So again, at this time in the game, that middle phase of the game is definitely not where you want to be for Impunity. They just need to make sure they gather up some resources whilst Nova gives them this room to breathe.
Yeah, and speaking of room to breathe, X-Hero is the one that needs to do it. He needs, he's being contested right now by Chuan in that bottom lane, but he just zipped on out of there with that battlefield command. Unfortunately, this is kind of what you have to do, right? Because you have to just split push, get yourself a little bit of space, hold the line when you can. Now Chuan is making his way up in towards
Force
the
your
mid to
top
top lane,
turret.
the top
I don't
lane's
even have
already
to
being
force
seen.
your fight here. Force your top that goes
Yeah, I
zombie.
mean, is it going to last any more Flaming Palms? Probably not. It has been done fair work to by Mucci. So down goes their second high ground turret as they go.
God.
With the Flaming
gone.
bombs
No more damage.
onto
Out, out.
Shaolin as
Three
well. And
flaming
instant kill
bombs
of
gone.
73%, double kill going to
And then bottom gone.
Muji as well.
Good night.
Shawan picks off
Wow.
X0. They
All
just
three
need a few minions
matches,
to
10 to
grace
11
the
mini games.
presence of this crystal.
Can
And
say
it
Nova
looks like
was
they're gonna
warming
hold
up
every
yesterday.
look, and Megumi goes down as well. It is
This is
literally
the real Nova.
realizing the
Yeah.
demise of his
GG.
face and the demise of a 3-0 defeat by Nova Esports.
Nova Esports, just next level. This is exactly why they're the most feared team here, right? Scary lineup, playing that one perfectly. Impunity really had very little opportunities to get themselves back in that game. And everyone playing it to the T, everyone understanding how to go
Yeah,
in. They
should be
needed
saving
to
strats
took
lah.
every single fight they needed to have done and just completely control that game. Nova Esports, really well played.
Yeah, I feel like they lost everything that they needed
Yeah,
to
we're
come
right
back in that best
I'll
of
be
five
back before
series
next
from
game.
that game 2 draft, right? Like, there was no coming back from that one, unfortunately, because once you've given over a round that Nova have already taken a positive spin from you, they're already up 1-0, so going for that draft in game 2 probably wasn't the best play, but we can look at that school of thought that we was on about earlier, that maybe the reason why they went for this is so they don't show any of their main cards going forward to the knockout stages.
Yeah, very smart play, very smart play. Everything about it is just like what you want. Close out the series, don't mess around, and everything was just so clean, right? Just trying to find anything. They're like, okay, maybe we push the bottom lane, maybe we push the top for split pushing, buy ourselves a little bit of time. But Nova, they just shut the door right away.
Yeah, they did shut the door straight away, absolutely. And there was nothing that they could do inside of Impunity, especially, like I said, after that Game 2 draft. It just became a lot harder for them to even have the reality of bouncing back, because it's the same kind of fate that Gen G, unfortunately, fell to
All right,
yesterday
see you
as well,
around.
because they did it 2 games in a row for some reason. They went for the Yao as well as the Dude back-to-back. Unfortunately for the side of Gen G, look where they are now. But it still means that Impunity are still not out, though. They're able to claim the 2nd place of their respective groups. So, like we said, maybe they are just holding their punches for now and playing the long game.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I hate seeing teams go home, and I'm all the days that the games that we casted today, none of those teams are going home, so I'm super excited to see them continue on, because I feel like a lot of these teams have a lot to, they can grow and they can be a lot better. Everybody is super strong at this stage. Going into that top 8 is a huge honor, going into Season 3, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Back to this Nova game. Look, Muchi 5-0-3, Xuan 4-0-3. Both of these guys playing, getting all the kills, everything that you want, and just blowing people up when you need to. Muchi, just, man, he is a maestro on this blue.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, 5-0-3. But it's not just that, though. It's the fact that he had so much presence again around the garage, just being able to kind of take down those T1s, T2s, all the turrets in his pocket. He was just not bothered. He had so much damage, and when you have a first item, Starbreaker, it mitigates any kind of usefulness Atta and Lu Bang already have, right?
Yeah, I need to find something to
Great
snack on. I'm
anti-tank
super hungry.
item coming in first for Muji was probably one of the good calls here, and look at that damage. 57k is the most damage from the side of Nova Esports, with about 28% of it the entire damage of the team as well. But in terms of team fight participation, you can see that it's all over 50% for the side of Impunity for Nova, and even more so for Impunity. They were trying to band together like a band of brothers, but it just wasn't quite working out.
Yeah, it wasn't really working out. I mean, look, I think that Ashing, don't get me wrong, I think he's a great player. He's an amazing jungler, but you're not putting in a position to win with the type of heroes like the Ata, right? I think that, it was a little underwhelming. The damage that you saw was very low. But if we're talking about the gold graph, this is an all Nova game all the time. The typical ramp up to victory, right? This is the one. This is a scary, scary lineup. We've seen this gold graph too many times. I think production are just literally copy and pasting at this point. I don't even think this game's. Boom, I said it.
Bit controversial there from Hauler, saying that this is not the gold graph from Game 3. Can we get some proof come through here? But no, looking at that, there is only one new objective going over to the side of Impunity, which was the early game Overlord, which they traded for that T2 and even their higher ground turret, which was probably one of the worst trades that they could have done in that Game 3. But it is going to be Xuan with the MVP, not falling once to a single death and getting 18% of the damage dealt and then taken 14%. But it was just the fact and the effect he had on the Gorge, just being able to crucial crowd control a lot of the side of Impunity.
Yeah, it's control. It was the elusiveness of these guys. It was just, again, this is an outdraft. Like Ashing blown up. He had zero impact because he would die in like the first 2 seconds. I mean, it's not just his fault. Like you need to be able to be a little tanky on that sense. I mean, they get the return kill on this one with CY, but who stole the Tyrant? But man, that Troop. Oh, so good by Shawan.
Yeah, so beautifully played. And this is why we love the Dharma coming through and why it's banned, because the playmaking potential that this hero has at its grasp is huge. I mean, not only is that big golden fist with the truth mantras and the enlightenment mantras, he's just able to do so much damage as well. Just so impressive, that damage over time into the team fights. But still, Muchi has to be given props though. Those insta-kills, those flaming palms got to the point where it's just absolutely incinerating the side of Impunity, which ultimately, not only their heroes, but their turrets were falling short to the skill.
God, just look at that domination, right? All the way up in front, just everything that you want to do. But here is an update of what we just saw. Group C, Nova, obviously the top dog at this one, 2-0. Impunity, the second place. They'll continue on. Their journey is not over here. They're just going to be the second place squad going into this one. But it's going to come back to the final matchup of the day of the group stages to figure out who's going to move on to Group D. That one's going to be a crazy game. It's going to be Bigatron Esports versus Rough World Era. Who's going to move on? I know that the whole crowd are like, hey, can we have 3 Filipino teams qualify into the knockout stage? That would be huge, but they would have to do it at the stand of the Bigatron, which is the #1 team in Indonesia. That could be a crazy game.
Not only just the #1 team in Indonesia, they are the last sole representative in Indonesia, so they're going to be battling it out hard to make sure they maintain and do their country proud, right? So you've not only got Rough World Era trying to please the home crowd at the North Edsa Mall, you've also got BTR looking to just try and keep their country in the competition. So I feel like this last game of the day, especially last game of the group stages, has a lot of weight behind it.
Yeah, a ton of weight, right? And there's a lot of pressure, right, for Bigatron to really show up on this one. The fact that, okay, but first, let's go to the interview for the winners interview with Nova.
On stage, none other than the one that just won their series, Nova, Muchi, the farm laner, as well as Waypit, the roamer, with me, Chuche, and Bruce. Now, I'm going to go straight with a question here. We know that you are one of the most dominating team as well, Nova. Which team do you want to fight most if you manage to get into the grand finals?
Vitality.
Vitality, why?
Yes, because they are strongest team among us, I think. Among the draft team, yeah.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, so far it's you and Vitality is like the top 2. And I mean, part of the top 3 here in Invitationals. But my question is, either of you could answer. Kaka, we invited him on stage a while ago and asked if they want to fight up with anybody on the playoffs. They did say Nova. So what do you want to say to Kaka and the rest of Team Vitality?
Kaka, I will meet you in the final.
Wow, I will meet you in the finals. That is what Muchi said.
Okay, Muchi, say that to their face. But I do know that some of your fans flew all the way to just support you guys here, and those who are watching online as well, and your Malaysian fans too. Do you guys have anything to say to them?
Terima kasih kerana memberikan sokongan yang tidak terkira-kira. Kita akan try our best.
Basically, I said thank you so much for all your support. We'll try our best and we'll try to win it as much as we can. But I think that's going to be the wrap from Nova. You guys have to prep for, maybe the grand finals. Who knows? But thank you so much for joining us on the stage. But we're going to toss it back because we have one more series to go. See you guys, okay, in HOK.
I found it! The real wire!
Ako si Maynard Lemon, also known as Arise, jungler ng Rough World era. Mixed emotion eh. Medyo kabado na masaya. Masaya kasi sa wakas makakapag-compete na ulit ako. Kasi nung mga nakaraang past international tournament, hindi ako nakapag-compete as main 5. Sub-player lang ako. Tapos ngayon, nasa main 5 na ako. And at the same time, medyo kabado kasi ayun, first time sa international stage. Pero ginagawa ko naman ng paraan paano i-cope up yun. Sa akin, ewan ko sa kanila, sa akin meron. Nakikinig ng mga hype music, tapos minsan nanonood ng mga motivational video. Siyempre, una, karangalan yun na makapag-compete dito. Kasi siyempre, tayo din yung host country. And by that, i-give lang namin yung best namin para sa bayan natin. No, feeling ko mas confidence ako. Kasi parang home court advantage, parang ganun yung iniisip ko na naka-cheer sila sa amin, ganun. Kahit anong mangyari, nandyan sila. Yan yung iniisip ko. Experience doesn't guarantee a win. I think it's about who prepared well and practice well and the one who perform better at the stage. Nova? Kasi maraming nagsasabi na sila yung malakas and by that, kung matalo namin sila, edi ibig sabihin na nandun na rin kami sa level na yun. Humanda kayo kasi unorthodox yung playstyle namin ng RWE.
Hello, my name is Teguh, aka Psycho from BTR Esport. It's good already because we a lot more practice because this is important to us. I feel excited right now because we want to show to our country how strong Indonesia. The preparation more perfect, like more hard, like we scream a lot, like not like before. So we have a new player like mid laner right now, so we more a lot of practice. AG and Nova because they're so strong. I want to beat them. I think good luck and have fun, guys.
A 2-2 trade, and when you're approaching the crystal, it's not exactly what you want on the side of Elevate. Game 2, maybe closing out here. They have no minion waves. They do now have the minion waves coming through, for Gen G, but Jizzix is actually doing a fantastic job keeping Gen G away from this crystal. Maybe the Overton window is Rock being taken down by the side of Elevate, but right now we're seeing that they're just trying to keep these minions away because if they allow the minions to push and then the side of Gen G get this, oh my god! Mitsuri with the crucial kill backflip through from Elevate. Is this going to be enough to get game 2 in that belt? It's definitely a start as Ray is looking pretty low. Ray goes down. It is Jizzix with a triple kill. But hey, Tempest Dragon again. Kin was not trying to say it. He was telling us that the fable of the second Tempest Dragon of day 1 of the group stages of Season 3 Invitational is here. And oh my god, Inuwa. He gets the Sage of Sanctuary wiped out, and Mitsuru's like, boom, let's take the snipe from afar, but Azar is coming in with takedown onto Rock here for the fastness as well. Jizzix put it in the work. It is going to be Elevate coming back from such a far defeat in this game 2 to take it for themselves.
Yeah. As my principal used to tell me, right? You do it once, you do it well. You win that one big team fight, it is over. And the fans, they love it. Elevate.
Magandang araw, Pilipinas at SM North EDSA. Nagbabalik na naman tayo sa pangatlong araw ng Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3.
Leo taking a lot of damage, and Leo puts on more hands of fury. The Overlord is still up for grabs.
Giving them a try for their money, especially Lao Bang into the backline is exactly what we needed. The takedown of Wendy. Onto their pride right there is the win slash connected, but the Razor Cavalry comes in over the wall, takes them.
Stranger to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Sweat and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what
feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold and pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down.
Honor of kings. Honor of kings. Honor of kings. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Dugo naman dirigma, sa akin nananalaytay, watawat ng Pilipinas, sa aking ibawagayway. Sa kasaysayan ng matitirang taga-salaysay, ang matamis na tagumpay ay walang kapantay. Pupusan ng lahi, ang puwersa ko ay pupuntangi, humahawi ng isang batalyon, parang buhawi. Di magwawakas sa digmaan hanggat ang huling hari ay di pa nasasakal gamit bituka ng huling pare. Ubod ng barumbado kapag nang balagbag, sugutan ng patago hanggat di pabasag. Puso lang ang dala ko, palaglan ng palag, uulan ng palaso, taas ang kalasag. Kasi kapag ako nakumana, lahat natutulala. Hindi nila inaasahan ang mga atake ko na nambubulaga, namumula pa ang mga mata na parang bata, kalabawasa sa kada-atak. Lumalago pa ka mga katawan ng mga kalaban na nakakatapat pa siya. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Bugaw kaya matik iba yung galing. Kahit gano'ng veterano sa'kin mukhang noob pa rin. Kahit letra lang gamit kaya kang buntalin. Kahit pagsama-sama pa akin lang bobombahin. Yung asta boys in the hood, yung dating boys to men. Sobrang toxic na galawan dapat dyan poisonin. Ako yung prince of Nanling, lahat pupuksain. One hit kill, lahat susubukin for the win. Paalam sa karera nyo, advanced condolence. Mga kulang sa intelligence, no offense. Walang duda na kami ang the best, oo get. Pahiya kayo sa amin in-game hanggang sa online trends, diba? Common sense.
Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Cash G. Hindi ko na dapat gagawin to eh. Pero wala, binuhay niyo uli ang dragon man. Kra! Samda na po, kanda na pita, la kanda na pita, la kanda na po, sa la kanda na pita, la kanda na po, da la kinda na po. Sa la tapira tapi, sa la tapira tapu, sa la tapila ta kulo, sa pila ta kalita pila. Pero ang kompetisyon, bigyan mo ng kombinasyon, siguradong buong panisyon, yun lang ang aking misyon. Malupito ng paboritong kombidyante na jowa mo. Ba't nag-aaway tong dalawa, di ba magtropa to? O ano kung mag-isa mong nagagawa? Pag nagsama ka mas malakas. Ibis maghilaan pababa, bakit di na lang tayo maghatakan ng pataas? Kasi
tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Honor of kings is what we fight for. Lupiton 2025.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. 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 Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3 in Philippines!
Kasama natin ngayon si Malupito!
Oy, rinig mo kami dyan! Ayan. Ano?
Okay, sino dito gusto marinig ang bars ni Bossing?
By the way, may dala ba kayong payong? Kasi magpapaulan ako ng bars.
Hey! Okay, Bossing! 3, 2, 1!
Hindi, actually po, meron po ba kayong ano pa sa akin? Kasi kung paano namin gawin to, gawin tong music video na to.
Oo.
Actually, ang tagal ko nang tinago yung bars ko na yon, man.
Okay.
Oo. Yung ito, samdala bo, samdala kita, lapawdala kita, latanda na po, darakata na pindarakata.
Hey! Bossing, eto naman, pwede ba kaming pasample ng chorus ng Tayo ang Pag-asa ng Pinas?
Yes. Guys, sabayan niyo ako Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Lakad matatag para sa bigas.
Bossing!
Sarili kong kanta, mali
Matanong ko lang, you've been hiding this talent for so long, bakit pinalabas mo na ngayon?
Kaya nga, dapat hindi ko nagagawin yun Kaso, pinalabas niyo uli ang dragon, man.
Ang dragon!
I hate this shit.
Okay! Nice one, pero eto na, Bossing. Isang ano naman, this is going to be the last match of the Filipino team if sasama pa sila sa playoffs. So may chant ba tayo dyan para sa natitira, which is Rough World Era? Ano yung gagawin natin para ma-hype? Okay, yes. Ready? Bossing, sasabihin ni Bossing, Rough World, ano yung sagot?
Era!
Okay, Bossing, rekta.
1, 2, 3, go. Rough World! Rough World! Ayan.
So ang ibig sabihin dyan, tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
Ayun pala yun?
Yun talaga yun. So anyway!
Alam, ano ba yan?
Thank you! Maraming salamat! Give a round of applause to Malupiton here
Yes, sir.
on the stage. Malupiton, ano masasabi mo sa crowd ng Honor of Kings?
Okay po, maraming salamat sa pagpunta at pagtangkilik ng HOK. Alam nyo, magaling din talaga ako maglaro nito
Alright, thank you so much, Malupiton. At eto na nga, this is going to be the last match for today. On to our casters. Casters, take it away.
Hello, is anyone there? Oh, Skin still AFK.
Sigma, I am Blam,
Yes,
and
he's still
joining me today is gonna be none other than Sir Cloud. How you feeling about this last game?
Oh man, this is probably the highlight match for the entire day because it revolves around elimination. One team is going to go home, and obviously that is the loser of this round. So it's going to be a tough match. Expect more than a 3-0.
Oh, I really hope so, because we've been having a solid day at 3-0 so far, which has been a completely different rhyme and to the rest of the Season 3 Invitational, because we've been having 3-1s, 2 3-1s to be precise, and then a 3-0. But now we're in that 3-0 territory. But I feel like with so much weight and gravity behind this matchup, I feel like it may go the full best of 5.
Oh yeah, we haven't got a full best of 5 so far in our group stages. The most that we have seen is games going 4 games, so we might see this one happening. But and at the same time, both teams just don't want to lose it, right? Especially with RWE, they are playing in front of home crowd, so they don't want to disappoint their home fans. BTR, or in Indonesia they call it as BTR. They don't want to disappoint their Indonesian fans as well, because Kagendra have been eliminated, so they will be carrying the Indonesian flag onto the following round. And speaking about the teams, we're going to introduce to you, ladies and gentlemen, the teams are starting off with BTR.
Yes, they're coming from not homegrown territory. It is going to be BTR looking to try and carry the Indonesian flag, like you said there, Sir Cloud, all the way to the knockouts, because this will be the first time since Season 2 Invitational and all the way back then in like June, July time last year that we wouldn't have an Indonesian team into the actual knockout stage part of a competition, which would be very strange for the start of the year's competition to have no Indonesian representatives going through this far. But with ZaneQ with a patchy first game of the best of Season 3 Invitational, they need to pull out everything to stop Rough World Era, and this is them.
Yeah, the third seeding team from the Philippine qualifiers. So far, they have been coming up with interesting performances, especially in one of the comeback games. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can continue on their consistent performance somehow in this final match in the group stage, where it's so important for them to find this win against BTR.
Oh, absolutely. They need to do everything for the home crowd. They're currently watching them live. I mean, they've just had a huge hype up from one of the rappers, one of the talent that's been on the official anthem of the Season 3 Invitational this time around. So they have to be amped up to take on Bigotrot Esports, which is going to be comprised of Neil, Tufts, ZaneQ, Zan, and Psycho, which we've seen so far perform. I feel like they just need to make sure that their communication is one.
Yeah, and we saw from the interview with Psycho during the break is that they are pretty confident with their preparation, and walking into the stage, they have learned from their previous tournaments, so they are well prepared this time. But is their preparation going to be enough going up against Rough World Era, represented by Tunski, Sevenjin, Arise, Daniel, and Fleur?
Yeah, so a solid team we've seen so far. Obviously, they did lose their first best of 5 in this competition so far, which puts them, like we say, at a very shaky place. But they did go up against Nongshim, which really surprised us all. Nongshim obviously are top of this group, but the thing that both of these teams are vying for within this match is that second place, so they can just go through and battle it out even further.
Yes, it's a very important match for these two teams, and it will all be decided in this best of 5 series. As what we expect, it might go all the way, but if it does go all the way to 5 games, we all know what's happening. Because of the global ban pay, heroes will be very scarce, and we have seen how that has affected a lot of the other big name teams throughout this tournament. The hero pool is truly a big test for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the one thing I think we should really give over to words of advice, even though they probably can't even hear the stream, is don't do a Gen G, don't do an Impunity. We really just want to be seeing those solid team comps that we know and love and know that can perform, right? Like, this is no time for either of these teams, especially with what's at stake, to be pulling out some of these punches. Yes, pull out something that may be a comfort, but don't pull out something that's going to be like no marksman, because as so far, it's definitely not going to be the winning strategy.
Yeah, but if they have something out their sleeves that would make sense as well, then it's something we'd like to see. Today, so far, we've seen 2 new heroes, right? Including the Ata from the previous round.
Yeah.
And fun fact about the Ata, in the domestic version called Wangzhe Rongyao, Ata is actually Tupac Ji, which is one of the characters from A Journey to the West. So that's a bit of a lore for all of you out there.
Oh, lovely, lovely. We get a little bit of more lore from Sir Cloud. He has now become the lore master on the desk, it seems. But yeah, it was really good to see these kind of picks come through. But the fact that they weren't able to come into fruition just this late into the competition, I feel like it's at the detriment of what's at stake, right? Like, there's just so much at stake that even if I was a player on the stage or I was a coach for these teams, I would not be comfortable putting these kind of picks forward, because you want to be making sure your foot is through the door and into the knockout stages, right? Because that's where your next level of competition is going to start.
Oh man, I can feel the nerves right now. Just sitting here watching them play when they're like miles away. I can feel the nerves. I can feel the tension between these two teams. As what Holler always like to say, the first game is the game that sets the rhythm. So winning your first game is so important. Of course, we're going to go into the draft really soon with the side selection. RWE is going to be on the blue side. So they will have the first pick. So as what we always like put on the desk, the Mai now. Always a hot band, and BTR, are they going to do it again?
Yeah, really interesting though that the fact that they've gone for the blue side, because in their previous series against Nongshim, they only chose the blue side first. So one time, sorry, out of 4 games. So for them to go for the blue side this time around as their first game is super interesting, because the last time they went for blue, I believe they locked in their prio pick was something like the Huan or the Ali. But this time around, we are going to be seeing a Zhangfei ban coming through very early in the banning phase.
Yeah, Zhangfei's out. Interesting. I mean, the Zhangfei kind of popular, but hasn't had the best of win rates, but they don't want to take that risk, including the risk of Mai. Also, whenever the Mai is given the opportunity to be picked by any team, like it gets picked up, but the win rate for Mai is not that great as well. It feels like teams do know how to deal with the Mai, but yet they still are the top bad heroes.
Yeah, again, because it gets put so like early on within the draft, it's really hard. It's really easy to counter, especially when you got picks that aren't been banned off, like the Diadea, right? Like we saw so much single target CC come through for the side of Nova that it made the Mai Shiranui so hard to actually perform on. But it is going to be a Rough World era locking in Danny's pick, which is the Loong, which we know has performed at a best of around about a 50-50%, not quite like the Diadea, which is unfortunately been marked as no longer 100% win rate after that last game between Nova and Impunity. But locking that in is going to be the She.
And you have the idea playing as the support role. So that's going to be interesting, right? That opens up a lot of type of farm laners to be picked up. And if they want to go for a fast pushing farm laner, they can still go for the Fang, which absolutely makes sense. And now we have the Elaine being picked up by RWE together with the Loong. So Elaine, of course, is a very flexible hero. It can go for the split push or also go for the backstab. And if you have an Elaine, you always want to couple it with the Dolia.
Yeah, I mean, when we saw the Loong come through, as well as the Elaine and Dolia actually being able to survive the first banning phase, this third pick makes absolute sense. The fact that they've got 2 Infinite Vastness and 2 dual Death at Sunset, you have way easier ways into the team fight and out of the team fight. And when you've got something like the Elaine, which we've known has quite a prominent performance up into the Clash lane, it makes more sense for it to be paired with the Dolia. And right now, I think it's the best thing for the side of Rough Wall Era. But if we look over the side of Bigatron, they have locked in the DRN Jet, which has been, once again, a big pick into the farm lane. So still that illegal immunity to get that cleanse, but you've still got quite a bit of control offered from She and Diadea. But looking at those last few bans, we do get the Ganon Mo being taken out, because that would fit very well into Rough World Era's draft here in terms of more burst damage paired with a couple blades as well as the Flaming Palms would definitely upset the safety that Bigatron have going into this draft.
Yeah, long range burst, right? So you don't want that to be comboed together, considering they can still pick the mid lane. And now both sides, they kind of need the tank, and that's where Ogren's been picked up. So for Rough World Era, Lampo is still up for grabs. They can potentially go for that. Imagine also a double Tremor Smash. That would be pretty nice. But Mankey works as well as the tank. As cutesy as he looks, he is pretty durable.
Very, very durable. I mean, we could get 2 dream rolls come through, but I feel like the usefulness of the monkey here is just to try and lock down the Diadea. Try and get the suppression onto the Diadea before she gets it onto you, but more of a broader measure of control is the Yixing. Obviously, a World is my board is going to be a great way to try and control this fight. But speaking of chaos in order, it's going to be the Guan Yu coming through for the second time today.
I can see decent amount of movement here by BTR, right? You got the Guan Yu that's pretty fast, and you have the Organ who can obviously slip by those walls. So for Yixing to be playing, catching them with the World is my board is going to be really important. If you can catch them, not allowing them to escape from the board, that will be very, very important. What RWE could probably be a bit lacking is like a total lockdown for BTR.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be relying very heavily on their front line, which is Elaine and Monkey, right? Like, they're their strong front lines on the side of Rough World Era. But I do want to pay a little bit of attention to the Shi and the Guan Yu, right? Because these both heroes can knock you around. She can pull you around. So you're going to be basically somebody in between two people pulling you left to right. So that's going to be really frustrating for any member on the side of Rough World Era to actually try and combat against, because you're going to try and take control of your hero, but they're going to be doing it for you.
Yeah, I could somehow tell that the coach of BTR is a fan of Juventus. I just had to say it out loud. But here we go. So this is going to be the draft between Rough World Era and Victor Esports. On the surface, on paper, if you ask me, I think both sides, they have a bit of everything. So it's quite difficult to distinguish the both of them. But the Guan Yu, I think, is going to play a very important role to try to charge from the backline with the heroic charge to put Rough World Era in a to put BTR, to put Rough World Era in an awkward position.
Yeah, I mean, we can kind of see that Fleur is looking to try and stop as much CC going onto the Dolia as possible, because he's taken the cleanse skill as well. So we already see a difference there. No kind of heal, no flash or anything like that. He definitely doesn't want to be caught into any kind of CC too early, because he has clearly learned and watched from Impunity Gamer against Nova Esports, because when Megumi was Dolia, we saw that Schwan was making very good waves with that, but here we are. We've already seen supports go head to head.
Yeah, a bit of poking between the two sides, right? So it's more of like a gesture just to say hello. And when we talk about the farm lane, they continue to poke each other because both of these sides, they really want to open up their space. Now, the Flaming Palm is definitely not going to do Zan any favors. He can continue to do damage, but is well protected by Psycho. So I wouldn't be too worried about Zan for now.
Yeah, not for now. I mean, as long as the idea sticks very close to the DRNG, I feel like it won't be a problem just yet, because as we know, Flaming Pop starts to hit as you start to get those two fully built items. Maybe we'll see the Meteor be built as the second tier item first thing for the Lung to try and encompass the Orgrin, the tankiness from Orgrin.
And here we see a decent amount of rotation here by BTR. They seem to want to try to get a sneak off into the jungle, but both sides truly respecting each other. I mean, it's going to be the first game of a high-stakes game, right? So I can understand that if they don't want to go all in yet, but maybe at the top, they might go for it, but nah.
Not just yet. Not just yet. I mean, they could still set this up. They don't have the minion wave to fight, right? They don't have everything that's going in their way just to make sure they can take that fight against Rough World Era. But it does mean that BTR are able to claim the teleport mechanic here, which is going to be huge. I mean, Guan Yu is not anybody that needs a teleport mechanic, but to say, for example, Orgrin, who may go up to the Clash lane and just get a bit of feed from the minion waves there, is able to teleport back down to these neutral objectives, go and help out where they're being pushed elsewhere on the Gorge.
And I like the fact that Tufts, he took the sprint, so that will allow him more access to the backline with the heroic charge, just to disposition the players of RWE. 7jin, he has the sprint as well, but he's not really a pusher or dispositioner. He will probably be more of the pick-off guy to try to get the backline, especially if he can take out the idea as quickly as possible.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's all to... I feel like the sprints are kind of like a get-out-of-jail card, but also a way to chase down those heroes on the enemy's team that aren't necessarily damaged, right? So you're able to get in very much closer than you would without it. But it also means it's a kind of like a fall safe as well. So if Dolia doesn't give over the Celestial Melody to the Elaine and gives it over to the Lung, he still has a way to get out of there.
Okay, and at the current situation, it looks like both sides, they are pretty still 50-50 with each other, but we might see the next engagement at the bottom. Okay, right now they see an opportunity, but anyway, you have the infinite vastness to escape, so I wouldn't be too worried still. The first engagement we might see in the first Tyrant.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of going the same kind of tempo as the first game between Nova and Imp did, right? We weren't seeing first blood until around about the 4-minute mark, which makes sense because the neutral objectives are up. Even though both of those teams didn't actually gun for the neutral objectives when they were first up, they tried to make a little bit of a leeway, which could potentially happen here. We're seeing a 3v2 down into the farm lane.
All right, at the bottom here, Infinite Vastness will be used and he will escape, and that's what we kind of expect. But the Infinite Vastness is used just right before the Tyrant, so that's something that BTR wanted to force out.
Wanted to force it, but it does force out the Celestial Melody as well because he's going to be able to cleanse that back up. But hey, we could be seeing a bit of a brawl going on here. There's definitely tit for tat for now. A little bit of a calm before the storm between both BTR and Rough World Error. And in terms of the resources, there's not much in it, but getting caught out here may be a flaw.
Okay, they're trying to poke each other because they want to find a way to access the Tyrant. Tyrant is still open, up for grabs, and looking at the Tyrant, it's now down to 50% of health. Are they going to go in for the steal? No, not yet. And RWE, they will secure the first Tyrant.
They're securing the first Tyrant, but it is going to be Zane Q actually making the most out of a bad situation. He's just going to help himself to the enemy's farm, which is going to put him ahead of the Arise on Rough World Error. So he's already got the level advantage. He's more than likely going to have that gold advantage, even though it's only 300 across the board. It still means that it's a slippery slope if you don't maintain it.
And they see a rotation here down south. Probably going to be an engagement. Okay, from the back, she has arrived as well. So there's enough protection. Again, it's going to be just a little bit of a pushback here towards the players of BTR. So they'll be fine for now thanks to the rotation by Neo.
Yeah, I mean, the world is my board was dropped down, but I think that's the good thing about having the idea into this matchup, right? That Destiny counter is such a great disengage tool.
And no further engagement so far, and both sides truly respecting each other. Even though there was the Tyrant fight, but yet they weren't going all in onto it. And I can totally understand, right? Like, this is such a big match, a decider match between the two, so both sides don't really want to make those big mistakes. But if you kind of think about it, like, if you allow the other side to play their rhythm, then in the long run, it's going to be difficult for the losing side. But speaking about the losing side, we might see one in the middle. World is my board will be used, trapping 3 of them in the middle. But then again, they are not ready with the damage yet.
Yeah, I mean, Orgren can't do as much damage as he would like to monkey this far into the game. He's kind of reliant on the likes of the D-Ranger and the Guan Yu for now. But I do want to give over the point that 7jin has now got the Spark Forged Dagger, which means that I feel like Tufts has been driven back into the clash lane because he knows that the wave clear on a lane has now become a little bit more feisty.
They saw a lane. Okay, so they did a bit of a lane swap here with 7jin going down to the bottom lane instead. But he needs backup though because the rest of them are here. We might see an engagement, but again, both sides truly respecting each other.
Truly respecting each other, but they are taking the monopoly where they see fit. That is Bigatron Sigma taking their first turret from the side of Rough World Error. Rough World Error currently in a bad situation because they've had nothing to trade for this, right? They haven't gone into the enemy jungle to switch that up. They haven't got any kind of Azure or Crimson Golem. They're looking like they're playing on the back foot here. The only push they really have is up into that clash lane.
Here comes with the backline because Q here cutting the back waves. So it's going to be difficult for them to come and save their teammate. But then again, the tag is happening right now. Death at Sunset used to just try to disengage himself, but he's not far away enough. And the first blood will be given to BTR.
Yeah, BTR getting first blood, but it is going to be traded for that T1 up into the clash lane. So in terms of the gold resources, it's slowly still trying to neutralize on the side of Rough World Error. But 7jin being taken out means that they aren't going to have a better or potential engage.
It comes for a potential second engage, but they know that they do not have enough players. And plus BTR, they're playing this very, very objectively, right? They're not going in for the kills. They just want to take down towers, just push out the waves, and then reset back.
Yeah, they've set the motion, right? They got the T1 down into the farm lane. They got first blood. So they thought, why should we actually take the pressure off now when we're ahead by not a country mile, but we're getting our strides ahead of us. And we can see that Tufts is already trying to push the clash lane as well on the side of BTR, trying to open up those side lanes even further because it's not the fact that side lanes aren't open that's stopping ZaneQ going into the enemy jungle. It's the fact that the focus is now on the side of RWE that they need as much resources as possible.
Oh, they're forming up right now. World is my board. Managed to get 4 of them. Inside World is my board. Now it's time for them to take advantage, but they don't have the damage output just yet. Going straight to the back line. They tried to catch the backliners, but the tower is still active. It's going to be fairly difficult, but you got Tunski there to make sure at least they got one of it.
Tunski's there to make it fair. He gets Tufts off the board, and it means that the second Tyrant is going to go over to the side of Rough World Error. Again, it's exactly what they need. They need that increased damage to put on the pressure into these team fights, because that's where the cracks are going to start to show on the side of BTR.
From the side, they can look for another pick-off right now. BTR, they don't have the manpower though. And here we go. What is my board? 4 of them trapped inside. But Rough World Era, they're not too hungry for kills. They'll let this one go for now.
Yeah, it's kind of like a bouncing castle. They all run to one side to hope that it tips over. And the fact that they had the T1 into the mid lane as well meant that they were safe. If they decide to try and push, the T1 would actually approach them. But here we go. Maybe the idea goes in Dream Roll as well.
Oh, Menki comes in and they got Zankyu in the process. So now no big tanks for them. Neil, he's in an awkward position right now. Neil will be taken out underneath his tower, but from the back, we can see Tufts coming in. But the change is happening at 2 sides. At the top, at the middle, Danny will be taken out.
Yeah, definitely a much better team fight for Rough World Error. Even though both of the clash lanes were trying to implement the same strategy, it's just that 7Jin implemented it a lot better. He was able to get into the back line, take out Psycho, so Dolly was down, and it means that this is a great turnaround for Rough World Error. They're now above in the gold resources, as they should be when they get a 4 wipe. But they need to make sure that these Vanguards don't push their lanes too much, and they've got to keep a keen eye down into the farm lane, right? I mean, their high ground turret is open and exposed.
Yeah, and because of that, it's probably going to give them a bit of trouble to try to get the Tyrant or the Overlord. They are looking towards the Tyrant though. And at the same time, looking over at the replay, and this was the fight that almost got them entirely aced out.
Yeah, the Dream Roll came in just in time, right? Shut down ZQ when you can, because that's a lot of the front line gone for the side of BTR. And that's what I was saying in the draft is, Orgrin is amazing, but when you don't have a secondary tank, it's hard to make this work, which is what it pays dividends to what you were saying. Imagine if we had a Liampo into the strat rather than the likes of the Diadea, or maybe putting the Liampo up into the clash lane. It may not have been the best 1v1, but speaking of 1v1,
oh, look at Tufts as well from the back. He's going to come in from the back, and here comes the heroic charge to put his opponent in an awkward position, but instead he was the one punch. 7Jin will be taken down. BTR, 2 of them down. This is probably the time for RWE to rush in, but before that, they take down the mid tower, and without 7Jin, they say it's good enough.
Yeah, Danny on this lung is the troublemaker, right? Those flaming palms, like we saw in the last series between Nova and Impunity, it's just so great. Not only at melting your enemy heroes, it's also great at sieging those turrets, because mid T1 is now down. This makes it a little bit more frightful for the side of BTR. They need to reform. They need to recollect.
Here comes the mid rush here. Probably a chase here. A bit of a pull towards Tunsky, but Tunsky is in an okay position, so they will reset for now. The Overlord is still open though.
It is still open. I mean, it is the Tyrant going over to the side of RWE. They're not looking for that split push potential from the Overlord. They just want as much damage as possible, because they know they need every bit of damage, every ounce, to take down ZenQ quick and effectively.
Here comes the patience play by BTR, waiting at the side. Who's going to make the first move? Might see that fight happening, but no, they're going to save all their skills, because you don't want to just use all your skills and potentially lose this fight and lose the Overlord at the same time.
Well, that's the mistake that Rough World Error made against Nongshim, right? Like, they had a solid second win in their grasp, but they overstepped, and it was at their own fault that they made the first step, and it wasn't the correct first step to make. It takes 2 to tango, and sometimes you have to make your enemy make that first step, and then that's it. You just completely control from that point onwards.
And look at the positioning of 7Jin right now. He's still at the lane. He will come back, joining his teammates, rendezvousing together. So now they're as a 5v5. They might go in, they see an opposition here. Sankyu in an awkward position, but Sankyu is tanking all the damage. Look at how much effort for them to pick up Sankyu. But now, Taos puts himself in an awkward position at the same time. Speaking about awkward position, 7Jin went all the way back, but he went down underneath the tower. But a bit of trade back between the two teams, at least 1 for 1.
Yeah, 7Jin went all the way with the back to 1999, and then Tufts was looking the way all the way to 2099. But They both do fall. And once again, the Clash lanes were implementing the same kind of split team fight. Fighting on two fronts may happen here too.
Oh, thank you. Still tanking the damage. Look at the damage taken by him because of the flaming palms. But he's still A-OK. Right now, he is tanky enough. He's able to be the front line for the team while they try to absorb as many skills as possible to try to see if there's any opening for BTR to jump in.
Yeah, that's the correct thing, right? They need to make sure the opening is the correct one. They don't want to take that false hope, that kind of golden carrot being dangled in front of them and find out that it's actually just a normal carrot.
Looks like they're going to start the Overlord right now. Being monitored by Rough World Era. 50% of health on the Overlord. Rough World Era may jump in anytime soon. And keep your eye on the back line as well. Looks like that Bad Sunset will be used to try to disposition them. A chase is happening. Will is my board. Caught 4 of them inside of it. This is time for them to go away with the Mankey starting it off right now. As straight onto the back line is going to be 7Jin getting nailed. Crucial crowd control for the Mankey. That is such a beautiful execution. But it's not over yet. From the back line. At least he gets another one. Triple kill for Tufts. That is a nice trade-off there.
Yeah, Tufts has got RWE's number. That was a great triple kill pick off there for the side of BTR, and it's now going to open up that mid lane, right? They've got Monkey and Elaine to try and keep this alive. They have no range, so they have to get close in to try and contest this defense, this great offense from the side of BTR. But Tufts trying to give the pressure onto the side of 7Jin, but is it going to be 7Jin alone? He's able to use the sprint to get out of there as well, just for now, but they may be trading the higher ground turret.
Took down the tower. It's going to be bad right now. Okay, they were still going for it, but they have 3 of them. Yixing arrives, but the wall is my board. Will not lock anyone in it. So no targets for RWE this time.
No targets for RWE, but they were able to get the eyes on the prize for the side of Bigatron Sigma. They are able to get the higher ground turret, which means that mid wave in the that middle lane is going to be harder to defend now.
And now the Tyrant is up for grabs as well. BTR seems to be ready for it. Tufts is on his way to join his teammates. 7Jin should arrive anytime soon as well, but they need to monitor their waves. At least they still have the tower, so it's still going to be okay.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Arise, able to keep up with the farming of ZQ on the Organ, right? But it's where the deficiency is coming from is Danny. Danny has more gold than Zane for now, and they've got to make sure that they take out Lung in the early game, or they feel the wrath of those flaming palms.
And the world is my board managed to catch 3 of them for the side of BTR, but because of the presence of Tough at the side, that's why they didn't really want to go in yet. The Tyrant is up for grabs, but the Tyrant will now reset back to full health.
Yeah, I mean, just look at Tufts. He's just waiting for the right pounds. He was just sat in the middle brush, just like, hey, if they try to come and close in on you guys, they know that you're at the actual neutral objective, but don't worry, I've got your back. I'll just come in from the back line, use the Razor Cavalry, and just bring them into you. But right now, Array's taking a lot of damage.
Here comes 50% of health. Look at this. Another fight's happening at the lower side of our screen here. And going all the way onto the backline, it's going to be tough. He's just wrecking havoc on the backline, trying to get Danny. And Danny, my goodness. Okay, he went down, but they got tough together with him. 7G got taken out as well. So BTR, that is a worthwhile trade for them.
Yeah, I mean, what makes it even better is the fact that they got a minion wave both prepped up in the mid lane and in the farm lane. So they could start to even just let them defend these minion waves whilst they go for the neutral objective. But it looks like they want to go for another higher ground turret, which I don't blame them at this point.
And here comes going in onto the base. Looks like they're going to follow up. Are they going to continue on? They might just continue on now. Arise is tanking as much damage as possible, but it's not going to be that difficult for him to get out of danger. Looks like BTR, they might want to end this game. The minions are in. BTR focusing onto the crystal. And BTR will take up game 1.
Yeah, I think that was a great use of all the knowledge that they had going into that latter part of the game. They knew that Danny and 7G had 12 seconds left before they were back off their death spawners, which would have just pushed the game for a further maybe 5-10 minutes, which at that point, BTR were like, we can't really afford that when they have a Lung, and we know that Danny was laying the pain in that game.
This is a kind of like a 50-50 game, if you ask me. It felt like every fight, it could go either way, but I do like the fact that the Guan Yu knows how to go to the back line, comes in with the heroic charges to disposition everyone, and not only to disposition, right? It's also to push away some of the crucial targets, including the Long, and he did that really, really well.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say both of the Clash lanes, both 7G and 7Jin and Tufts played a fantastic strategy in that way. They were making sure that the team fights was all battle on two fronts, because if you look over to the side of BTR when they had the Orgren, again, paired with the Diadea, gives great sustain. I mean, Orgren alone has great sustain when he has the Eye of the Phoenix, has the Blazing Cape, but then pair that with the Diadea, there's a lot of healing going over there. So you kind of had to create that division to make the most out of those team fights.
Yeah, and speaking about most of the team fights, I noticed that most of the sprints is being used by a lane to escape, whereas for Tufts, he used it to engage. So that's why he was setting the rhythm in this fight. And if we were to look at the scores, it's like 11-10. This just shows how close this game is.
Very, very close. I feel like we're in for a very close series, because if we're looking at the drafts, quite a few of those great picks have already been exhausted. But looking at the actual itemization for these guys, the Starbreaker coming through rather than the Axe of Torment definitely paid dividends for the side of RWE. But it was just the pressure that BTR Tufts was given to the entirety of his team, and then the damage coming through from multiple people really helps over than when you're relying on Danny to do it all on the side of Rough World Era, right? Like you had Zane over the 100k, you had Neil and Zane Q all over the 100k, whereas on the side of Rough World was definitely a different story.
Yeah, we normally get to see like one or two more than 100k, but this time get to see three of them from BTR with more than 100k. And I would say that this graph does tell the story of this match. It could have gone either way, frankly speaking. It could have took just one really good fight from Rough World Era. If they would get an ace at a certain stage, then the game would have ended. So it wasn't a one-sided game.
Yeah, not a one-sided game. It was very 50-50. Honestly, the closest game series it seems so far of the day, right? And that all comes down to Tufts, the MVP of Game 1, just putting pure dominance and making sure he was able to divide the attention of his enemy team.
And that was a story to tell in this round. But if we were to look at some of the best moments here, I would say Tunsky actually did really, really well. Like his World is My Board, for the most part, when he catches like 3 or 4 of them. It was just the follow-up after that. They weren't confident enough to deal the damage to follow up.
Yeah, no, I mean, Arise here, like I said, I gave him props in the game. It was great that he was able to keep up the farm of the Orgren. Not many players can say they can pick the Monkey and match the absolute resourcefulness of the Orgren, but he was able to do it. The Dream Rolls did land to perfection sometimes, and at other times, not quite hitting the pale. But like you were saying there, Sir Claire, this has been a balanced game nonetheless, and definitely the closest one this far. But where they go from here now on in this drafts, the BPs, obviously thanks to the global ban pick, they aren't going to be able to pick up the Orgren. They can't pick up the Yixing. They can't pick up the Lung or the Diadea. There's so much already been exhausted in this game 1.
Oh man, looking over at the highlights, I just wanted to point out that it feels like a mirror match a couple of times here. Like 7Jin will be doing like the split like all the way to the end, trying to chase down opponents. Tufts will be doing the same on the other side. So it feels like both sides having like the same mindset to approach this game. But at the end of the day, of course, it is BTR. There can only be one victor, right, at the end of the day, and BTR actually won it. And this was one of the final moments where we saw how Tufts, he actually split out Danny, and Danny cannot get close to the fight at all.
Yeah, I think that was a perfect theme for the match, right? Battle of the Minds. They were definitely toe-for-toe, brawls for brawns, and then minds for minds. But overall, it was just that extra little bit of thought process from the side of BTR, knowing what they knew, especially in terms of death timers, skill timers as well. They knew they needed to push, because if they didn't get the victory there, they would probably be playing for maybe even still now 5 to 10 minutes time. So BTR taking a very precise, clean end of game against Rough World Era in Game 1.
Yep, and like what you said, right, it is the global band pick season, and the hero pool will be tested. They might be comfortable with this composition in this round. They got them the win, but they need to find a different composition coming into the following round. And a lot of these hot picks heroes have been used. But before we go on to our next match, we'll be taking a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be seeing you guys after this.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me. Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold and pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace. No one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion. I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink. Going here to the moment. The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength. Tell them who you are. My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain. I hear it every night. It's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you
And here we are back, ladies and gentlemen, with match number 2. And BTR, they just won game number 1. But of course, the hero pool will be challenged coming up to this very important series.
Oh, yes, because we know that now they have the Orgrin and Diadea off the table. It means that it could be open for the Rough World era boys to pick it up for themselves. But historically, what we've seen from the Season 3 Invitational thus far is the fact that one team pick it, then they ban it out for the majority of the series. But can BTR do that? I mean, Rough World era seeming to have quite a big hero pool here, so if they ban out the Organ and the Diadea, maybe Rough World's like, checkmate, we can put this down and we're absolutely fine still.
Yeah, and also a couple of other hot picks as well, like the Dharma is still available still, but do you really want to target ban all these top picks, right? Then you will leave something else out in the open, just like the Mai. But frankly speaking, with the win rate that Mai has been having every time it's being picked, I feel that a lot of teams, they know how to counter the Mai, and I wonder if it's really important to truly ban the Mai looking over at the stats.
Yeah, like I said before, like it's still great to pick the Mai, but if you pick, like, it's the beauty and the curse, right? The fact is you have to pick it so early in the draft, but then your opponent's side can pick so many counters, especially if you're on the red side already. Like if you pick My Shiranui and you've got the red side and they haven't banned Diadea in the first part of the phase, we can see what Nova did in the first game one where they picked the Mayin and the Diadea, which was a huge counter on my behalf, I say. And look here, you've got BTR going on blue side and RWE going onto the red side. So going back to a little bit of basics, what we saw them in their first series within the Season 3 Invitational. So they get the counter pick going forward.
Okay, so BTR, they took the Orgram for themselves. So obviously no way they're going to be able to pick that again for this series. There's a lot more heroes that can substitute for the Organ, right? So if you talk about like going in for the tank, you can still go in for the Dune, which is one of the popular picks here with a very good win rate of about 80% so far.
Yeah, very great. I mean, the Liang ban in the first part of the phase should come to no surprise of anybody, because if you look at Arise and Zane Q, they have a great portion of their hero pool is assassins. So the best thing about the Liang is the suppression, and we've already seen it a few times in this tournament where the suppression really comes through and holds tried and tested. Like it really puts a strain on your enemy team if you've got a great Liang there. But banning out the Diadea as well is very useful in terms of that single target CC. But we are seeing Refold Error ban out the Mai Shiranui. They don't want this to come through. Neither the Ali for Zane.
Okay, so Arlie is out. So that means that like the Dharma is still open. Yep, there you go. Top pick here so far in the group stages. So if you get the opportunity, you get the first pick, you definitely want to secure it for yourselves because it provides the level of flexibility, right? It can split push, it can also flank. So it's a very flexible character and it's also pretty durable.
Very, very durable. We've seen a great effort so far with this one. And I mean, the only real counter against the Dharma is having a great disengage counter, and both the Lady Chen and the Zhongfei give that, right? We have the Destructive Deluge, we have the Unbridled Outburst as well, but they are not holding the punches because they've got the Dharma, they've got the Flaming Palm. So many heavy hitters coming through from BTR already in this draft. So I feel like maybe Zhongfei can't be the only tank on the side of RWE, right?
Yeah, there's only so much that Zhangfei can absorb, right? So we might see a double tank sort of lineup. So the Dune is still up for grabs, but before that, they got to secure the farm laner first with Lady Sun. And Lady Sun with Zhangfei is a good combo. One of the combos that I think that's not really good with Zhangfei is the Arlie, just because of how mobile Arlie is. But okay, anyway, Arlie is banned out, so it's out of question. For BTR, what it would kind of work for them right now is probably to pick up one of the tank engagers. And now that we're on the second ban phase, they might want to consider to ban out the Dune.
I mean, the ban at the Liang Pro, right? So they're clearly listening to this feed, I feel like, so Claire. You've got some knowledge that RWE are thankful for, but we can look at the draft right now. So there is no flex picks on the side of BTR, so we know they've gone for the Clash, we know they've gone for the farm, we know they've got their mid lane locked in. So all that they have left is they need to try and flesh out some sort of tank, either in the jungle role or the support role. But if we know Zane Q, he's more than likely wanting to go for an assassin, right? Especially banning out the Prince of Lanling. That puts a bit of a full stop, a bit of a red flag there for the side of BTR, knowing that maybe they can get something like the Llama out here, right?
Okay, so the Dune is going to be left out, but the news is that RWE, they have the next pick. So they could pick it up for themselves just to deny it from BTR. They could use it for themselves as well, but instead they're going to go for the Putzer. All right, so they have the option of doing the split push with the Putzer, BTR, Dune, so that they can engage. If not, at this point, with the three heroes that they have picked out, not enough engagement yet.
Yeah, we just got to really hope that they actually put the foot to a better advantage than we saw from Genji yesterday, right? But like you said, all they need to do is make sure they focus this hero into one of those lanes. Just make sure he's battering down those T1s, battering down those T2s, but you don't want to make sure he gets caught out in the early game. And to be honest, something like the Dune is a good pickup here for the side of BTR, because you can Unruly Blade in, you can just soak up the damage. I mean, even though Futsu has such great attack speed, somebody like the Dune with the Gale's Benediction can soak that up, and now he's got 2 Unruly Blades as well as 2 Infinite Vastness. So Dolia being able to sneak in or even swim into the latter part of this draft, maybe at the detriment here for RWE.
Oh, looking pretty good, I must say, for BTR. The only thing that they're probably lacking is mobility. They have a little bit of that with the Dharma, but if they want to chase down the Fuza, it's not going to be easy for them. RWE is going to go for a double tank lineup, like what we discussed earlier on. So Algrand is going to be their secondary tank. With the option that they have right now, they could probably deploy Fuza as the lane pusher, while the others just buy time with the double tank lineup.
Yeah, I mean, it's got two functions, right? I mean, the story of today has been that a lot of the junglers and a lot of the Clash lane players have been kind of like the scapegoat side, kind of going in first into the team fight, trying to exhaust as many abilities as possible. And honestly, something like the Futsa is going to be great at trying to lock down the Lung, because you can use his ultimate, just lock him into place, or even the Dolier or the Nua, right? Obviously, you're going to try and dodge doing that to the Dune or doing that to the Dharma, because it's only going to end one way for you, and not all cases out of 10 will it end in your favor. But I like the fact that RWE have rounded out this roster with an Orgrim, because like I said earlier in the draft, they can't rely on the Zhangfei to be the only tank in this one, I feel.
Yeah, and with the flexibility that they have, I'll be a little bit worried for BTR this time around, unless BTR can do quick, solid engagements, and then they shut up the ways and force Fuza to come back to try to defend the other ways. But if they stall for time, if RWE is able to stall for time, then BTR might be punished by the wave shoving.
They may be, but we'll see how it goes. This is game 2. This is Rough World Era playing unfamiliar territories, so we may get a homegrown buff going into this game 2, but if it's anything like game 1, it's going to be a close one.
Yes, and here we go. This is going to be game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. BTR and RWE. RWE looking to pull back a game.
Oh, yes, they need to. They need to, right? They don't want to find themselves in the past 2 teams have, which is a 3-0 sweep. And none of the viewers or us as casters want to see this day end in full 3-0s. We want a full best of 5. We want the rowdy to be the rowdiest.
Absolutely right. We want to see a lot of action. And this is the match that a lot of people are expected to see, a tough match. Even before this match started, we did talk about it. And speaking about starting, at the starting point, it's going to be pretty standard here. Zhangfei helps the mid lane to try to secure a couple of early objectives, and he makes his rotation down to the bottom. Now, with the Zhangfei in the lineup and Long on the other side, he will be the one to absorb as many flaming palms as possible at the early stage.
Yeah, you're relying on him to body block as many flaming palms as possible, right? Because Lady Sun, at the early game, just like every other squishy hero, cannot take it. It is a huge chunk of health. Look at that. Tunsky is literally been reduced to 50% HP just by 2 flaming palms. So you have to be very careful in where this Zhangfei is situated in this entire map. But I feel like maybe the catch out from the Lady Chen could be something that's a great setup, a bit of a great deterrent from the engages from BTR.
Yeah, and that's thanks to the Leaping Savior by Zhangfei, right? Even though he's not absorbing it himself, as long as he's able to give the shields to his teammates, they will be able to absorb a decent amount of flaming palms at the laning stage. So he plays a very crucial role there to try to just sustain whoever's on the farm lane.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a few functions, right? He's got setting up the team fights with the Unbridled Outburst. He's got the Leaping Savior to be able to give over his shield, but he's also then being able to create room within these team fights as well, kind of split heads when needs be.
And looking over at what's happening right now, as compared to game number 1, based on their draft as well, they want to take the first few moments to farm up, maybe even after the first Tyrant. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the first blood in close to 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's a sure sign of respect, right? They don't want to overcommit. They don't want to go into the enemy jungle and kind of try and get those cheeky level 1 invades that we've been seeing a few times in the Season 3 Invitational. So they want to make sure they're playing it safe. They want to make sure that when it gets to the neutral objective moment, that you have all the things in your utility that you need. You get as much resources into Lady Sun. You have Lady Chen have the ultimate ready, as well as all the rest of your team. So I think it's just making sure that you don't lose out any of those main components, because I feel like with Rough World Era, as soon as one of those components fall, it's gone. Like, the team fight is going to be very hard for them to come back with.
And I like the earlier position by Fleur, right? He's not really babysitting the Lady Sun. Not too much, that is. He'll be the one to guard the river because he knows that about this timing, rotations from the mid might happen, or even rotations from the top might happen, or even from the jungle for that matter. So he just wants to be that eyes on the river to make sure that his farm laner is well alerted before any potential clash.
Yeah, I mean, currently we can see here in terms of itemization, Lunga's gone for the Meteor, the second tier item, but the Sage's Might is here.
Yeah, Unbridled Outburst and Tubbs
forcing the flash.
flashes
Forcing the
away,
flash, yeah.
but from the side, Arise arrive, but don't let this one go again. A sign of respect.
I don't know if it's a sign of respect or a bit of a mistake there on their part because they've exhausted a lot of ultimates, but Corteo here could be Danny.
Whoa! Oh man, he could hardly move. That was back-to-back stuns, just locking him, finishing him off just like that.
That annihilation came through. That couldn't have been timed any better. That just completely took him off the gorge. And I was about to say, RWE Danny was ahead in terms of the gold compared to Azan on the side of BTR. But right now, that might be the case, and there could be some more blood being spilled.
Man, that was just almost like a fake hope, right? It feels like, okay, you're able to get away, but no. But speaking about getting away, can anyone get away in the middle? But from the side, look at the damage by Zan with the flaming palms, and now you get away with the infinite fastness after getting those kills out of RWE.
Yeah, there was one point where those flaming palms were just deleting half of your health. Now, you blink, you have gone. But a quick replay here for those watching at home. This beautiful display from Neil on the Nua. Oh, gorgeous.
Yeah, it's one thing to be just total lockdown. It's another thing to be like lockdown, jerk a bit, lockdown, jerk a bit. Yeah, that's even more annoying if you ask me. It gives you a bit of hope that you could escape, but in reality, you can't.
Oh yeah, it's pulling on that silk thread, right? You kind of just like say, you dangle in that golden carrot, you're pulling it to them. You dangle in the golden carrot, you're pulling it to them, and then that's it. It's kind of that frustration that builds from the one that's being baited, and if they take the bait, the other person wins.
Yeah, it almost feels like you have that 0.01 second window to escape, right? But because of the skills animation, you can't really do it. But let's see if they can do it. Getting another kill at the top is going to be San, taking out Danny. That is a big kill for them to get, and this will open up their opportunity to potentially look for other pickoffs here. But RWE, they will not go down without a fight. The other players arrive, but they don't have the damage output.
They don't have the damage output because they don't have Danny. They're really relying on Tutski here, but to the thick of it is a Q.
Thank you. Okay, that was a really brave move here, but we got Tubbs from the side to make sure they still get something out of it. But the double kill will still be given away towards Arise. Another set of flaming palms, but Arise can afford to absorb it.
I mean, I don't want to be the guy that points out the obvious here, but I feel like that was being able to be given over, right? That was just a bit courtesy because they already have the head of the gold, they're already ahead of kills, so why not give that over to take the T2 so early on in this game, right? It gives you so much more pressure up into that clash lane.
Yeah, because you want to play the game with the fact that Fuzi is on the other side, right? You want to put that pressure on, so Fuzi will have second thoughts of like, can I continue to push or should I pull back? And with them doing that, we can see Fuzi didn't really go all the way.
No, he didn't go all the way, no. But again, we are getting into the 7-minute mark now. They're still ahead by about 2k gold on the side of BTR, even considering they've dropped 2 lives up into that clash lane. I feel like that's going to be at the cost of that T2 now, but Floor is just using his vision to make sure that none of his teammates step into the brush with Zane Q, because that could be a different story.
Here comes probably the next engagement. They're starting to gather together. But Fuzi is still at the bottom lane. You can see the rotation here by San. He could probably come in anytime soon. But because they're so far apart, they would want to try to pull RWE closer together.
Yeah, we can see that Arise has finally got the Blazing Cape on there as well. So the healing potential from the side of BTR is going to be dwindled a little bit there, thanks to the anti-heal prospects of that item. But this should be what's considered going into these team fights. We see him having the Blood Rage, we see him having the Blazing Cape, so maybe we can see a little bit more chunkiness from the side of Roof World Era now.
Oh, thank you. Underneath the tower, but he can absorb a couple of hits, not going to be a problem while the mid tower is being taken down. And look at this, Sankyu's position. He's going to be the frontline man to open up the vision for his teammates.
Yeah, the macro play for the side of Ruffled Era is not quite up to scratch here against BTR, but Tufts.
Oh no. Oh no, Danny is in trouble now. Okay, from the side. Oh, Danny's being caught. It's a sandwich situation for him, and Tufts will secure the kill.
That was personal, right? He even exhausted his flash to get that kill. It was just like, I'm not letting you live, even though Neil is rotated up to the mid lane to here to actually get you to slow down. I'm going to still exhaust my flash just so I can actually claim that kill. But right now, 6 kills to 2. We have about a 2k gold lead still for BTI. It seems to be the golden number going into the 9-minute mark, but they're able to pick up the second tyrant of the game.
Here comes Tufts. Okay, they check the bushes, so at least Tufts cannot stay there any longer, but that's a good move there by Arise, just to make sure that the parameter is secured. And both sides right now on the reset, they're probably saving their skills for the next objective, which is the Overlord.
Yeah, all things being said, though, we can kind of see, though, over to the side of Rough World Era, that Arise is actually above in terms of the gold difference by about a few hundred over Zane Q. And he's actually built the Master Sword as well as the Blazing Cape and the Blood Rage. So it looks like we want to be seeing some damage come from the side of Arise, which would be a direct consequence of the stunted growth of the Lady Sun, right?
Yeah, so Lady Sun, it's not really in the best farming position yet. He needs a little bit more before he's totally activated, but he's been quite targeted by a BTR, so it's going to be difficult. The fact that now the map control is majority for BTR.
Oh, sorry, no, it's the Siege Breaker that is built, not the Master Sword. I do get confused with those two, but again, the passive on that one is going to be super duper helpful because it deals 30% extra damage to those below 50% health. So all that RWE need to do is just get the side of BTR down to that 50% health level, and then it becomes a little bit easier for Organ to do that damage. But hey, the shadow variants of the neutral objectives are up, and it looks like BTR are not taking any blows and stopping anything here by taking this.
Oh, the Tyrant is open still. Who's going to get it? Or are they going to focus on the fight? But check out the back. It's going to be Flua coming in. He does have the Unbridled Outburst. He will use the Unbridled Outburst. But first he will go to Zan. But from the back, they have to be careful of their backline as well. Zan Q's being the next target, but the Unbridled Outburst is out of time. And right now, Flua, he got away. But at the same time, he's still able to manage. He's still able to absorb as much damage as possible. But he's not reaching
no.
yet. Oh man, Neil still went for it.
Neil knew exactly what brush to check. I mean, between the distance between Neil and 7Jin, there was many opportunities and many different brushes he could have checked, but he's like, no. He's definitely at our Crimson Golem and took him out with pure finesse. But honestly, in a vacuum, that team fight looked like it should have gone into BTR's favor, but they wiped out Zane, they wiped out Tufts, they wiped out Psycho as well. So a lot was taken from BTR in that team fight. So Rough World did pretty well in that one.
And he was playing in such a tight position, right? And the Unbridled Outburst is one of the best skills to use in that. But we got to see this again. Yeah, that is game sense at its best, Pam.
Absolutely. That was very well played by BTR, but also Rough World Era. I have to give it over to them. Where credit is due. But it still means that BTR have to kind of reclaim that pace in there. But ZaneQ going in.
Gonna start off the Tyrant again. We do have the Unbridled Outburst. The Madness stack is enough now, so they can still engage, but they're going to try to bait out the skills. At the same time, the Tyrant's down to 50% of health. Flua, 50% of health as well. He might pull out the Unbridled Outburst soon, and now Unbridled Outburst used. So RWE, are they going to engage? The answer is no, and without the Unbridled Outburst, now it's time for BTR to go in. They're going to find the next target, but San Q! Stop and strikes! They don't have that big tag right now. They don't have that big frontliner. BTR, are you still going to go in for it? The answer is yes, and look at Zan. He's taking a lot of damage, but just enough for him to still walk away.
Yeah, I feel like the activation of his Blood Rage for Arise was a bit premature there. Yes, it kind of nullified some of the damage coming from, I believe it was Neil, but if he just pulled it out a little bit longer, the damage from Zane on the lung could have been just extradited there. But these are the kind of macro decisions that we make in this game that make the difference between these team fights. But it now leaves open this neutral objective, which seems to be like it's been battled for the past like 3 to 4 minutes.
Oh yeah, this is like round number 3 between the two to try to get the Tyrant. But BTR looks like they might be able to secure it. But they have to be careful. 7jin goes in. 7jin straight onto the backline. They might steal this away. The smite is still available. And the Rise will make sure the Tyrant goes to their hands. But the fight's not over yet. Zanky will get a Rise instead in the trade-off. Neil will get Danny. And now the chase is still happening at the backline as well as 7jin will get another kill to his name. But now they try to get revenge onto 7jin. But 7jin will say bye-bye. See you later.
He's trying to run away here. He's trying to do a macro play, a bit of freeze in the lane, but Tufts has got his number. He's going in. There it is. The enlightenment mantra, the truth mantra as well. Did connect, but not for too long. And here we are. Neil coming in. Can't connect it. He is on the run. It's like a 70s cup chase right now for the side of 7jin.
Oh man, that is just so slick by 7jin. He evaded like what, 3-4 skills? And now he's not out of it yet though. Okay, BTR got him cornered though. Okay, he needs backup. They're going on to him, and they will take out 7jin finally. But that was a long chase.
Yeah, I mean, too much of a good thing is a bad thing, right? And 7jin definitely survived a little bit too longer than he actually needed to there. He should have just completely just run left of field. But that's BTR chasing you down like the hounds that they are. And currently, though, considering where we go in, I don't think this is as clean as a game from BTR's perspective, because it seems like Rough World Era have kind of created like a rough chaos within their order.
Yeah, and without 7jin, how are they going to go in to create chaos? Instead, the chaos is going to be brought to them by BTR. Don't go straight on to the back line. Danny is forced to push back, and Danny, at least he's in an okay position right now, but can he deal enough damage? Not the target that he wants. Sankyu can absorb it, not going to be a problem. And now for the second time around, the Overlord is going to be contested. Arise tries to go in, but the flaming palms, even as tanky as Arises, his health goes down to 50%.
Yeah, no, he's got all the itemization there over to the side of BTR's on. He's got the Starbreaker. He has the Siege Breaker as well. A lot of backs to be broken with these two items. And we've already seen it that he's able to delete the squishier heroes on the side of Rough World Era. But we are seeing a bit of a push down into the farm lane for side of Rough World. They just need to make sure they maintain this. If they don't lose any higher ground turrets anytime soon, I feel like we may see a Tempest Dragon.
5 more minutes to go before the mystical Tempest Dragons comes in. But both sides truly taking their time. They don't want to make the mistakes. Even BTR, even though they have the man advantage, but they still didn't want to go in onto the Overlord. So the Overlord is still up here. When it comes to lanings, well, BTR, they have the better waves shoved in. But keep your eye on Fleur. He wants to try something sneaky there.
Yes, try to do something sneaky. He does get the slowdown, though. And there is Neil coming in with a teleport. They're trying to focus, though, on 2 fronts.
Oh, here comes from 2 fronts coming in onto Tunski. That's going to be the first target. Looking for the next target right now. It's probably going to be 7jin, but 7jin is buying a lot of time. Unbridled Outburst will be used by Fleur. Fleur is all alone, and Fleur will be taken out by Sand. And look at this, there's only a Rise left. What can he do to defend?
I mean, there's no immediate minion waves coming into these higher ground turrets, right? He's able to clean up the one down into the farm lane, but he has to hold it off all himself for a good 20 minutes. 20 seconds, sorry, that'd be too long.
Yeah, if it's 20 minutes, then this game is all over, right? But anyway, 20 seconds is probably what BTR needs to end this game. Okay, the minion waves are coming in. Arise will be taken out. It's going to be an ace. And BTR will surely secure game number 2, bringing them to match point.
Yes, almost match point for the side of BTR. Looking to try and close this one out in true fashion at the other series today, which has been a solid 3-0 day so far, but Rough World need to come back with this one.
Yeah, they must win like 3 games in a row, a reverse sweep that we're talking about here against BTR. And so far, BTR, they're showing that they have a good play here with their lineup, and they know how to counter the drop. They saw the Puza, they told themselves that, hey, you know what? Let's just push the fight to them and force the Puza to come back to defend together with the other teammates.
Yeah, no, it only works so long. I mean, like I was saying in the draft, he really needs to be focusing on the split push potential, but we didn't see many times he was able to actually do that. It was actually the other function that we mentioned in the draft where he was trying to focus the squishier heroes on the side of BTR, but most times out of 10 he did get caught out, and we did see a little bit of a funsy chase at one point, which was quite fun to watch.
Yeah, I don't think he really got the chance to do the split push. But yeah, not gonna lie, right? That chase was probably the best moment or the most entertaining moment in this round. But checking out some of the stats here together with the itemization, BTR, slightly more convincing win than the previous round.
Oh, very convincing. Very, very convincing. Like I was saying towards the almost end of that part is the fact that it didn't seem clean as the side of BTR on this one, but it was definitely more of an organized chaos win for the side of BTR because it went a lot longer as well. But I feel like it was all helped thanks to Zan on the Lung, right? That was a big pick for them, as well as Zane Q on the Dune, just being that solid anchor for the side of his team.
Yeah, and it was interesting to see the fact that Fleur was the one to always try to go for the flank and try to use the unbridled outburst from the back to push opponents forward, which I think is great, but that means that he leaves the front line exposed. And I guess the idea is that, okay, Algran, you take the front line, and I try to take the back line to try to push them forward, but it didn't really work out for them because BTR, they were prepared for it. And we were to look at some of the numbers here, nobody hit 100k when it comes to the damage department.
Yeah, even though all that damage was being thrown about, it didn't actually get over the 100k mark. But did it have to? BTR was doing exactly what they needed to get this win condition. And a lot of focus on the neutral objectives, not touching a single overlord for either team was pretty huge. And 18 kills to 7 deaths is, again, a good feat for the side of BTR because, once again, they are the only Indonesian representatives in this tournament and they're looking to maintain that position for themselves. But MVP is actually going to go over to Tufts, which was actually giving a dominant, crucial crowd control moment in these team fights.
Wow, showing that he's a tough guy right now with 2 MVPs back to back. 5-2-7 KDA and also a solid performance. While we check out some of the best moments here from the previous round, and this was the early engagement with Danny. He had no way to escape that.
No, I mean, the fact that Neil repositioned that with the flash, like he was like, I'm not missing this annihilation just by an inch. I'm gonna flash to the side, I'm gonna sidestep and just dominate you that way. But again, this was all Tufts into the back line, just keeping the oppression, keeping Tunsky off his teammates, because that was the whole point of that Dharma, was to make sure that Lady Chen wasn't dropping those destructive deluge right on top of a crowded BTR.
At some point, I thought that Danny could have escaped that, but yeah, the rotation came in by Neil with the annihilation as an insurance policy. Didn't really need it, but most importantly, they secured the kill. And this was a very tight position to play this fight. And these kind of tight positions, I would say the Unbridled Outburst works best, right? But gotta give it to game sense here. Neil was on point there with the game sense to check the push.
Yeah, complete attention being given to the game. Like, they are definitely giving it all on the side of BTR to make sure they get through into the knockout stage. And I feel like Rough World Ever just need to give it a little bit more of a 10% priority in their mind, because they are now down 2-0 and match point could potentially be going over to BTR in the next game. But once again, we are exhausting some more big picks, some real tier 0 picks on the side of BTR.
Okay, this was the moment where he ran from the bottom to the top, still being chased down, but finally being caught out, even though backup arrived.
Bang.
And a rampage here by Neil. Neil, now that we check out the highlights, right, there were a lot of great moments here by Neil. Some of them by kills, and some of them just by lockdowns and just flanking opponents as well with the annihilation. So Neil, I would say that if Tufts is not the MVP, it would definitely be Neil's in my books.
Yeah, he was a tough second contender for MVP, to be honest. And with those annihilations, with those dead eye achievements in that game too, you can see why in those highlights that we would think that. But I feel like there was not really a weak member on the side of BTR going into that game. Everybody knew what they had to do, and they executed it as well as they could.
Yes, everyone played to their role, right? And that's why they had a very convincing win. I must say, even the graph showed that, okay, it was all towards BTR, pretty much from start to finish. Yes, the starting was a bit slow. There was a lot of respect given to both sides. But at the end of the day, BTR just set the rhythm, and RWE had to play with it. And if you're put in a position where you have to play with the rhythm of your opponent, that's always a very difficult position to come out from.
Oh, very, very difficult. But this is what Rough World Era have got to go back to the Situation Room now and be like, right, okay, what can we pull out in this Game 3 draft to make sure that we can try and take a point from the side of Bigatron Esports? But that's all down to them, right? Like, in terms of formulation, in terms of the heroes being exhausted, there's probably not many heroes they can pull from.
Yeah, I mean, the global ban pick is just brutal, right? It really tests your hero pool here. They probably have like, okay, plan A, okay, that's out. That was game one. Plan B, that's out. Now they're the fourth plan C. And they have to take into consideration that the natural bans in the draft pick still applies as well. So even if they have plan C, they have to be prepared for multiple plans. But we'll give them some time to prepare, ladies and gentlemen, as we head on to a short break. And we'll see you guys after this.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me. Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up beside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion. I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink. Going here to the moment. The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. My name is Honor, my name is King, my name is Champion, my name is Strength. Tell them who you are. My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain. I hear it every line. It's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to what could potentially be the final match of the group stages of Season 3 Invitational. I am Blem, and with me once more potentially is Sir Cloud.
Oh man, it's going to be scary, right? Especially for Rough World Era. Two rough games for them, especially game number 2. It was a pretty convincing win by BTI, though it took a bit of time for them to scale up. But at the end of the day, a win is a win. But because we are heading into game number 3, so as in traditional matter, the hero pool will be tested again.
Oh yes, I mean, a lot of lungs have been on the board, so that's both lung and organ for both of these teams, I believe, have been taken off, and same for the Dolio, I believe. So this is the updated draft picks for both teams. So as you can see, quite a few of those huge meta picks been taken off of the board. Lady Sun, Zhang Fei for the side of Rough World Era, Diadea for both sides as well. So there's plenty that they need to pull from to get this third win for the side of BTR. Does it lie within an assassin pick within the jungle, or are we relying heavily on Zan in the farm lane once more?
And before we get onto the draft, looks like we're going to see Ruffle Era on the blue side. So they're going to have the first pick again. And that also means that the Mai is open for them as the first pick, that is. But I think we can again expect that BTR will ban out the Mai, not giving away. They don't want to take that risk on this decider match.
No, they may not. They may not. They might be feeling charitable, maybe though. They could still feel charitable. They might be like, you know what? Yeah, try the Mai Shiranui. Let's test our limits as a defensive team on the side of BTR. But I feel like if they do go for the Mai Shiranui on the side of either of these teams, then maybe their junglers won't go for an.
BTR able to use like the Algren, I believe, that they can still pick up, but as what you discussed, looks like the Mai will not see the light of day again. So they're not going to take that risk because they know that this match is so important for them.
No, yeah, the Algren's been exhausted for both of these teams. ZaneQ first game and then Arise in the second game. But yeah, Mai Shiranui being banned out there, same as the Liang, because maybe, just maybe, Rough World Era are looking to get that assassin first pick in the jungle.
And the Liang is out. Very good CC type of heroes, able to zone out team fights as well, so they don't want to deal with that. In fact, we've seen a lot of CC earlier on from BTR with the Nua, so they have felt like, okay, he's able to play that with the Nua. Liang has pretty similar, or some of the skills are pretty similar, so they don't want to take that risk. Instead, Yuhua, one of the top pick heroes, is now in the hands of Ruffle Era.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good pick to start off your draft, especially on Prio Blue side, because it keeps your enemy team guessing. Because we've not only seen it in the mid and the jungle like we've been seeing for the previous tournaments, it has been actually in the roam lane as well. So support role for this pick also. But going over to BTR, they're looking to tough it out with the Lu Bang. Whether that goes for Tufts or it goes for Psycho is yet to be seen.
I want to put it out there as well. I believe we're going to see the land pool this time because Zhang Fei is out and BTR, obviously they can't use Zhang Fei because it's banned. RWE, they have picked the Zhang Fei before. So the next best pick in that role, similar sort of strategy perhaps. Tanky frontline is going to be the Lampo. We might see it being picked up. And the Dharma goes to RWE. BTR has used it, so obviously they can't pick that. So RWE have the free reign to pick that up.
Oh, absolutely. Nan Jing getting this Dharma pick. Hopefully, I mean, we've seen potential from both of these Clash laners. I feel like they're very much on par in terms of their skill. So we could be seeing some great crucial crowd controls, which we saw from Tufts in Game 2. But they're locking in the Musashi. So a lot of single target CC from the Musashi coming in, so it could be going on into the Marco Polo, it could be going in onto the Dharma to disrupt his mantras coming through. But a good thing about the Huan is that unending sorrow, right? You can become untargetable if they do decide to either throw some amazing couple blades at you, because we know how much of a hard hitter Ganamo is towards the mid to late game.
And for BTR, because they need to be careful of the forward barrage, they need something of a good CC. So my cards are still on the Lampo for them. And now that we're on the second phase ban, RW could consider to ban that out. But of course, if they don't have the Lampo as a tank, we've seen earlier today as well the Musashi going in for a full-time build, which works as well because not only he's able to tank with a full-time build, but also he is slick enough to move in and out of fights and able to absorb as much damage as possible. But hey, get the Lampo to stop the further barrage, and he's in the draft.
Yeah, very interesting that they ban out the Motsu onto the side of Rough World Era, because they know they've got the Ganamo in the mid lane, so it's not necessarily going to go there. And then the Lu Bang, as we've seen historically and statistically within the Season 3 Invitational, it's always been majoritively up into the Clash lane. So I feel like it's a bit of a wasted ban, the Motsu, because they wouldn't have picked it. Yes, it would have sat into their team comp very well if they didn't already have the Lu Bang pick, right?
Yeah, and now with the rest of the other picks, we got the Kaiser and also Sun Bin. Lady Sun comes in as the main damage dealer for BTR. Would I be too worried for Lady Sun? Not really though. The only hero that can truly go for the backline is going to be the Dharma if he's able to find a good flank. Other than that, they just need to be aware of the front line, or maybe even Yu Huan to try to take Yu Huan out, because Yu Huan is just so annoying as a support-ish type of hero.
I don't know. I mean, we've seen some really like ballsy U1 plays, right? Like just going straight into the back line, using the stun to get the last hit on those fleeing heroes out of the team fight. But I really like this Sunbin pick. It's going to make sure that if they do decide to go in with the Tremor Smash or any of those kind of huge lock-in ultimates or skills, it means they're going to get silenced. So you're going to have a brief moment whilst they're in that time flux that you can try and just exhaust all the damage you can as possible whilst they can't use their abilities.
Right now, looking at both drafts, BTR, they do have a bit of a counter draft, but because of the Sunbin, right? Yes, you can attempt to counter, but the silence may come in and the counter engagement might happen towards them. So it really depends on who executes better and who tries to bait out skills from each other. Baiting out skills is going to be really important in this potential final match.
Yeah, I feel like the time lapse from Sunbin is just as a hard time skill as the Umbrella Burst from Zhongfei. If you make a one miscalculation, it's gonna make or break your whole engage or disengage, right? So I feel like it's all on Fleur now to actually get these right.
And here we go. The match point here for BTR. RWE, they have to claw their way back as we head on to game number 3. A must-win for Rothwell era.
Yes, game 3 in this best of 5 maybe be the match point for the side of BTR, already showing some throws and blows now.
And he got the right target, which is Tansky, right? You want to try to put Tansky away as possible, to deny away as many early farms as possible, and as many early last hits. But Fleur, okay, as long as it doesn't overextend, it should be fine. And now let's start to disengage and look at the lanes. But speaking about the lanes at the top tubs, having a tough time.
Yeah, one for one, especially in the early game, Dharma takes it every time over Lu Bang. Like there's just so much more within his skill set. He can dash away if he really wants to, but obviously the Enlightened Mantra is just going to just put that oppressive damage over time onto you, just battering you with punches.
And looking at the rotation, so it looks like Lianbo is going to leave Zan alone for now. I guess he's just playing with the rhythm of Fleur, right? Like Fleur is not really babysitting his farm laner, so he doesn't see a big point to join up with the farm laner. And a lot of farm laners just absorb everything in the lane.
Yeah, I mean, overall, they've got the gold. Well, they did have the gold advantage until I brought it up there by about 200, 100 now. But it means that that's more than likely going to go over to the Lady Sun. So maybe Psycho's done his job. We'll see in the statistics when they do pop up. But he's now free to roam because 1v1, Lady Sun and Marco Polo just end up trading blows.
It comes from the side, but a bit of poking. Not level 4 yet. So no big risky movement yet by Psycho. So they're monitoring the situation though. Psycho, he'll be okay. He can jump over walls anyway.
He can escape wherever he wants to. There's loads of dashes that are in place for the side of BTR. So again, it's some great baiting mechanics from the side of BTR, which we've seen in the past 2 games as well. But right now, it's still BTR ahead of about 100 gold between them, which at this point is not the make or break.
They are now gathering at the bottom. Okay. Trying to find a pickup if they can, or if they can exhaust some of the skills. They might get the opportunity for the upcoming objective. Though it's really early, so that's why you don't see them really pushing in. Psycho really doing its work, picking up the map, giving vision, waiting excited by Rise. Rise, not have someone to smash yet, so it's more just like telling Rise, hey, don't know where to send yourself.
Yeah, but it's they're just trying to make together the mental game maybe go to that side of BTR. They just want to say, look, we can hear you, even though we're like close to combat heroes. It doesn't matter, we will find a way to get on top of you. But like I said, Tremor Smash will be absolutely deadly going forward into these team fights, but it is going to be at the detriment of how well these time lapses come through from the side of RWE.
Yep, and we might see that in about 40 more seconds after the first Tyrant is up. You can see BTR starting to gather around there. Potential pick off, not yet. They are opening up, so they're saving skills for themselves as well. As long as Psycho does not overextend himself, he will be fine. But we can see a bit of a pressure at the farm lane here. If they can try to get a pick off, it will be the best for BTR.
Yes, they need to start getting some kind of kills on the board for the side of either of these teams, just so they can get that extra goal. I mean, that first blood comes with a bit of a Brucey bonus in terms of gold, and right now it will probably pay more dividends for either of these teams to just get further within their means of itemization. But going in here,
oh, in the middle, okay, we don't have the Scramble Smash, and it will come in back onto them. Nice U-turn, BTR with that beautiful U-turn gets 7 Jin.
yeah, they knew they had to take that fight there and then, because there was no Sunbin around, so there was no silence waiting to take place onto the side of BTR. So well played and very well timed by the team, getting first blood over on the Dharma as well, giving some time for Tufts to just get a bit of a lane priority down there. But it is going to be a...
Oh, Tufts. Tough for him. He can't get away. He was silenced at the same time, so that really didn't help his escape. So a bit of a trade-off here on the different lane. But still back at the objective. The tone of this round is still the same like round 1 and round 2. It's like at the early stage, yes, you might see some small skirmishes, but they don't really go all in.
No, yeah, they're setting the stage, aren't they? They're kind of not making sure it's sort of brawl for brawl from minute 1 to minute how long it takes. But here's the Magma Rush.
And the Trauma Smash. And 7 Jin underneath the tower. Lucky enough for him, he managed to reposition himself underneath the tower, so he's fine. But can't say the same for Fleur. Maybe Zankyu as well. Zankyu, one last stick of power. And Tansky will make sure that he does not get away.
Yeah, RW coming back just with a bit of kills trading here and there. In terms of the gold lead, is definitely now in their favor by a few hundred, but they got to maintain that. Zion looking like he's taking a few blows that shouldn't necessarily be taken here from 7 Jin.
Now both sides, again, still at the reset. Nobody's really going in for the Tyrant. But RW, they're going to start it off first. At the same time, we can see Psycho giving information, but the rest of BTR, they are not really coming. Okay, maybe Neil tries to steal it away with a couple plates, but it's a bit tad too late.
Yeah, a little bit too late there, I feel. I mean, they still had the smite up, but okay, Arise, be careful.
Don't overextend yourself. Yes, he has his teammates behind him, but you don't want to force yourself into a situation that you can't get away.
And you also don't want to force your ultimate, which was what happened there by Arise. He had to use the Invincible Warrior, and either to his mistake or it was exactly what BTR were looking for.
Now looking at the movement here, RWE, they're starting to gather up. They're looking for a pickup, but nobody's really at mid though. Yes, there's Neil there at the side, but he senses something, as what we saw in the previous round. Very good game sense, so he does not show himself. Okay, trying to distance away, but oh, they caught him! Nice catch there. Jumbo Splash comes in a little bit too late. He does not have the damage to deal it, but here comes the backup from the side. And are they able to get a kill? Yes, they will. Zan will make sure that Fleur does not get away, but it is only a support, not the biggest target of them all.
No, I mean, it stops the silence, right? And it stops the movement speed out of there as well. The time bomb just doing the damage over time. But right now, there's still some more blows being traded between these two teams.
They're going for the steal, and they somewhat managed to do it. Right now, both sides reset again. They lost a couple of players, but at the same time, while that was happening, Zankyu was doing Zankyu things. He was pushing the top lane, and that will open up the lane and the opportunity for them to get the Overlord.
I think anything at this point is Zankyu things, right? Like, he was able to use the duel at depth right into the backline to pick off Fleur as well. So he's definitely using the Masashi to perfection. He's died once, but he is ahead in terms of gold to the enemy jungle.
Here comes Psycho still at the front line. He does have the Tremor Smash, so they can potentially make a U-turn if they see an opportunity, but RWE, they are aware of the presence of the Tremor Smash, so they know that basics, not to group up when your enemy has a Tremor Smash.
Yes, we see the Frost Guard Embrace come through on the side of RWE, trying to get a bit of that movement speed decrease from 7 Jin now, but they'll look and stay here in the bush. Is there something going to pop off here? I feel like it is a brewing a calm before the storm.
I'm actually keeping my eye onto Zankyu at the bottom. He managed to shove up the waves, and right now, RWE, they are forced to defend their lanes again, so they cannot continue on, and they cannot take out the mid lane tower. The mid lane tower is now 50%, but it's just so frustrating that you can see a 50% tower, but you cannot go in.
Yeah, no, it's kind of a bit of a tease, right? They just wanted to open up that T1 mid lane because they opened up the side lanes very slow but surely. But there we go, just teasing is Mr. Psycho on the Liampo.
Circling around is going to be BTR. Again, they're putting pressure. At the same time, they're forced to defend the top. And right now, they're breaking up. Psycho trying to pull them back, trying to get them out of their comfort zone. But RWE, they're not biting the bait.
No, they're like, hey, no, we've played 2 games with you already. We know what your MO is.
Yeah, they know, they sense it. But look at Zankyu. Okay, Zankyu, if he can sneak one onto Danny. He shows himself, but Danny just a little bit tad too far. Most important is for them to defend the tower, but they'll make the engagement all the way to the back. Look at Danny. Danny's being chased down, but Danny repositioning himself really, really well. 7 Jin will get a kill at the front out the nail. Toss went down as well. And now BTR. They are falling apart, but they trade back with 7 Jin. But they still have more players outside of RWE. They're trying to go for the next kill, but they don't seem to be able to find a good target yet.
That time flux just missing out just a little bit.
Oh, nice one by Zan. And Zan goes in. Oh no, Zan. 2 front for Zan. And now a nice U-turn. Force out to use the flash. It's going to be Psycho. Psycho died underneath the tower.
Yeah, so, I mean, even disregarding the time flux is completely missing out there, they still managed to make that go into their favor. That was like, what, a 4-1 trade for the side of Rough World Era. Really definitely putting them back into this game 3. They've just got to maintain that momentum with these neutral objectives now being up on the board, both being the Shadow variant.
And maybe there was a bit of overly ambitious move by Zan as well, but look at ambition here. 4 onto 1. Make that 4 onto 2, but they're able to get it. Look at how tanky Zankyu is. Zankyu is just throwing all the skills away for the hands of RWE.
Yeah, but they got to make sure they're paying attention to that mid lane. It does open up by BTR Zan, and he's not looking to stop there. He may get a push up into the T2, into the Clash lane, but again, RWE are just thinking at one sort of objective at a time, whereas BTR are thinking about every little piece on this board.
Here comes the tower going down. And again, BTR, they have control of the map after taking down the tower. The bottom tower is down as well, so 2 crucial towers down. If they can get the mid T2, then it would be the best case scenario for BTR.
Yeah, RWE are now behind in the gold resources, and the fact that they've opened up the side lanes as well makes it a little bit harder for RWE to farm in their own jungle, right?
Here comes again Psycho at the front line. He does have the Tremor Smash. But he's looking for the right target, looking for the right moment. His teammates need to be in the right position as well. On the back, Zankyu is showing up. And RWE, they're aware of the presence of Zankyu. They don't want to be caught in a sandwich situation. They back off.
They do back off for now, but I mean, we see that Lubang is kind of surfacing Tufts there into the opposite side. They do use the crucial kill theft, though.
Okay, here we go. It is now goal time. BTR, they want to seek revenge. They want payment from that. But they lost sand in the process. RWE, they are doing really well right now. And they even managed to take out Tufts at the same time. This is a big skirmish win for RWE.
It's a big skirmish win. I feel like if they took out Neil as well, that would have been even greater, because then their amount of damage would have been reduced by at least like 75%. Like their only damage would be coming from the likes of Musashi, which would even be that great, but they're using the time flux here to just speed up this takedown of this turret. The T2, they're taking back their farm lane.
This is the best part about the time flux, right? Like you're able to just go from lane to lane as a group that fast after this engagement. And now in the middle, we're going to try something on the Psycho, but Psycho is not the target that they want to go all in. Instead, they're going to go objective gameplay by taking out T1 in the mid.
T1 in the mid. I mean, look at this, though. Danny is actually really far ahead in terms of the goal difference to Zan on the side of BTR. It's definitely working out in the favor for the side of RWE now. He's got the Sparkforge Dagger, the Doomsday, the Frigid Charge, the Daybreaker as well. This is going to be some heavy hits.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Look at this. That was a surprise in the middle. Neil probably got caught off guard there. And now without enough players, they will try to go all in. They will take down the tower first, allowing them access towards the mid lane. And they will go all in. Check out the back line right now. And Zai will be the one to get Danny instead. Looks like a potential U-turn here by BTR. They try to find the next target. And Seven Jin tries to get away to safety. He's pretty low on health. At the same time, Arise might not be able to survive this. Last hit, and Zankyu gets it.
Zankyu was just so dominant with, and so like, he wanted that kill. He was just so dedicated to getting the kill over to Arise, and Seven Jin looking pretty low here as well.
Oh, his teammate tries to buy a bit more time, but okay, Seven Jin. Okay, the chase is happening. Tough. Does he really want to go for it? Can he? I kind of doubt so. I mean, it's the Dharma. He can easily dash away. Oh, okay. Here comes the flash, but it's not enough.
No, Dharma is on the run. He definitely doesn't want to be caught out here. Now, Danny is back up Tunsky as well. It means that BTR took too much time away from these neutral objectives. They are going to go and get the Overlord, though. They managed to secure it, so they've got some great pushing force within their utility.
And here comes the waves at the bottom. Nobody from RWE is defending it yet. It could break. Oh, okay. Lucky enough, there's enough minion waves on the other side. The Shadow Vanguard is coming as well. So this is time for BTR. They have all their ults to execute the plan.
Yeah, they've got enough for a big team fight, right? But Arise not going to get caught out in his own jungle here.
Potential Tremor Smash here might be used. Like he's waiting for more to gather. Arise is tanking the damage for now. He's keeping Zankyu at bay, and Zankyu, disciplined gameplay by him to retreat for now.
Yeah, I feel like they're just using this team fight as a bit of a tit for tat to make sure they can get the Shadow Vanguard into the high ground turret territory, right? So just making sure that they can use it optimally, because it's going to be a long time before they get it again.
Right, from the side, okay, here comes the Tremor Smash. Managed to catch two underneath the tower, but he immediately needs to back up because he's now down to 50% of health. But the counter comes in, and they manage to get Zankyu. A little bit of overextension. Now it's goal time by RWE. They try to get Psycho, but Psycho steps away because Zan is there just across the wall. They're not able to get Zan.
Not able to get Zan, but they've also got to retreat because Tufts has made some sure work of that high ground turret into the Clash lane. It is literally teetering on the edge of death, and it will not come back. But look at that gold. ZaneQ, 12k, and shortly behind Danny as well. So a lot of gold resources going up with the different means on the side of both of these teams.
Oh man, Clem, this round is so tight. Arguably, it's even tighter than the first round now. I mean, in terms of goal, in terms of levels, itemizations, kills, it's all out there. It could go either way.
It could go either way, and I think this is just the difference between having those T0 picks, like the Orgrin and stuff like that, compared to just what you're left with.
Oh, here comes. He does have a Tremor Smash though, but he's not going to deploy it because his teammates is not in the right position.
Yeah, no, the burst charge in there and the Magma Slam was just to kind of just take them away. Like, hey, just push them away. Just keep them out of our higher ground turret vicinity, because I feel like if BTR start to lose some of their high ground turrets and maybe even lose like some of these team fights next, because we've been seeing ZaneQ being used pretty much as a scapegoat in this one, but they actually haven't been getting much rate of interest on the side of BTR. It's been going over to the favor of RWE, but you can see a bit of a focus here.
Psycho? They know that Psycho can support the wall anyway, and Psycho is probably baiting them towards the other players of BTR, so they're not going to fall for it. I mean, they've played like 2 games before this, so they kind of know the pattern of BTR, and they let that one go for now. But that also means that BTR can continue to pressure RWE.
For now, anyway, for now. I mean, Psycho has just basically been used as intel for this team, right? They're just making sure that he knows where all their team is. He can soak up that damage from the Kaiser, who doesn't really deal much damage, but it's more importantly just kind of making sure he exhausts any of these skills before they try and take the next team fight. But the Shadow Overlord is back up once more in about 12 seconds. So is that going to be the eyes of the prize for BTR?
Oof. All right, and it could be for either side, right? Like both of them are prepared. They have all their ults, and they're quite even in terms of farm, in terms of level. So it could be a 50-50. It could be a decider overlord as well, depending on who wins this. But the engagement is happening right now, and here comes the Tremor Smash just to try to buy a little bit more time. 7 Jin on the back is just so annoying, but on the front, look at how spread these two teams are.
They're very spread apart, but this is the beauty of the Liu Bang, right? Tufts knows that he has the battlefield command, and he's able to go in when he needs to. He can be completely absent from this team fight, but then in it.
So I did watch a little bit
notice. And
before
right now, it looks like they don't really need him just
and
yet.
during dinner.
Yeah, BTR
And it
just
looks
buying
like,
as
yeah,
much time
BTR
as
is
possible for the Liu
just strong
Bang.
arming.
And they don't really need him. Okay,
Rough War era.
but if they're able to secure this overlord without Liu Bang, oh, that is amazing. But anyway, Arise will want to try to deny it, but no, BTR says BTR gets it, while Liu Bang is still at the bottom lane.
Yes, he's still trying to get that push. He's making sure that he's got RWE thinking whilst their back is on the ropes. He's like, do we take a team fight? Do we try and get a dominant position in this next team fight? Or do we go and stop this farm lane minion wave because their high ground turret is gone in that lane? But we see here that they still have the Shadow Overlord in the tank and they have just dropped it.
All they need to do right now for BTR is just
If anyone can answer my question, did 7 Jin manage to catch the back line on the side of
That's
BTR?
as much that they would do right now. Wait until all 3 lanes are being shoved in. And there's nothing much that RW can do except for defend from the inside.
Yeah, even defend on the inside or
would
just
think
before
that
the
they
high ground
haven't
turrets,
been
because we
able
noticed
to.
that the Shadow Overlord is put beautifully into the clash lane, because once spawn in there in about 32 seconds, it's the Tempest Dragon. So they want the best foot on that clash lane, the finger on the pulse, so it makes it easier to take that neutral objective.
And just to add on as well, there's only about 10% of health left on P3 on top, but we can see the engagement right now, and the Trumpet Smash will be used. Magic and 3 of them, but BTR still play the discipline game. They're waiting for the lanes to be chopped up before they continue on the fight. Right now, Tunski is pretty low. He has to back up. He has to stay in a safe position. Arise, 50% of health left, and the blades come in as well, but no kills yet. They are saving it all for
RWE
the
seems to
Tempest.
be doing well.
No kills yet, but we noticed that both Arise and Floor don't
There's
have
quite a
their
lot of things they need
ultimates,
to
so
go
that
into,
could have been the ultimate goal here for BTR, is just exhaust as much as they go into this one. Floors is now up, so he does have that time
Danny
lapse
said
coming through with
Sage's
Silence, which would be
Sanctuary,
huge at
but
stealing
Zenki also
this
has
Tyrant, this Tempest Overlord. Tempest Dragon, sorry.
All right, it's going to be sweaty, right? This could potentially
very sweaty.
be the fight that would determine who will win
I think
this
there
game.
there is a chance.
But BTR,
The fact that
they
they've
have
managed
the option of
to
still shoving up the
kind of
bottom lane,
stave off the
especially with
defeat
fact that Tufts is still
all
in
the way until
game.
now.
So RWE,
To score
they're
even,
always
I
on
think that's a
high
good thing as well.
alert on their side lanes.
Yeah, they've got to make sure that they don't let those minions go into the back lines, because if they do, then it's pretty much game over for the side of RWE. But right now, we do see the Magma Slam there.
It could be a minion game at the end of the day. I mean, this is how scary this match is at this point. We can see that RWE, they're kind of busy just shoving up the lanes. That's why they cannot move forward into the Tempest. But BTR, they're not too greedy. But they might find this target right here. Arise now taking damage.
Yeah, they're looking very hard for
You
Danny.
can see the engagement coming in from BTR. They're trying to find the next target.
If Danny
And
dies,
Arise
it's
taking a
over.
lot of damage,
Sage's
but
Sanctuary.
Arise is tanking
Nice.
it really
Okay.
well.
Yeah, that's the
And
comeback. That's the
Tunski
comeback.
comes in with the kill on the cycle to get him Zanki. Zan loses his life as well. RWE. What a patient play by them, and they might be rewarded with another kill onto Tufts. Tufts resurrecting.
Oh, come
but
on,
they will
Danny,
only
you shouldn't
buy
miss
him
those.
That little bit of time.
Yeah, the Sage's Sanctuary is being worn off on the side of BTR. Is going to make these team fights not as
Yeah,
confident as the
Tunski is
way
doing
they want it to
exactly
be,
what he
and
needs
it's
to do.
only
He just needs to
Neil
push
alive
Neil
here,
off.
and we can see that Tunski's just trying
And
to keep
that
him
is
away so
a
they
nice
can try
comeback.
and just funnel these
Go,
minions
go, finish,
into
finish,
the
finish.
high
You have
ground
about
turret in the
15
mid lane.
seconds.
They
Thank
need
for
to
the
do everything,
thank for the
and it's all
minion,
him to
and you're
Neil at
good.
this point, and that's a lot of pressure.
Oh man, he can probably
He's
clear up
trying.
the
Oh,
mid
there's
base,
no
but it's
way.
not gonna be enough.
Finish the
That's
game,
it,
boys.
That's it. It is game time, ladies.
Yeah, RWE felt that one.
They do want to play on. This could be the chance of a reverse sweep, Sir Cloud. Did we think we would get to this point? And honestly, I'm glad that the team's finally given us a little bit of
The
tit-for-tat
chat
for
is
the
going
overall
crazy over
best of 5
the
series,
Lupang.
and it looks like the crowd back there at the North Edsa are going wild.
What's happening? Audio is muted.
Yes, it's still a tall order for the both of these teams, but it's very strange for this now to come through. It's the last series of the day, and to be honest, this is where it's all vying for. Like I said in the introduction, both of these teams are vying to get into the knockout stages, and they need that point on the board. But are they going to be able to take another 2 rounds from
I swear, if
BDR? Only
RWE
time will
does a
tell.
reverse sweep, right, the fans are going to go live it.
Only time will tell, and we have. We're still in a situation where it's really sweaty, right? Especially with the fact that the more heroes cannot be used, and again, the question of tests of hero pool is still there.
Yeah, the hero pool is going to be exhausted even further. I mean, we started to see picks come through as the Kaiser coming through as well. Dharma's now being completely exhausted on the side of a Rough World Era. So again, to come back at this late of the game is very huge for Rough World Era, and a little bit of a mistake on the side of BTR. Really hoping that those side lanes being pushed was going to give them enough oomph to get through this 3-0. But if we look at the gold, as we were actually showing for the majority of the match, it was very, very neck and neck between both teams.
Oh, absolutely, right? 15, 12, and I'm sure the graph later will show like up and down situation, but we'll check that out in a little bit more. But I must say, at first, looking at the draft, I thought that, okay, BTR have this in the bag, but it was just that one fight, one last fight that actually brought the victory to RWE.
Oh, absolutely. It was so great to see RWE just come back in that one, but look at those damage numbers coming through. I mean, Zane Q doing 146k damage, 26% of his overall team, and then also Lady Sun coming from the 133, so there was just so much damage coming through, and this gold graph just paints the prettiest of pictures on how this game 3, rolled through.
And you have so much damage output, right? 3 of them from BTR, at least 100k above, but yet you're still not able to wrap things up. I can feel the frustration for BTR. It's always the pressure of that one more game to win, and it just tests your mentality, right, throughout the game. Oh man, BTR. But anyway, gotta give it to RWE. 7jin is our MVP this round.
Yeah, there seems to be something going on with the Dharma and the MVPs, right? Like, a lot of the Clash laners in this series seem to be getting the MVP, but it is rightfully so. They are setting up some really good potentials in the lanes, but then also those crucial crowd controls coming through, which we'll see in these highlights, is going to be the reason why 7jin got this MVP.
Man, this is a real back and forth between these two teams, right? Like, at the start, we can see that both teams kind of balance with each other, but I think we saw through the strat from BTR as well. Okay, they have the option to do the split push and try to just buy time with the other 4 players with RWE. But RWE, in essence, they read that out. They'll be like, okay, that means that for the most part, you guys have like 4 players. So if we can take one of you out quickly before Tubbs is able to come, by the time he comes, you still have 4 players. So we always have the man advantage.
Yeah, I feel like we were really seeing the real use of the Sunbin into these team fights, right? Like the silence coming through, the movement speed increase from the time flux as well. Being able to just rotate very much more aggressively across the gorge to take these turret takedowns and take the fight to BTR when they least expected it.
And a lot of times, gotta give it to Arise as well. Like, he has been tanking this route a lot. Like, he was probably the main tanker for the team. Okay, this is the final few moments, right? Like the chase back here, that was great high ground defense as well from RWE, and they really held on. I really admire RWE in this round. Like, the whole of look at this, man.
Yeah, beautiful way to just navigate that team fight, right? Like, we already saw that 7jin was already engaged, but he's like, no, I can do better than this. I can reposition. I can get the Truth Mantra landed onto 2 of the side of BTR, and then actually just manage to bring that team fight back into their favor. And this is it, rolling at game 3 for Rough World Era.
Whew, well, if that minion wave wasn't there, then BTR would have a lifeline. But the minion waves appear at the right timing. It was about 5 more seconds till most of them actually appeared back on the gorge, so it was the right timing for the minion waves. So gotta give it to RWE. I mean, their persistency in this game is just top notch.
Well, they've got the home crowd to thank for that one, right? They've got the audience right in front of them who they will be letting down if they did take a game at least away from BTR. So you got to give it to the home court buff, it seems, so far. But we are going to be going into a game 4, which seemed like very distant away. But we'll be going back into that one after this break. So we'll see you soon.
Flowing through my blood, rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory, and taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me. Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment. The sky rain down, here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength. Tell them who you are. My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain. I hear it every line. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
Rough World era with the home ground buff will not want to go down without a fight. They pulled one game back and now it is 2-1. They still have to find 2 more wins back to back in order for them to claw back with a reverse sweep.
Yes, they've got the David Goliath challenge amongst them, right? Like they were pretty much drawn themselves from the gutter and now they're rising up, dusting off the dirt and the grime off their shoulders. They need to bring this back for the home court buff and for the crowd there so they can have 3 Filipino teams going through to the knockout stages.
But Indonesia also wants to have their representatives. So both sides having their own objectives of going through. And with the hero pool now dwindling down, it's going to be even tougher for the coaches on what to draft, on what sort of stats or what sort of strats to put out here on the gorge. I mean, it's starting to be really difficult for the teams.
Oh, absolutely. They're going to be sort of trying to pull up threads at this point because they are now going into game 4, which a lot of these teams showed a great shows of that the endurance was not quite there for some of these teams when it got to that point. So maybe Rough World era can just kind of break through at this point and try and actually get us a full best of 5 in the whole group stages, which would be crazy. We've gone 4 days, full best of 5s, and we get the last best of 5 today going in its entirety.
Yeah, there's a potential that we might see that here, looking at how these teams have been performing. And just to recap on the ban and picks that these teams have been using. So both sides, they do not have the Lung anymore, so that's out of the question. So that's one of the hot picks that obviously they cannot pick anymore.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There is very much going to be drawing, like I said, pulling from threads. They need to. We even saw a HOK ban in the last game, right? So this is how much it's getting to that point where people are like, even the coaches are like, oh man, so we've actually done this, we've done that, we can't do this anymore. We've got to try and figure out something else. Maybe if we get something earlier on into the draft, then maybe we can go for this. But it is going to be a rough world era going for the blue side. So BTR want to be really active.
And speaking about the farmland bans, right? Arlie was also one of the top bans in the previous matches. So that could be let go, or that could be still banned. Just if they were to still ban it, right? I mean, then we're left with like what? Heroes like Alessio, or maybe even a Concert U to be deployed.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we saw Alessio yesterday, right? So it's no stretch of the imagination that it could not come through. But we can still see picks like Mungia as well. That's been pretty big.
Oh yeah, that could be one as well. I mean, I'm just looking at some of the potential farm needs, right? Because that's such a crucial role. Besides that, like the Lianpo is still somewhat available, depending on which team that you're talking about.
Yeah.
But it looks like they're going to put focus on the Prince of Landing instead. Okay, one more to go. But yeah, Arlie will not see the light of day, so we're probably going to see like the Alessio, or I would like to see the Garo, not gonna lie.
Okay, so Princess Frost coming in for Tunsky on the side of Rough World Era. So already setting up the domain of control for this team. So the winter is here. It's going to be huge, going to be very impressive into these team fights. Great zoning potential, and hopefully Tunsky can land those trick shots. But it's going to be the Sunset. Obviously, we forgot about this guy and his boat. And he gets to the fourth game until he rears his head onto the gorge, as well as Motsu.
Ooh, okay. Long range cannon blast. Try to stun out the targets, and then your Sunset could potentially come in from the flank. That is back-to-back stun.
I'm still a very big fan of Princess Frost. So I think RW can definitely turn this around. The mods will soon a combination in terms of stuns, very strong. But it also depends on whether they are going to go for a tanky jungle.
Oh, I knew they'd take it away. Because I was about to say, after you start talking there, Claire, that this is what they're going to go for. They're going to go for the Shoyu on the side of BTR, because Motsu sets up very nicely for this pick. But RWE was like, nah, we're taking him. But it does mean that BTR's Zane Q finally gets his assassin jungle, and it is going to be the Jing. So speaking of domains earlier on, with Princess Frost, we get that mirror domain.
Yeah, I guess because they saw the Princess Frost, right? So they saw this opportunity.
Zenki will do very well to be able to go and access the backlines and try and hunt hunt Danny. Danny has been quite well versed at escaping based on what we've seen in the previous
don't have it, then the
game.
Jing can run havoc.
So
And the Jing,
there are high
with
expectations,
the,
I think.
Mirror domain is actually very good at stealing like objectives like the Tyrant.
Yeah, I mean, they've kind of put Rough World Era into a bit of a box, right? Because now BTR, they're going to be waiting, Rough World Era, sorry, are going to be waiting for Jing to drop that mirror domain. But at the same time, BTR are going to be waiting for Princess Frost to drop the Winter is Here, so they don't get caught in that huge AoE. So a lot of there's going to be mind games going into this game 4, and it's
this game requires
once more like we saw in game 1. But looking
the
at
roam,
that,
which
they
I
are
presume is
working
going
a
to be
little bit of
more
magic into the mid lane on
to
the
do
side
really
of
well.
RWE. They don't want Angela, they don't want Yixing, but over the side of BTR, they aren't letting that Liang come through.
Yeah, and the fact that they picked the Jing, so they don't want the Liang to be the CC to stop the Jing, right? So that absolutely makes sense. And the Marco Polo being picked up, so that's going to be the big damage dealer besides Jing. Yeah, Moses Sanchez, a lot of CC there. All they need to find right now is probably a secondary tank. So we'll see what happens next. Right now, it's going to be the Yao being picked up, and also the Cha Yan to provide sustainability.
Very, very
Cha Yan,
interesting.
Cha Yan
They're
for
going
who?
for a little bit of lore
okay,
here.
that's nice
A bit of
from the
lore I
RW
do
side.
know, and it is that Yao and Jing are brother and sister in this one. So that's going to be interesting to see this feud come out on the Gorge.
Oh, I also want to point out that because there's a Chayan, then they do have the tune of Tranquility. So if Marco Polo goes in for the stun, then he can negate all the stun from Marco Polo. So that's going to be something to try to counter Marco Polo. So probably Marco Polo might want to go for something else.
Earworm is going to be effective,
Yes,
but
maybe go
I'm
for
not
something
sure whether
else, but it is gonna be the
Earworm
Lady Gen that rounds out the
is going to
team
matter
for
that much.
BGR. So
It,
again,
it
they
depends
have
on
their
the
own
initiation coming in from
destructive
tough
deluge,
stand.
So a lot of freezing across the gorge. I think it's
The
best you
more
bring your
people
winter
Tufts can catch
thermals
with his bolt,
into game
the more
4
effective
because both these teams are going to need it, but a lot of control on the side
Psycho
of BGR,
and
as well
Zen are
as
going to be.
a
Along
You've
with
got the
actually,
real
yeah,
essence
it
of
depends on
control here,
Tufts.
so the main
Tufts bolt.
zoning potential for the side of Rough World Era is definitely the Princess Frost.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to think, right? Which would be the best hero to try to stop Jing? Arguably, maybe the Princess Frost, but even that is going to be hard to catch the Jing. They have to find a way to manage the Jing because the Jing can go in and out of fights, can steal away objectives, can go into the back line. So the Jing will play a very, very big role in this potential final match.
I can imagine a scenario where we're gonna be seeing a lot of cat and mouse between Yao and Jing, right? Because they're both quite agile heroes. Yao has a little bit of a knock-up with him as well, but I feel like if you kind of pair the Byron and Yao together, there's a way of chasing the Jing that's not gonna be as entertaining as ZenQ think it'll be.
Ooh, hear the war drums here, ladies and gentlemen. These two teams in the battle for survivability. Rough World Era, they must find a win in this round. Bigatron Esports, they don't want to extend it. They don't want to put themselves in the situation that they are pressured to win their final game. They want to wrap it up as we head on to our match between Rough World Era and Bigatron Sigma.
Yes, it's going to be interesting here because obviously they've dropped
Right,
around
let's take a
now,
look at
so
how
you
this
gotta
game is
think,
going to go.
what kind of wonders
I
has
would
that done
believe
for,
that
Rough World Era
momentum
in
is
terms of
definitely
morale,
in
and what kind of
RWE's side.
blunder will it be
But
for BTR
as
in
usual,
terms
right,
of
I'm not the
mental
biggest
boom,
fan
right?
of
But, hey,
Chayan.
speaking of boom, the cannon blast
So we'll see.
landing very soon.
And as usual, we're going to see a bit of poking at the start.
The only way
no
Flur's pick
switch
works
of
here
roles,
is
so
if
far
BTR
Everyone's,
overcommit
like,
in
sticking
fights.
to
And then when they're
the
under
standard,
stress,
not
in
experimenting,
high
and
intensity
totally
stress
understandable, they are
situations,
not in a match that they
very
can
messy team
experiment.
fights,
They have to go
then
for
Fleur is
something
going to have
that
a
is
lot of value because then
something
they're
that
going to
is
be
comfortable.
making the mistake of throwing
Oh,
out
absolutely.
skills a
they're
little
still,
too early,
They're still displaying the comfortability over
which
the
will
Yao.
affect
Obviously,
because
we've seen
Zen
Yao
and
once,
Psycho
and that was
actually,
again
if
for
they are
Gen
able
G,
to land the
which we
ulti, I
saw
think it's a
yesterday
very
was
huge
a
win.
brutal display for the side of Gen G. Blacklist going through very clean in that one. But I feel like it actually being in the jungle role this time around, it could actually bring some promise.
Now we're looking at the farm lane.
BTR has
skirmish, right?
better rotations.
So it's not going to be easy for Psycho to land his cannon blast just because you have Fluor there to block off everything, and we can see he's doing a very, very good job. Yes, he can get stunned and he can easily heal up. It's not going to be a problem. So the attempt to try to stop Danny, it's not going to give them much return.
Oh, it's a lot of
Yao,
responsibility
I
from Fleur
think-
here, right? But he does have the cleanse as well, so even if he does get caught out by one too many bits of CC, he does have the cleanse.
The
in
Yao
his
pick, right,
ability
might
as
actually
well. But
cause
like you were
a
saying, I
little
think
bit
that's
of
probably
a
good
bait
point
situation
here
for
of RWE
Ruffle
saying,
Era.
like, hey, I'll
Okay,
take the
here's
Diane, but I
here's
can
how
heal
it
myself
normally
up if
would
I
go
do
down.
get
If
hit
I'm
by some of
playing the
these
Mako, right,
monstrous cannon
when a
blasts.
Yao jumps
But it's
me
gonna be
in, I
interesting
feel
to
like
see
I
if
have
he actually
nowhere
builds
to
some,
go.
magic damage
Then the
along the side
only
of BTR. Psycho,
compromise I can offer
you
is,
have the
okay,
cleanse,
if
you
I
have
know
the
I'm going to
Q
die if I
tranquility,
try and run,
so he's
I
gonna
might
play
as
a
well
big
just
role
attack.
even when it comes
And
to team
then
fights
I will
later
use
on,
my
trying to
Fever
negate
Barrage
all
to go
those
into the backlines
buffs
of RWE.
or debuffs, that is, and also course to provide the sustainability towards
But now
the
that I think of it,
team,
all
especially
the Yao
when
has to
Zan
do is
comes
to
in with the
use his
Feral
ulti,
Barrage.
go back in time.
Oh yes, there we go. Still taking those kind of blasts on the chin, but already exhausting.
I
his,
actually,
ultimate
yeah,
design there.
if that's the case, I
Yeah,
actually
and
prefer
also
Ruffle
he ends up by
Era's
Fluor,
draft.
and
I think
it's like
Ruffle
he's happy to take
can.
it, right?
They
Like,
have
as long as he can
the
take it for
tools to
Danny,
win this
that's
battle.
fine. His job is just to babysit
And also
Danny
bear in
for
mind,
now,
late
so
game
I
Danny
don't
is
see
quite
him
pain.
rotating away
Not
from
quite,
Danny.
Late game Danny
He's
is
the guardian angel at
almost
this point, right?
unkillable
But,
because he has
hey,
huge
got both
burst.
of them that
And
time. The
the
cannon
reason
blast
why they pick a
connected for
Chayan
two,
in
but
this
they gotta be
case,
careful.
right,
We
is
do
to
see
give that
Neil has gone
survivability.
for a bit of a rotation here, trying to make sure that the favor of the the farm lane goes for BTR.
Danny attempts long-range pokes, but that won't be his objective. As long as he's able to farm.
I'm not the biggest fan
thanks
of
to his Guardian
Soyuz
Angel
that
Fluor,
use the
he'll be fine
Wild
now,
Wind in
but
such a way.
Now here comes good. Here comes the
Sure, they
test,
can
right?
hear the
first
sound effect, but
tyrant
like you
about
don't show
15
them where
more
you're aiming
seconds.
at.
I think BTR they do have a better advantage
Not in this
just because they
situation.
need to have Danny farmed up before he's able to be part of the fight.
That's true, but he can also have the same advantage as what the Nua has, right? Not quite as long as range, obviously cross the map with the Annihilation, but with his charged up shots, he can still try and steal these neutral objectives, or at least put some pain onto
Plus
Jing,
positioning
even though
is really
she's a
important. You
very
cannot
hard
do this.
fish to catch.
A decent amount of damage at the Flua, but again, like we saw like at least 3 different skills on the Flua. He can happily absorb it. Not going to be a problem. His health immediately goes up back to at least 75%, 80%, and he doesn't even need to go back.
No, he doesn't need to go back at all just yet. It's kind of that early game where not many people have, not many of the heroes on the Gorge right now have all the damage that they need within their abilities, but it is that crucial point now where we see that the neutral objectives are up.
In
and
team
we see
fights,
that
Tunsky
Byron
is the
has
one that I
definitely
think will make the
rotated
biggest
down to the
difference.
bot lane. They
If
are
he
looking
lands
to
a very
fight
good
it out
frigid
for this
prison, his second
tyrant.
skill,
Again, that increased damage onto
it will
a
change
hero
the whole
like
fight.
Shoyu is going to be vital.
Ideally,
Both
who
sides
he will want to
50-50 now.
catch,
And once observing the
I think it
situation,
will be
nobody's
the
going to
Jing.
commit onto Tyrant yet.
But
And Flua, as usual,
okay,
is playing
Jing is the
Guardian
most
Angel role.
rewarding
He'll
catch.
always be
But if Jing
on,
is not going to be
Danny's
the main purpose,
side.
then I think
Danny can always be
getting
safe as
Sun
long as
Ce or
Flua is still there,
even
even though there's like
the
3
Mo
of them
will
for
be great.
BTR.
Yeah, he can't hard commit though because he doesn't have the cleanse. Oh, the thing inside the box.
Ah,
missed
there we
out.
go.
Oh, here comes
Easy kill.
and first blood. Forced to the hands of Tunsky.
Yeah, but that was a beautiful use of the Winters here. I mean, think inside the box. You should be really thinking outside the box when you're going against a Princess Frost.
To a certain extent, maybe he used it deliberately to just try to have that zoning area, right? Yeah, and with that, they're still able to secure the first blood, so that's the ideal situation for them at the start, at least.
Oh, interesting. They used the boat to crash into their own jungle, maybe thinking that somebody was actually going to be flanking from that distance. But so far, it's looking like it's going to be a Tyrant for the side of BTR. Very quick, very precise.
Yeah, if you have the Jing, right, it's going to be hard to steal away the objective. And that's what we discussed, right? And even we saw that earlier today as well, the steal that came from a Jing. But we're going to see the replay of whatever happened earlier.
That was quite greedy
Yeah,
of
the Wild Winds
Psycho.
connecting as well as the Winter, so that's a harsh combo, right? A very
Whenever
blistering wind with
Chai Yan
Winter is
and Princess
definitely a
Frost are
combo that
together,
I wouldn't want to face, and
it's
we
not
did
a
it
good
lot
idea
here
for
in
the
the
monster
UK.
to be close at all.
Oh, we don't get that at all here. Fun fact, I have not felt actual winter before. Hopefully one day. If
Because
I
any
am
one
able to
of
travel to
these
the
three
UK
heroes,
and
Chai
meet up
Yan,
for tea,
Princess Frost, or
know
even
you like
Byron,
tea.
will be able to stop the monsters from having maximum
the Winter are my worst enemy, so
effectiveness.
don't worry.
Then on
I don't
the
wanna
end of
experience
BTR is that I would presume
Right,
that
but,
what they're
what
doing
they're
now is that
experiencing
the
right
reason
now
why
is,
Psycho is
again,
being
Flua
so
just doing Flua
aggressive
things, like just
is that they're
blocking all
expecting
the
Neil to
cannon
cover him.
blasts,
They're
and
expecting Neil
at
and
this
Zen to
point,
cover
Danny
him
is
with follow-up
having a
damage.
very good XP as long
If
as
that
Flua is
fight
still
revolves
hugging
around
him
just the three
like
of
this
them,
Guardian Angel and Flua putting himself in front, trying to get as much information as possible.
so it's really
And now-
about who leaves gaps
It's not going to be
in
worthwhile for them to
covering
commit
their
everything onto
their
Flua,
teammates here.
right? It's best if they can find a
So this
flank
draft will
onto
this
Danny. That
particular
will be
match will
perfect.
show you who is the better team
Oh yeah, just getting
in
the
terms of
damage off
teamwork,
of the
team
cards
play,
here, but we see that they
communication.
just to defend that T1 down.
And
into
this
the
will also
farm
show
lane, but
you
we
the
look at the goal
gaps
difference
in the
is not
communication and
definitely,
whether they are aligned or not.
Here, there, or in between. It's definitely
That's a nice
weird
steal
because
by.
obviously
Thank you.
BTR have their first neutral objective. There is no turrets being pushed just yet, which has been a very slow start for the side of BTR.
Yeah, both sides. Again, I think this has been the trend, right? Even if we look at like game 1, 2, and 3, it is pretty similar. Like both sides kind of respect each other. Yeah, you get a bit of pokes here, jabs here and there. Maybe like the first blood, but it goes neutral until maybe after 10 minutes onwards. So we might.
Yeah,
see
Danny
the
should
same
stop
pattern
doing
here
that though.
Oh, I jinxed
Why-
it.
why
I
are you
definitely jinxed
showing
it. The T1
your
up into the
snipe
flash lane did fall there
before
as
it
well. They
happens?
aren't able to trade the T1 down into the farm lane. That was a good set sail, but it was just there to kind of get some intel for the side of BTR, but not actually connecting. That would have been huge if it did for the side of BTR though.
Interesting. We hardly get to see the Clash lane on our stream, but the moment we get an update about the Clash lane, like the T1 is currently down, and that's why Tufts has the liberty to now move towards the bottom. and he can join up with his team, but keep an eye on this. Arise is there, gets the information, but Tough.
There's a healthy amount of
he
burst,
is tough
but
enough anyway.
that's not
Yeah, it's not even
representative
actually
of how
forcing the
late game
flash
will be
either,
like.
so Tubbs managed to
Because
get out of
Arise
that
has a
situation
2-level
without
advantage
using
against Tufts
his
right now.
flash, so that's a good thing. No trade in there, but the wild wind.
This is exactly how the
Psycho
Princess
is the
Force
first
should
one
be
to go
played.
down, and now that opens up a bit more space. Neil is being chased down by 7Jin, but 7Jin chased away with the Purple Barrage
What's he doing
coming in. Zan has to try to chase him down, but Dunsky protects
Oh
him
no, Tufts, what was that?
the rest of the attacks from Zan.
Oh man, they got the kill, but like it could have been so much better.
Caught out, and they lost 2 for the side of RWE.
Yeah, 2-for-1 trade there was pretty vital for the side of BTR. They're able to now clean up this this mid wave as it tries to approach this, and they get the T1 as well. So taking the 2 kills for 1 and the T1 down into the farm lane is pretty huge for BTR, trying to set up a little bit of a motion of the ocean towards their own.
And here comes Zankyu onto the bottom tower. Should be pretty easy for him. Yep, there you go. And he'll be able to escape easily. Look at this. At the same time, he pulled 3 heroes from RWE towards the bottom, opening up more space at the top.
Yeah, that's not exactly what they want to do, right? They don't want to be giving BTR room, and they don't want to be responding to the call that they are giving on the gorge. They want to basically be reacting and calling themselves and like, hey, no, we're not going to come to you. You come to us.
Wow, nice steal there by Zankyu, stealing away the red buff.
Zankyu is
No
doing
red buff
really
for
well
RWE,
as a
and
jungler.
that will be a freebie here.
He's making sure the
for
team
Zankyu again.
is
2
not
tyrants
leaving any
with the red
gaps.
buff.
Every steal that he makes with the smite,
It's a lot of damage.
it actually
a lot of
hurts
damage going over to
RWE
the
quite a
likes
bit.
of ZenQ. Everybody on the side of BTR need that damage, right? The Cannon Blast will be hitting a little bit harder than they would previously, but as well as Lady Chen, historically,
Danny doesn't seem like he's very
statistically, she's been
familiar
a
with
high damage hero in the
Soviet.
mid lane.
And Blue are trying to open up the space, but we might see the engagement. Look at the side there. Psycho is in
Force a
trouble, but Psycho steps away to
flash.
safety.
Bolt
It's
coming.
okay for now. They'll hop in, and here comes the Setsil! Setsil catches 2! And here comes in Zan with damage as well,
That's
and they
not
get
how
a
it's
couple of
supposed to
kills
go,
from
man.
the side of RWE. 7Jin, Danny, and Fleur.
Yeah, I mean, that was a beautiful cannon blast, though, towards Danny and Fleur. It was able to catch them out very easily, and now they're going to go for a 3rd Tyrant, but it's even more frightening. It's the Shadow Tyrant, so obviously the damage does scale with this one, but now we're seeing BTR slowly take that gold lead from the side of RWE. It's no longer a few hundred, it's a few thousand.
Okay, Arise. Lucky enough, he still managed to get the blue buff, but that was a close one that the Setsil almost landed in onto him.
Yeah, almost. I mean, this is definitely looking like a shakier start for Rough World Era. I mean, this is where they came back from, right, though? So we can't call out their victory just yet, because it was exactly at this moment in time when they're at the higher ground turrets, they even had 2 taken down, they still chose to fight back.
And this is how confident BTR is right now, right? Even with the Primal Bond, they are still going in for the Overlord, and RWE cannot challenge at all. BTR, they're not letting their guard down. They're still sending out Psycho to open up the map, and they will get the Overlord. So that is going to be a double whammy for
Blur
BTR.
needs to save his
Double whammy
ear
for
wound.
BTR so far. But right now, let's look at the differences in the lane. So Jing is ahead by 1,000 to the Yao right now, and still no kill on the board for Danny, and he is definitely trickling behind with that gold difference down into the farm lane. The most detrimental roles, especially with BTR's team comp as it is.
It's tough, right, for Danny. The fact that now he does not have the space to farm, and he needs to keep his distance. Like there's so much
Fleur,
at stake for
there's
Danny.
in every
While
fight like
Fleur
this,
is
this
just
right,
stuck
there
with
is a
Danny, so
turnaround
he
point,
cannot
and the
just, like,
turnaround
roam
point is
around and
actually
open
when
up the map. He has always
Zen actually
have to
throws
be that
out
guardian
his
angel for Danny. So
Reverb
that's like
Barrage.
2 heroes that will be stuck
Even though
together
he takes
all the
Purifier,
entire
the thing
way.
is,
in essence,
the fact
you
that
need to stick
Zen
as a
takes the
vibe.
Purify, it gives the team
They do,
confidence
but I
when he
feel like
jumps
this
in,
is
which
the
means they will start to
advantage
huddle
BTR
up.
have now, because they're playing on the
And
front
even if
foot,
you don't,
and they
even if
have
you
the
can't stop
most
Zen,
suit,
at least you stop the rest
launch
of the other
cannon
members.
blast, and there's nothing that RWE can really do because they can't charge at them because they don't have the safe space to charge.
Oh, at the same time, Zankyu putting pressure at
And
the
then
top
it's
as
really
well.
up to Tunsky to save
Not
the
able to get the
team.
tower
Really.
yet, but they are
Tunsky,
not
7Jin
in
and
a
Arise.
hurry. As long as BTR can keep
Danny
them
can
in
only
their
do so
base,
much.
objective is done.
Yeah, the objective could be done here, but they are able to evade off those vanguards for now. This is again showing true and tested how well the RWE can
Danny has no
actually
damage.
defend their base.
He
And
should be
like
able
I
to
said
melt
before, this is
Zen
the point of
pretty
return
easily.
where they came from last game.
Here comes the pressure
The
at
goal
the top still.
discrepancy too high already.
And at the same
5k.
time, RWE is still not able to come out. They have to play the defensive stance. They can only watch as the other waves are
They-
shoved in.
game's over.
But the engagement is happening right now. Thank you, managed to get fluid. That's a big target there. No Guardian Angel for Danny. Danny's going to have a tough time coming up, and Danny will be forced to move back. And without 7 Jin, without the rise, nobody's
Yeah,
going to
Danny is
protect
not
Danny.
familiar with.
Yeah, nobody
Korea.
at all. It looks like they're open.
And you
up
can
because
tell
there's three
he
members of the
doesn't
side.
know
RWE that
what
is
Psycho is
currently
trying to do
down.
and
They're just
when-
waiting for the
where is
minions
he
to
trying to
rock
aim.
around here. Danny, on his last legs, has managed to build a Daybreaker, so those wild winds should be hitting if they do connect. But I feel like they don't have the privilege.
Oh, this could be game time here for BTR. They got another one, and they're looking then again. The minions are in, and BTR.
All right, they tried. They
will
tried. They really
survive.
tried.
We will see
Good effort.
them in the playoffs.
Yes, there is your second seed for this group. They are coming through and probably looking at some kind of villainous revenge at Nongshim after Nongshim knocked them off the top spot with that 3-1 victory earlier on within the Season 3 Invitational. But here we go. Indonesia do have some representatives going forward, and that's probably the best that they could hope for, especially with BTR back on the board.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Rough World Era, we have to say goodbye to them. And thank you so much for playing. The third seeding from the Filipino qualifier, they have shown resistance. They have shown persistency coming into the group stage and even put up a good fight here in order for them to have a chance to survive. But it's a competition at the end of the day, and only one team can survive.
I mean, let's put it into perspective, though. The third seed from the Philippines was able to take a game from the first seed of Indonesia. That still shows so much strength for this region. And going forward, I feel like the competition's only going to get even stronger.
Oh yeah, that's a really, really good point, right? And we also did see like interesting moves from
Go and shower
them, especially with their mental fortitude by winning that one game, putting that one game out of BTR when to a certain extent BTR, they had control, but they still want to give something back to the home fans, and not only in game, but also on the outside of the game, they give their bow to the home fans. Thank you so much for playing.
Yes, it was a good try for Rough World Era, right? They went up against Nongshim. They was able to take a point off Nongshim. So, again, still the third place Philippine teams was able to take some of the wins off of these global teams, which for some other teams in other groups can't quite say the same. So it was a good run. There's still 2 Filipino representatives going forward in the knockout stages, but it is going to be BTR being the second place in the group stages of this group.
Yep, we still have the first seeding team, which is Blacklist, and Elevate, which is the second seeding team from the Philippines qualifiers. So they will be the ones to bring the Filipino flag onwards onto the playoffs. And based on their performance, they've been doing pretty well as well. And I'm sure the home fans would expect them to go far onto the playoffs, in which that will be a discussion that we will leave during the playoffs later on. But for this game itself, overall, in summary, I would say that this is probably the most controlled game by BTR.
Oh, absolutely. They definitely showed that they had promise, right? Especially that game 3. Be able to come back from only one high ground turret remaining definitely shows that they don't give up that easily, which, again, can't be said for some other teams within the group stages. But let's look at the post-analytic scores for these teams. BTR up with 10 kills, RWE down with the 2. So, again, not the most kill-orientated game, but when you've got the likes of Yao, I feel like this is a bit of a wild card pick for me. Like, we haven't seen it perform on Gen G, we haven't really seen it perform on RWE. So again, maybe this is something we need to put to bed for now.
And also, during the drafting phase, we did talk about the importance of the Jing, and Zankyu played it to perfection. Look at this, 406 KDA with the highest net worth. I think he's easily crowned the MVP this time. And if we were to look at some of the other stats as well, damage output, not too bad, 57k, that's like 25% of the damage dealt. Damage taken, not as much, but that's not his role anyway. But when it comes to gold, he's way up there, 29% with 13k.
Yeah, 3k ahead of the enemy jungle Arise, right? But you can kind of see the team fight participation was definitely more consistent on the side of BTR than it was on Rough World Era. But this was a much shorter game, so nobody was getting over that 100k damage dealt. But again, the gold draft shows that there was a glimmer of hope for RWE at that certain point. After those first neutral objectives came up, they had a little bit of a way in. But in terms of the MVP, who are we giving this over to? I feel like it's either the oppressive callings from Psycho on BTR Psycho on the Motsu or ZQ on the Jing.
Yeah, I'm calling ZanQ here. So let's see here, ladies and gentlemen. It is ZanQ as our MVP with a perfect game of 406 KDA, damage taken 16%, damage output 25%, and a total goal percentage of 29%. Played the Jing. We can see that their opponents, RWE, have no answer to the Jing.
No, and here in the highlights, you're going to see his display of the Jing perfectly. I mean, in the early game, we were seeing BTR make some mistakes like this think inside the box. Maybe it was used for zoning, but who zones the Motsu? It is definitely the Princess Frost where the winter is here. We did see a Rise manage to get one of the kills onto the Motsu as well, but other than that, we didn't see any kind of like star study. Like, oh, we remember that when the Yao came through from RWE against BTR. There was none of that. It was mainly just a little bit of a BTR show towards this late game.
Yeah, and they also have options to engage, right? With set sail, Tubbs coming in from the side, and he positioned his set sail really, really well. And we did see it in some of these other highlights as well, especially on the mid lane fight engagement. At this stage of the game, when RWE is pushed back into their own base, they could not step out of it. So it was all BTR towards the end.
Yeah, and like you were saying in the draft circle, like there was no way for them potentially locking down the Jing. They had a few skills within their utility on the side of RWE, but there was no real way to actually just lock her into place. There was too much of a trick shot reliance from Tunsky. They only really had the knock-up from the Byron and the Yao, as well as the Earworm from Taiyan. But other than that, there was no real kind of like AoE stun. Yes, we had the Winter is here, but most times out of 10, we saw that ZanQ played around that to perfection.
Yeah, and again, just to reiterate the smoothness of a BTR in this very, very controlled round. But the standings here, okay, so Group D is done. NS Red Force, they booked their tickets onto the playoff with a convincing 2-0 against BTR and also RWE. And then we have BTR as the second seeding team. And thank you to RWE for playing. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to them.
Yes, so we do have to have some losers within the representative countries, but hey, you got 2 through. That's more than any of the, well, over the Malaysia, that's more than any of the other regions can actually say they got through into the knockout stages of the Season 3 Invitational. So Nongshim, Nova, we have Team Vitality, and we have Blacklist as your first seed. So the second seeds are going to be falling into place into those first seeds. Obviously, the same group rule does apply for the knockouts, so you won't be seeing 2 Philippine teams going straight away. But we'll be going over and throwing over to the interview. So let's see what they have to say with the winning interview. Okay, HOK.
Thank you so much, casters, for tossing it back to the stage. Joining us, none other than Bigatron, who just won themselves the last series of the group stage. Joining us, none other than ZanQ, the jungler for the team. Now we're going to go straight into the question, right? You are the sole representative from Indonesia to get into the knockout stage. How does it feel? Is it a lot of pressure for you?
No. I'm feeling very happy.
Just happy?
Happy?
Just now you tell me that you only alone, you're a bit sad, but now you're happy. Which one?
Happy.
Happy?
Super happy.
Super happy.
Super happy.
Give us a smile on the camera.
A bit pose then if you're that happy. There you go.
There you go. And on my end, ZanQ, that was a very intense 4 games. On the 3rd game, though, the other team did make a comeback. How did the team feel mentally approaching the next game to close out the series?
Pressure, you know.
Yeah.
Pressure.
Were you under a pressure?
Yeah.
How did the things going on for your team that time? How did you guys collect your thoughts, to focus?
Just focus, lah.
Yeah, just focus, lah.
Just focus, lah.
ZanQ.
So easy.
You're already on top 2. Like, how does it feel? Are you super happy right now? Are you excited for the playoffs?
Happy, super happy.
Super happy too.
But you're a jungler, right?
Yeah.
There must be one jungler that you feel like you want to duel or you want to fight, who would that jungler be?
Siapa-siapa memboleh lah.
Siapa pun boleh. Last but not least, anybody will be okay, he said. Last but not least, there's a lot of bigger troopers out there rooting out for you guys. What do you want to say to them?
Thank you, bigger troopers. I love you.
Oh, that's super simple, clean. We love it.
Yeah.
We love it. So we're going to toss it back to the casters because that's going to wrap up the series of the group stage.
Give me 5
Casters, take it.
What?
And there we have it. We hear from Deng Q as well. A bit of adultery, not adultery, but adult language going on the stage there because he was so shocked and under pressure in that best of 5. But it did show, obviously, it meant a lot to him as well. That meant a few words, but very happy to make it out into the knockout stages.
Yeah, as long as he's able to translate those words into the game, into his performance, that's where it all matters, right? Like, okay, when it's big pressure that he felt during that game, and I feel a sense of relief for ZanQ, right? It's like, whew, okay, we're done. We are in the playoffs.
All right.
So,
That's
yeah,
it on my end. I need to go in.
Yeah, I mean, they get
make
to have a bit
supper
of
for
like
my
a day
kids.
break. I'm at least assuming these teams
Thanks
will
for
get
joining.
to anyway. But these are the
giveaway
results for
stream.
today. We have
let me
Team
see.
Vitality taking an
Giveaway
unsuspected
stream.
3-0 from AG, which I was very shocked at watching that at home. Nova taking a 3-0 from Impunity. Again, Nova started the way they finished yesterday. Very
Maybe
unsurprising.
Wednesday.
But then BTR
Oh.
almost losing out that best of 5 because RWE
Friday.
came back
We
with
are
1
new check the
point, needed
schedule.
just 2 more, was definitely rounding that out and showing that their hero pool was a little bit more sustainable than RWE.
I'm not
so there
casting
it
on
is.
26
And here are the
and
group
28.
standings.
So either one of these
Yes,
days,
and in
26 or
Group
28.
A,
Let me
Blacklist
see,
International
26
comes
or
in first seeding,
28.
followed by Elevate. So
26
two
Wednesday,
Filipino representatives
Friday. Yeah,
will
I think
move
Friday, but
on. Unfortunately for
28,
Genji, they are at third place, and we will say goodbye to them. In Group B, we have Vitality, followed by AG. Yep, they will move on as well. And in Group C, Nova and Impunity will move on. Group D, it is NS Red Force and BTR.
Yeah, so great, some really cool, the fact that we have
Right,
some
Charles,
new
I'll see you
representatives
guys on the
actually
28th.
approaching into the top